Hey everyone, ready for a deep dive? Let's go. Today we're heading to India, centuries back. We've got Themes in Indian History Part 2, and we're flipping straight to Chapter 5, Through the Eyes of Travelers.
Ditching the textbooks for travel journals, way more interesting, right? Forget kings and conquests. We're seeing India through the eyes of people who traveled there from, well, all over between the 10th and 17th centuries.
Like finding a buried time capsule, someone just jotting down what they saw, never knowing we'd find it fascinating centuries later.
Exactly. What might seem ordinary back then, like everyday life in 11th century India, well, for us, it's pure gold. These travelers, they notice things official records miss the small details, the human side of a whole different culture.
Okay, so first travel buddy on this adventure. Who are we starting with?
Our journey kicks off with al-Biruni, born way back in 973 CE, in what's now Uzbekistan. Picture this. A total history and language whiz, fluent in, well, everything. Arabic, Persian, Hebrew, even Sanskrit.
No way, Sanskrit. You don't just pick that up on Duolingo. He was living in Ghazni, right?
Really?
Your modern-day Afghanistan. Spot on. Ghazni, back then, it was a buzzing hub of knowledge. That's where al-Biruni really dove headfirst into Indian culture. We're talking years spent studying with Brahmana priests. Those were the scholars, the keepers of Hinduism's wisdom, debating philosophy, poring over ancient Indian texts.
Wow, he wasn't just a tourist snapping pics. This was serious, dedicated research.
Totally. And he put it all down in his book, Kitabul Hind, written in Arabic. Not just some travel diary either. This thing is huge. 80 chapters covering everything you can imagine: Indian astronomy, math, social customs, religions, even their measurement systems.
80 chapters. This guy was committed. But who is he writing this massive book for?
Good question. See, al-Biruni wasn't just journaling for himself, he was building a bridge. He was writing for folks back home, people who had heard stories about India but didn't really get it.
So, like the original travel blogger, connecting different worlds through his experiences. And here's what's cool. He doesn't just describe what Indians believed or did, he compares it to other cultures.
This is where al-Biruni really shines. He uses this almost like scientific method. Let's say it's about Indian astronomy. He presents their understanding, then bam, compares it to what Greek astronomers thought, or beliefs in Persia.
That's brilliant. It's like he's saying, hey, different folks, different views, and they all make sense in their own way.
Exactly. And he doesn't shy away from stuff he found weird or disagreed with.
Hmm.
Like the Indian idea of a spherical Earth, which they'd already figured out way before Europe, by the way, totally blew his mind at first.
Shows you how deeply he was thinking, trying to wrap his head around these completely different ways of seeing the world. Besides the whole round Earth thing, what else caught his eye?
Well, he dedicated a huge chunk of his book to Indian astronomy and math. Clearly, those guys were onto something. He carefully documented how they calculated eclipses, how they tracked planets, even their number system, what we call Arabic numerals today. Get this, it actually originated in India.
You're kidding. We use that system every day, and it came from India, thanks to al-Biruni's documentation. That alone makes his whole trip worthwhile.
Oh, there's more. He didn't just stick to the academic stuff. He dug into daily life, their clothes, food, social customs. He was particularly intrigued by the caste system, which was miles away from the social structures he knew.
Painting this incredibly detailed picture of 11th century India. The good and the, well, not so good, I guess.
You got it. And he doesn't hold back his own opinions either. He calls out what he sees as problems in their society, but also he's clearly impressed by their knowledge and the richness of their culture.
Sounds like a fascinating guy, full of contradictions, but he wasn't the only one drawn to India back then. We've got 2 more explorers to meet, right?
We do. But before we jump continents and fast forward a few centuries, let's dig a bit deeper into what made al-Biruni's approach so unique and how it paved the way for the travelers who came after him.
It's like, he doesn't just want us to know about India. He wants us to kind of get inside the heads of the people, see the logic in a worldview that's totally alien to him.
Exactly. That's what makes his work so powerful. It's about empathy, about intellectual curiosity. He's showing us that to really get another culture, you got to ditch your own biases, your assumptions, and just be open to the unknown.
Like he's giving us permission to be surprised, to be confused even, to say, hey, I don't get it yet.
Totally. And that's an attitude we see in other travelers who followed, like Ibn Battuta, who rocks up to India in the 14th century.
Okay, so jumping ahead a few centuries now, and Ibn Battuta, he wasn't from Uzbekistan like al-Biruni, right? He was Moroccan. That's a long way to travel.
Ibn Battuta, man. He was the ultimate globetrotter. Imagine crisscrossing the medieval world, North Africa to the Middle East, all the way to Central Asia, Southeast Asia, and, yeah, India. We're talking miles that make frequent flyer jealous.
Puts our modern travel bloggers to shame, huh? What was it about India that drew him in specifically?
Like many back then, he'd heard the stories, right? The wealth, the vibrant culture, those amazing scholars. Plus, word on the street was the Sultan of Delhi, Muhammad bin Tughlaq. This guy was known for supporting the arts and knowledge. Ibn Battuta probably wanted to get in on that action.
So, a mix of wanderlust and maybe a little career strategizing, eh? Did he hit it off with the Sultan?
Let's just say, it was complicated. Ibn Battuta, he did manage to impress the guy, even scored a sweet gig as a judge. The Sultan even sent him on this diplomatic mission to China.
Talk about living the dream.
For a while, maybe. But here's the thing, Ibn Battuta's writing, it gives us these little peeks into the Sultan's personality. And, well, let's just say the guy had a bit of a temper on him.
Uh-oh. Sounds a little dicey. I'm sensing some palace drama brewing.
Oh, you better believe it. There's a point where Ibn Battuta's actually scared for his neck, has to make a run for it out of Delhi.
Wow, now those are some travel stories. But even with all that going on, he still found time to write it all down.
Oh, for sure. His book, Rila, it means journey in Arabic. It's jam-packed with details about life in India. Bustling marketplaces, the grandeur of Delhi, even something as simple as people chewing payan. He was fascinated by it.
Payan.
It's this mix of betel leaf and areca nut, gives you a little buzz, stains your mouth red. Totally foreign to Ibn Battuta, so naturally he had to write about it.
It's funny, right? Stuff that was totally normal back then is like super exotic and intriguing to us now.
Exactly. Like looking through a window into another world. And Ibn Battuta gives us those windows into all sorts of things. Religious festivals, how people interacted, even the plants and animals. He was paying attention to it all. The thing that really struck him, though, was India's diversity. The sheer number of languages, religions, cultures, all in this one place.
Sounds like he was really tuned into people, a real observer of human nature. But our final traveler, this brings us to the Mughal Empire, right? That's a whole different ballgame.
Right on. And Francois Bernier, our 17th century guy, he arrives in an India that al-Biruni and Ibn Battuta wouldn't even recognize. He's a doctor from France, and he finds himself smack dab in the middle of Mughal splendor under the rule of Emperor Aurangzeb.
Okay, now that's interesting. So we've gone from a scholar building bridges to a globe-trotting adventurer to now a doctor rubbing shoulders with Mughal royalty. What was India like in Bernier's time?
Picture this. Opulent palaces, ceremonies that make your head spin, and a ruler known for his, well, let's just say his iron fist and his piety. Bernier was blown away by the sheer scale of the Mughal Empire, the wealth, the armies, those incredible buildings.
So from the bustling intellectual scene of 11th century Ghazni to the drama of the Delhi Sultanate, and now we're in the Mughal Empire at the height of its power. Talk about a time-traveling adventure. What were some of Bernier's biggest takeaways from Mughal India?
Well, the social hierarchy really made an impression on him. I mean, this is 17th century France, so he's used to kings and courts, right? But the Mughal system, with all its elaborate etiquette and the emperor's absolute power, it was something else.
Like stepping into a real-life Game of Thrones, all those power struggles and rules you gotta follow.
You got it.
Yeah.
And Bernier, being the observant guy he was, he documented it all. The role of women in Mughal society, the crazy hunting trips they'd go on, those endless court rituals. He even compared the Mughal Empire to France, pointing out what was similar and what was totally different.
It's so interesting how he's processing this new world through his own experiences, you know?
Right.
Kind of like al-Biruni comparing Indian astronomy to what the Greeks thought. They're all trying to make sense of the unknown by linking it back to what's familiar.
Exactly. And it's those connections, those comparisons that really make you think. We start to see not just what's different about another culture, but also what connects us all as humans, no matter the time or place.
That's a really cool way to look at it. We've traveled across centuries and continents today, all through the words of these three incredible travelers. It really hits home how valuable these firsthand accounts are.
Absolutely. They remind us that history isn't just about dates and wars. It's about real people, their curiosity, their struggles, just their everyday lives. And these travelers, with their observations and reflections, they bring that humanity to life.
It's like they've given us this amazing lens to the past so we can see beyond the monuments and the official records and almost experience those sights and sounds, maybe even the smells of a world that's long gone.
Maybe even more importantly, they remind us to look at our own world with fresh eyes, to question what we think we know and to never lose that sense of wonder. Who knows, maybe someday someone will be reading our journals totally fascinated by the world we live in today.
That's a great thought. Thanks for joining us on this incredible deep dive into India's past through the eyes of these travelers. Until next time, keep exploring, keep asking questions, and keep those journals handy. Who knows what stories you might have to tell.
Welcome to the deep dive. This time, we're ditching the GPS and hopping onto a camel caravan because you've brought us, well, an incredible source. Ibn Battuta's Rila. Forget postcards and selfies. This 14th century travelogue we're diving into is like a time machine. Back to an India on the verge of massive change.
Yeah, and Ibn Battuta, he didn't just, jot down sightseeing highlights. Rila gives us this raw, unfiltered look at the politics, the culture, even the smells, believe it or not, of a world vastly different from ours.
Right. It's like a gold mine for understanding not just India, but the interconnectedness of, like, civilizations back then.
Absolutely.
Okay, so before we get lost in the swirling bazaars and palace drama, who was this guy? What sent him on this epic journey?
So Ibn Battuta, he wasn't some, footloose wanderer. Picture this. A young man from a prominent scholarly family in Tangier, practically raised in libraries overflowing with Islamic law.
Yeah, you'd think he'd be content debating, like, dusty scrolls, not exactly Indiana Jones material.
Yeah. Right. And yet, something in him craved knowledge beyond books. He yearned to experience the world firsthand, to breathe the air of distant lands, immerse himself in diverse cultures.
This burning curiosity, it transformed him from what a scholar into what we might call history's original backpacker.
Exactly.
Backpacker, except with camels instead of hostels. And his itinerary, I mean, it puts even the most adventurous Instagrammers to shame. Before even setting foot in India in 1333, he'd already crisscrossed Mecca, Syria, Iraq, Persia, even parts of East Africa.
It's staggering, really, his journeys before even reaching India. And it really underscores that this wasn't just a casual trip. This was part of a lifelong quest for knowledge and experience.
So with all those stamps on his passport, what was it about India that finally, lured him in?
Well, India, even then, it held this certain mystique. For Ibn Battuta, it was the irresistible allure of Sultan Muhammad bin Tughlaq of Delhi. Imagine, a ruler famed for his generosity, his patronage of the arts, his thirst for knowledge, exactly what a scholar like Ibn Battuta would find, irresistible.
Like a moth to a 14th century flame. Did this meeting of the minds live up to the hype?
At first, it seemed promising. The Sultan, clearly impressed by Ibn Battuta's scholarship, appointed him as a qazi, a judge, in Delhi.
Wow.
Imagine, a traveler from Morocco presiding over legal matters in India. Talk about a cultural exchange program, but of course, every good story needs a little conflict, right?
Okay, yeah. I was wondering when the drama would unfold. What happened? Did they get lost in translation somewhere?
Exactly that. The historical records get a bit hazy here, but it seems like a misunderstanding arose, and it landed our intrepid traveler in prison.
Oh, no.
Can you imagine journeying thousands of miles to serve this renowned sultan only to end up behind bars?
Oh, poor Ibn Battuta. That's rough, even by 14th century standards. Did he ever escape that, bureaucratic nightmare?
He did. Thankfully, the truth prevailed, and the sultan, perhaps realizing his mistake, didn't just release Ibn Battuta, but welcomed him back into the fold. And not just that he entrusted him with a new mission, one even grander than before, but we'll get to that later. First, let's take a look at what everyday travel was like in 14th century India.
Because something tells me they didn't have bullet trains and five-star hotels back then. Just skimming this excerpt, the word grueling comes to mind. 40 days from Multan to Delhi. 50 from Sindh. That's longer than most people spend on vacation today.
It really puts our modern ideas of travel into perspective, doesn't it? I mean, we complain about legroom on flights. Ibn Battuta was facing scorching deserts, monsoon rains, and the very real possibility of bandits around every bend.
Yeah, I'm starting to think my noise-canceling headphones and curated playlists aren't such a bad deal after all. But hey, at least he had safety in numbers, right? Caravans were like, what, the 14th century equivalent of a tour group?
You'd think so, but even traveling with a caravan was a gamble. Ibn Battuta, he doesn't sugarcoat the dangers. In fact, he recounts this harrowing experience on the road from Multan to Delhi. Imagine this. His caravan is ambushed. His companions are fighting for their lives. The air is thick with the smell of fear and dust.
He was attacked.
Yeah.
That's terrifying. See, this wasn't just like some exotic adventure for this guy. It was a life or death situation.
It really puts the stakes into perspective, and it gets worse.
Oh, no.
Remember, there's no 911, no medevac helicopters. In one passage, Ibn Battuta describes being so ill with fever that he actually had to tie himself to his saddle just to stay upright.
Oh, wow.
He was utterly alone with his suffering.
Wow, that's a powerful image.
Yeah.
Talk about a dedicated traveler. It makes you wonder, like, what kept him going through all that hardship? I mean, was it just sheer stubbornness?
I think it speaks to something deeper. Yes, there was physical endurance, absolutely, but also like a mental fortitude, a deep-seated curiosity that wouldn't be silenced, even in the face of, danger and discomfort. And it's not just the physical challenges. Ibn Battuta also writes about the emotional toll of travel. He has this incredibly poignant anecdote about arriving in Tunis, surrounded by throngs of people, yet feeling utterly and completely alone.
It's that strange paradox of travel, isn't it?
Yeah.
Being surrounded by, new sights and sounds, yet feeling this profound sense of isolation at the same time. It's something I think a lot of us can relate to, even today.
Absolutely. That feeling of being an outsider, of longing for connection and familiarity, it transcends time.
Yeah.
But for Ibn Battuta, these experiences, the good, the bad, and the downright terrifying, they fueled his insatiable curiosity and ultimately shaped his unique perspective on the world.
And thankfully for us, he documented all of it. But let's be real, really, isn't your average travel blog? I mean, it's considered a literary masterpiece. What makes it so special?
You're right, it's so much more than just an itinerary. Rila goes beyond simply listing places and dates. It delves into the heart of 14th century life. And it's important to remember that it wasn't just Ibn Battuta's idea to, put pen to paper. When he returned home after 30 years of travel, the local ruler, recognizing the value of his experiences, commissioned a scholar named Ibn Juzay to chronicle Ibn Battuta's tales.
So it's like a collaboration, a 14th century ghostwriter for, globe-trotting adventures. What does Ibn Juzay have to say about the book?
Well, in his introduction, Ibn Juzay praises Rila as a narrative that, and I quote, gave entertainment to the mind and delight to the ears and eyes.
Wow.
He specifically highlights its curious particulars and marvelous things, acknowledging both its, entertainment and educational value.
It's incredible to think that a book written over 600 years ago can still resonate with readers today. It's like holding a portal to the past in your hands.
Yeah, it truly is. And while Ibn Battuta's account is fascinating in its own right, it becomes even more enriching when you consider it alongside other historical travelogues.
You're talking about Marco Polo, right? He was trekking around Asia around the same time, wasn't he?
A bit earlier, actually. Marco Polo's journey to the east took place in the late 13th century. While their paths didn't actually cross in India, both offer us these incredible first-hand accounts of this pivotal period in history.
It's like having two different lenses through which to view the past. You can compare and contrast their observations, their writing styles, even their, motivations for traveling.
Exactly. It reminds us that history is rarely one-dimensional. There are always multiple perspectives, and exploring them can lead to a richer, more nuanced understanding of the past.
So we've got bandits, we've got homesickness, we've got court intrigue. But what about India itself? What kind of picture does Ibn Battuta paint of 14th century Indian society?
That's where Rila truly comes alive. You see, Ibn Battuta, he wasn't content with just observing from a distance. No, he delved into the heart of Indian society, its customs, its religions, its very soul.
So he gives us more than just a tourist perspective. What kind of details are we talking about? Paint me a picture from his words.
Okay, imagine, right? Bustling marketplaces, overflowing with exotic spices, vibrant silks, handcrafted goods from, across the known world.
Yeah.
He describes architectural marvels that seem to touch the sky, bustling cities teeming with life, and then these tranquil countryside landscapes that soothe the soul. But what truly fascinated Ibn Battuta, a devout Muslim himself, was the incredible religious diversity of India.
Right, India was like a melting pot of religions even back then, wasn't it?
Precisely. Ibn Battuta encountered a tapestry of faiths: Hinduism, Buddhism, Jainism, you name it. And he approached each with a sense of wonder and respect, documenting their rituals, their traditions, even engaging in, believe it or not, philosophical discussions with scholars and practitioners.
So instead of shying away from the unfamiliar, he really embraced it. That speaks to his character, doesn't it? This genuine desire to understand the world in all its complexities.
Absolutely. And this is what makes Rila so valuable, right? He doesn't just describe these religious practices, he captures their essence, the emotions they evoke, their place within the fabric of society. He tells the story of witnessing a Hindu festival with its vibrant colors, music, and this ecstatic dancing. He describes the serenity he felt while listening to Buddhist monks chanting these ancient sutras.
These aren't just observations, they're like lived experiences. You can almost feel the energy of the festival, hear the chanting of the monks, smell the incense filling the air.
Exactly. And this immersive quality of his writing, I think, is what makes Rila so captivating, even after all these centuries. And remember, his travels weren't just like a spiritual pilgrimage. They coincided with a period of, immense political change in India.
Right. The Delhi Sultanate was expanding, new empires were emerging, and all against this backdrop of diverse cultures and religions.
Precisely. And Ibn Battuta, with his keen eye for detail and his ability to move between social circles, provides this incredible ground level view of these power dynamics. He dines with sultans, he debates with scholars, and interacts with, everyday people, capturing the whispers of change rippling through society.
It's like having a front row seat to history in the making.
Mm-hmm.
Not just through, like, grand pronouncements, but through the lives of real people navigating these shifting tides.
Exactly. And that's the enduring power of Rila, I think. It reminds us that even in the 14th century, the world was interconnected. Ideas, cultures, and people were constantly in motion, shaping and reshaping the world around them.
It's a powerful message, especially in our own age of globalization. Right? It's easy to forget that humans have been, exploring, connecting, and learning from each other for centuries.
Yeah.
What would you say is the most important thing listeners should take away from Ibn Battuta's story?
For me, Ibn Battuta's story, it's a testament to the power of curiosity, of venturing beyond familiar horizons and embracing, the unknown. It's a reminder that the world is this tapestry of cultures, each with its own unique beauty and wisdom. And that sometimes the greatest journeys are not measured in miles, but in the depths of our own understanding.
It certainly makes you think about what stories we're leaving behind with our own journeys, doesn't it?
Mhm.
What will future deep divers uncover about our world through the traces we leave behind? It's a humbling thought. Until next time, keep exploring, keep questioning, and keep sharing your own unique perspective with the world. Welcome to the Deep Dive. You've really outdone yourselves this time, folks. You've handed us a mountain of writings.
Well, more like a treasure chest.
Okay, I like that. A treasure chest.
Full of travelogues from European and Islamic travelers to India between the 11th and 17th centuries.
A fascinating period and a real challenge to wrap our heads around.
It is a fascinating period, yeah.
Yeah.
Talk about a cultural melting pot. India at that time was a crossroads.
Exactly. So how did these individuals coming from such different backgrounds make sense of what they encountered?
That's our deep dive, right? To uncover their methods. Because they faced it all. Language barriers, clashing worldviews.
And not to mention trying to explain it all back home. Let's start with Al-Biruni, shall we?
Al-Biruni, an 11th century scholar who really set the bar high for documenting Indian society.
He didn't mess around. This wasn't just some casual travel blog.
No, he dove headfirst into the deep end, even wrestled with Sanskrit, criticizing its complexity compared to, his native Arabic and Persian.
And I can only imagine.
Imagine tackling a language where he said it had an enormous range, both in words and inflections.
Talk about a linguistic workout.
Yeah.
But language was just the beginning for him.
Oh, he went further. Much further.
He dug into the core of Indian beliefs by studying their religious texts. The Vedas, the Puranas.
Even the Bhagavad Gita. He wasn't afraid to go deep.
But here's where it gets interesting, right? Despite his deep dive, he was also critical.
Very much so, especially when it came to the caste system.
He even went so far as to call it illogical, this idea of pollution within the caste system, especially after seeing how nature purifies itself.
And that's a crucial insight into Al-Biruni's own worldview. Remember, this is the Islamic Golden Age we're talking about. Science, philosophy, reasoning, observation, these were highly valued.
So confronting a system that seemed to contradict those principles.
Well, he didn't hold back. He questioned it.
It makes you think about how his background, his own cultural context, shaped how he saw India.
Absolutely. It reminds us that no historical account is truly objective.
Everyone has their own lens, right?
Everyone's looking through their own personal lens. And centuries later, we get a very different perspective with Francois Bernier.
A French physician traveling through the Mughal Empire, in the 17th century.
Bernier wasn't shy about drawing comparisons.
He was not.
Between India and Europe, that is.
And let's just say his European lens definitely influenced his observations, to put it mildly.
He did have some opinions, that's for sure.
We're talking about a time when Europe was pretty self-assured.
The Enlightenment, after all.
Right. European thought and progress on a pedestal.
Precisely. And you can see that reflected in his writing.
Oh, absolutely. What always gets me about Bernier is his attention to detail.
Meticulous.
It's like you're right there with him, bumping along on his powerful Persian camel.
Traveling with the Mughal army.
Don't forget those 2 good Turkoman horses he mentioned.
Oh, yes. A man of style.
And speaking of style, have you seen his packing list?
Legendary.
A special linen bag? Just for draining his dahi, a type of yogurt.
A man after my own heart. I mean, talk about priorities.
Clearly a man of refined tastes. But it's those little details.
They could bring it all to life.
Exactly. They give us a glimpse into the reality of 17th century travel in India.
The logistics, what they considered essential.
It's a good reminder that these weren't just names in a book.
Real people.
Navigating a complicated world, just like us, in a way.
And those everyday details helped shape how people back home saw India.
Right. Their writings basically became bestsellers.
Exactly.
Translated into loads of languages.
Everyone was reading them.
But there's a difference in reach, right?
Definitely, yeah. Accounts in Arabic or Persian, like Al-Biruni's, or even Ibn Battuta, who we'll get to.
Okay.
They mostly circulated as manuscripts.
So more limited.
Yeah, smaller circles. Scholars, mainly.
So Bernier's European perspective had a bigger platform.
It did, and because he often compared India unfavorably to Europe.
Ah, I see where you're going with this.
It sort of created a certain narrative in Europe about the East.
Like those travel brochures?
What do you mean?
You know, they only show you the perfect beaches, never mention the monsoons.
Ah, right, a very selective portrayal.
Exactly. And even though Bernier didn't mean to, it kind of fed into this image of India as exotic, but also
inferior.
Yeah, and that had real consequences.
Oh, absolutely. Hugely influential.
Not just perceptions either. We're talking trade, colonialism.
Even artistic depictions of India in Europe.
Wow. Speaking of vivid descriptions, let's talk about Ibn Battuta.
Ah, Ibn Battuta.
Now, this 14th century explorer really knew how to capture something unfamiliar.
And make it relatable.
Exactly, like his description of a coconut.
The first time he saw one, I love this story.
He compares it to a man's head.
With 2 eyes and a mouth. It's brilliant.
It's incredibly accurate when you think about it.
Right. Someone back then would read that and
Right. Yeah, now I get it.
Exactly.
And he does the same thing with Pintian.
The betel leaf. Tell me about it, it sounds.
He describes it in such detail.
What's in it, how it's prepared.
You can practically picture it.
It's fascinating, isn't it? All 3 of these travelers, Al-Biruni with his deep analysis, Bernier with those meticulous comparisons.
And Ibn Battuta, bringing those vivid descriptions.
They all found ways to bridge that gap.
Between their experiences and their audience.
Yes.
But can you imagine if they could have experienced each other's perspectives?
No, that would be incredible, wouldn't it?
How might that have changed things?
To see India through each other's eyes?
Al-Biruni, with his analytical mind, reacting to Ibn Battuta's colorful tales.
Or Bernier, with his European worldview, trying to understand Al-Biruni's critique of the caste system.
It really highlights how important it is to seek out different perspectives.
Especially with history.
It's like we're looking at a giant tapestry.
And trying to understand it.
By only looking at a single thread, we need those different voices.
Absolutely. Each one adds another layer of richness, of complexity.
And that's something we can all take with us, don't you think?
It's not just about historical travelogues. It's about how we approach the world today.
It's like that old saying, travel is fatal to prejudice.
Isn't it?
But it's not just about going places, is it? It's about opening yourself up to different ways of seeing things.
Exactly. And these travelogues,
Yeah.
they remind us that no matter how different we might seem, there's this shared human experience at the core of it all.
This desire to connect, to understand something beyond our own little world.
Absolutely. Like, think about Al-Biruni again. He could have just dismissed Indian society.
Too strange, too different.
Right. But he didn't. He really tried to understand its complexity.
Even when it challenged his own beliefs.
Exactly.
That takes a certain kind of person, don't you think?
It does. And then you have Ibn Battuta. Completely different, just enthralled by everything new.
I know. You could practically feel his excitement.
Like he can't wait to tell everyone back home.
About the fruit that looks like a head.
Right. I love that.
What if he inspired some people to travel themselves?
Maybe. But what really strikes me
Yeah.
is how much effort they put into understanding a culture so different from their own.
It wasn't easy.
Not at all. And it reminds us, bridging those cultural gaps.
It takes what?
Curiosity, a willingness to learn, an open mind.
And they didn't even have Google Translate.
Oh, can you imagine?
I could barely pack for a weekend trip. These guys traveled with caravans.
It puts things in perspective, doesn't it?
It really does. And, we've only just scratched the surface here.
We have so much more to uncover.
These centuries-old stories, they still have something to teach us.
About ourselves, about the world.
It's amazing. So if you had to pick one of these travelers to sit down with, just for a conversation,
Ooh, that's a tough one.
who would it be and why? Let us know. We'd love to dive deeper. Welcome to another deep dive. Today, we're stepping back in time to 14th century India, and we're going to be guided by the incredible journey of Ibn Battuta.
Oh, Ibn Battuta, a fascinating figure.
Yeah, so just imagine, vibrant cities, teeming with life, bustling markets overflowing with, exotic goods,
I love it already.
and a post-up system so advanced that it could rival, like, our modern couriers.
You're painting quite a picture, and the exciting thing is we're not just imagining it, we're drawing these vivid details straight from Ibn Battuta's own travelogues,
Right?
alongside, of course, a scholarly work titled Themes in Indian History.
Yeah, Ibn Battuta wasn't like just some casual traveler. He was a Moroccan scholar who traversed, the Islamic world, meticulously documenting his observations as he went.
Right.
His writings really offer us a window into the social, the economic, and cultural landscapes of that time.
Absolutely.
And what really stands out about his time in India is like the sheer vibrancy of its cities.
Absolutely. He describes them as, densely populated, but brimming with opportunity, particularly for those, with skills and a knack for trade. He specifically highlights Delhi and Daulatabad as, like, prime examples.
Oh, wow.
Imagine, right? Bustling streets, merchants showcasing their wares,
Yeah.
and a constant hum of commerce just filling the air.
Yeah, like it's easy to just picture those markets overflowing with textiles, especially since Ibn Battuta considered, Indian fabrics like silks, brocades, like highly sought after across Asia.
Oh, absolutely.
He even mentions like certain muslins
Yeah.
that were so finely woven that only the wealthiest could afford them.
Wow.
That speaks volumes, I think, about the craftsmanship
Yeah.
and the lucrative trade that these artisans were a part of.
It's fascinating, to consider how those bustling markets, those luxurious goods, reflected the larger economic forces at play.
Right.
India's fertile land, right? Likely fueled agricultural abundance. And its strategic location, well, that placed it at the heart of inter-Asian trade routes. Those factors combined created, like, a perfect recipe for the prosperity that Ibn Battuta describes.
And speaking of prosperity, let's kind of delve into his experiences in Delhi, a city he considered the largest in India.
Okay.
He was particularly struck by its massive walls. He describes them in such detail you can almost feel like the grandeur, the might that they projected.
Those fortifications weren't just about defense, though.
Right.
That was certainly crucial in the 14th century. But think about it.
Okay.
Ibn Battuta mentions guardhouses integrated into the walls, along with storehouses for supplies,
Right.
and enough grain to withstand a lengthy siege.
Oh, wow.
It suggests a city-state meticulously designed not just to protect its people, but to function as a major, like, administrative and economic hub.
He describes, get this, 28 grand gates, each leading to a different bustling market. Can you imagine, like, the sensory overload of stepping through those gates
Oh, yeah.
and being greeted by this, like, symphony of sights and sounds and smells?
Yeah.
And it wasn't just the markets that captivated him. He even took note of Delhi's cemeteries,
Really?
describing them as being filled with, like, fragrant flowers like jasmine and tuberose, blooming year-round.
It's interesting how he juxtaposes, the grandeur of the city walls with the sensory details of everyday life.
Right.
It provides a more, I think, nuanced understanding of what it might have been like to experience Delhi. But Delhi wasn't the only city that made an impression on Ibn Battuta. He was also captivated by Daulatabad,
Okay.
particularly its vibrant marketplace, Tarababad.
Tarababad. It wasn't just a place for trade, was it?
No.
He describes it as this, like, cultural melting pot where merchants, musicians, and dancers all converged,
Yeah.
creating this atmosphere of vibrant energy and exchange.
And he specifically mentions designated areas for both male and female singers.
Oh, wow.
This level of artistic inclusion is notable, particularly for the 14th century.
It makes you wonder about the social dynamics at play. He even observed both Hindu and Muslim rulers enjoying the music and performances in the marketplace. It suggests a level of cultural exchange and perhaps even a degree of religious tolerance that might surprise some, like challenging our assumptions about the past.
It does make you think, doesn't it, about how those shared cultural experiences, like enjoying the music, the dance, in that bustling marketplace, might have fostered a sense of community, across those religious and social divides,
Yeah.
at least in that specific time, that specific place.
Yeah, it really adds a layer of complexity to how we view history, reminding us that it's not always about the grand narratives, but often about those everyday interactions and the shared experiences that, shape a society. But let's shift gears for a moment and talk about something that absolutely floored Ibn Battuta.
Okay.
India's postal system.
Ah, yes. Even for someone who traveled as extensively as Ibn Battuta, the efficiency of India's 14th century postal system, came as a shock. Imagine receiving word from a city hundreds of miles away in a matter of days.
It almost sounds unbelievable, especially considering, this was centuries before the telegraph, the internet.
I know.
How did they manage such speed and efficiency?
Well, the system was incredibly well organized. Imagine, a network of couriers, right? Strategically positioned, every third of a mile or so, ready to relay messages with remarkable speed.
Wow.
They had horse-mounted riders, of course, for covering those vast distances, and runners who would sprint between these relay points, ensuring a seamless flow of communication.
And they didn't even need smartphones to, notify their arrival. He specifically mentions runners using bells attached to their rods to signal their approach.
It's amazing.
It speaks volumes about the ingenuity, the meticulous planning that went into creating this system.
It really does. According to Ibn Battuta, a message could be relayed from Sindh, which is modern-day Sindh in Pakistan, all the way to Delhi in just 5 days. It makes you wonder, though, could such a sophisticated system truly function across the entirety of the subcontinent?
Right.
Considering, the geographical challenges, the sheer scale of India.
That's a great question. Even if it was primarily concentrated in, certain regions or along those major trade routes, the fact that it existed at all, it's mind-boggling.
Hopefully.
Could you imagine trying to organize something like that today?
I can't.
Without the internet, without phones?
No.
It really makes you appreciate the logistical prowess of those who, designed and maintained this system.
Absolutely. And what's so fascinating is how this postal system reflects a broader theme in Ibn Battuta's observations about India, right? This remarkable ability to manage complexity, to create these systems that facilitated trade, communication, governance on this massive scale.
Yeah. It really challenges the way we often perceive the past, We tend to think of earlier eras as being less developed.
Yeah.
But here we have Ibn Battuta, describing a society with sophisticated infrastructure.
Yeah.
A level of interconnectedness that's impressive even by today's standards.
It's a good reminder that progress isn't always linear.
Right.
Different societies excel in different areas. And what might seem commonplace in one era could be considered revolutionary in another. But while Ibn Battuta was clearly impressed by, much of what he saw in India, it's important to remember that not all travelers shared his enthusiasm.
Right. History isn't a monolith. There are always multiple perspectives. And how someone experiences a particular place and time is influenced by, their own background, their biases, even just the luck of the draw.
Right.
When it comes to what they encounter.
Precisely. For example, we have the writings of Abdurrazzaq, who traveled through India just a few decades after Ibn Battuta in the 1440s. He had a much more, mixed experience, wouldn't you say?
Oh, absolutely. He was clearly awestruck by some things, like the magnificence of a temple he encountered near Mangalore. He describes it in his writings as being unlike anything he'd ever seen.
Wow.
But then his descriptions of Calicut, which is modern-day Kozhikode in Kerala, paint a very different picture.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he seemed almost bewildered by Calicut, referring to its people as a strange nation that he could not have imagined. It's almost as if he stepped into a world completely foreign to him.
Wow. That's so interesting.
Yeah, it's a stark contrast to, Ibn Battuta's often enthusiastic descriptions, highlighting the fact that, even within the same historical period, personal experiences can vary wildly.
Yeah.
what might have fascinated one traveler could be completely baffling or even off-putting to another.
And it's not just about those individual personalities. Their different reactions could also, reflect those broader
Yeah,
shifts
oh yeah.
in political climate, trade dynamics, or even just the specific regions they chose to visit.
Yeah.
It's a good reminder that history is always,
Yeah.
more complex than a single narrative can capture.
Yeah, it's like piecing together this giant puzzle, right?
Totally.
Each traveler, each account
Exactly.
offers this unique piece, and it's through examining these, varied perspectives
Yeah.
that we can start to like form a more complete, albeit always,
Right.
evolving understanding of the past.
Exactly. And speaking of different perspectives, we can't, we can't forget Francois Bernier,
Oh, right.
a French physician who traveled through Mughal India a couple of centuries after Ibn Battuta.
Right, right,
His writings offer like yet another distinct viewpoint.
right. Bernier was like quite the critic, wasn't he? He constantly compared
Oh, yeah.
Mughal India to Europe
Yeah.
and often found it wanting,
Totally.
particularly in terms of its,
Yeah.
economic and social structures.
One striking example is his view on like land ownership. In Mughal India, the emperor,
Right.
technically owned all the land and distributed it amongst nobles.
Yeah.
Bernier saw this system as like a major obstacle to economic progress.
It's fascinating, isn't it? He argued that without the security of like private property,
Right.
people would be less inclined to invest in
Yeah.
and improve their land because they couldn't guarantee it would,
Right.
pass down to their heirs.
Yeah.
He strongly believed that private land ownership, like as practiced in Europe at the time, was like essential for driving economic growth.
And that's where the idea of perspective becomes really, really interesting.
Yeah.
Here we have three different travelers, each observing India through the lens of their own cultural background, their experiences.
Yeah.
Ibn Battuta, arriving from Morocco, marvels at the vibrancy, the sophistication of those Indian cities.
Right.
Abdur Razak, encountering a different side of India, experiences, a mix of awe
Right.
and apprehension.
Yeah, yeah.
And then there's Bernier viewing everything through this, this European lens,
Right.
focused on what he perceives as, as shortcomings. It goes to show that there's no single truth
Right.
when it comes to history, only multiple interpretations.
It makes you wonder, like, what would Ibn Battuta, who was so captivated by the India of, the 14th century,
Yeah,
what would he make of the India of today?
I know.
The towering skyscrapers,
Right.
the constant buzz of technology, the sheer scale of it all.
Would he still be awestruck by the grandeur and the innovation, or would he be overwhelmed by, like, the pace of modern life?
Would he recognize
Yeah.
like echoes of those bustling markets
Right.
and the vibrant cultural exchanges he witnessed
Right.
in the heart of this modern, ever-evolving nation?
Such a good question.
Those are questions I guess we'll have to leave for you to ponder.
That's right.
But one thing is for sure, whether viewed through, the lens of a 14th century traveler or a 21st century observer, I mean, India remains a land of, endless fascination,
Absolutely.
complexity, and stories just waiting to be discovered.
Yeah. Ready for a deep dive. Today, we're heading back to 17th century Mughal India. We've got these excerpts, les201-1720.pdf, and they're full of observations from this French guy, Francois Bernier. He traveled all over the Mughal Empire.
He wasn't just some tourist, though, was he?
Nope. This guy was hobnobbing with emperors one minute, hanging out with artisans the next.
Yeah.
Really got around.
His writings are fascinating.
Yeah.
They really had a huge impact on how Europe saw the Mughal Empire for centuries.
So, what kind of picture did he paint? Was it all sunshine and roses?
Let's just say Bernier wasn't afraid to share some harsh opinions.
Oh, like what?
He called India a land of beggars and barbarians, said it was ruled by a despot. Pretty strong words.
Wow. You have to wonder if he was trying to make a point back home, considering what was going on in Europe with monarchies at the time.
It's definitely possible.
So it kind of sounds like he went on a trip and came back to write a scathing review. What did he think about the cities?
Not much, actually.
Me.
Yeah, called them camp towns. Said they lacked any real economic independence, completely at the mercy of the emperor.
Yikes. Not exactly a ringing endorsement. But I guess we have to remember this was a completely different culture, a different world for him.
Totally. His European background definitely would have colored his perceptions. His writings give us a glimpse into that era, sure, but it's crucial to remember where he was coming from.
Right, of course. So speaking of perceptions, what about life outside the cities? What did Bernier think about the countryside?
Well, he wasn't a fan of how the Mughals handled land ownership.
What do you mean?
He claims the Mughal emperors basically believed they were the sole owners of all the land.
And how did that work out for the people who actually lived and worked the land?
According to Bernier, not well. He says it led to exploitation of the peasantry. He even goes as far as to say peasants who couldn't pay their dues had their kids taken away.
Oh, wow. That's awful. But you mentioned earlier that we need to consider other points of view. Are there other historical documents that offer a different take on this whole land ownership thing?
Absolutely. When we look at documents from within the Mughal Empire, things look quite different.
Okay, like what?
Well, we've got these writings by Abul Fazl. He was a top official during Emperor Akbar's reign, and he used the phrase remunerations of sovereignty to describe land revenue.
Remunerations of sovereignty. So more like a tax, then. You pay for protection and services from the emperor.
Exactly. It's a very different way of understanding it, and it's a great example of why it's so important to consider who's writing the history.
Definitely. Abul Fazl, he's giving us that insider's perspective that Bernier just couldn't have.
Right. And that's something to keep in mind as we dig deeper into Bernier's writings.
Mm.
He was really insightful in a lot of ways, but he was still ultimately an outsider looking in.
Yeah, that makes sense. Let's unpack that a little more after a quick word from our sponsors. So Bernier's European background definitely shaped how he saw things in Mughal India, like that whole land ownership situation. But let's go back to those camp towns he talked about. If that wasn't really accurate, what were Mughal cities actually like?
They were vibrant, bustling hubs of commerce and culture, not camp towns at all.
Okay, so a little different than Bernier's take.
A little. They were incredibly diverse. Each city had its own unique character, its own economic engine driving it.
Like what kind of economic engines are we talking about?
Well, you had these major trading posts that connected to these huge, sprawling commercial networks across Asia and beyond. Then there were the port cities.
Oh, right. The Mughals were big on maritime trade, weren't they?
Absolutely. These port cities were teeming with merchants from all over the known world, Africa, Europe, Southeast Asia. And then you have to consider the pilgrimage sites.
Places like Ajmer, right, with the Sufi shrine.
Exactly. Those pilgrimage destinations attracted huge numbers of people, which of course has a big impact on local economies and cultures.
It's starting to sound like Bernier might have missed the mark with his whole camp town assessment.
Yeah, just a bit, yeah. And remember how he said those cities were completely reliant on the emperor for their economies?
Yeah.
Not quite. We talked about those manufacturing hubs earlier, right?
Yeah.
Even Bernier himself had to acknowledge the imperial carkhanas.
The carkhanas. Those were the workshops, right, where they made all those incredible goods.
Exactly. And Bernier goes into great detail describing them halls filled with skilled artisans producing some of the finest goods in the world at that time.
I remember that. He talked about the embroiderers, the goldsmiths, the painters, the lacquer workers.
And the miniaturist painters.
Yeah.
Don't forget about them, creating these exquisite, detailed paintings. It was a thriving industry.
Right. Those descriptions alone tell you there was a sophisticated, highly specialized economy operating within these cities. They weren't just workshops. They were like centers of innovation, artistic excellence.
Exactly. Yeah. And let's not forget, these goods were coveted all around the world. So you have this intricate system of trade, finance, and social structures all working together to support it all.
It makes you wonder how this incredibly wealthy, intricate system of trade and craftsmanship fit into Bernier's view of India as a place full of beggars and barbarians ruled by a despot. I mean, this doesn't really sound like a failing economic system, does it?
Not at all.
Yeah.
And it wasn't just happening by chance. This is where groups like the Mahajans came in.
The Mahajanas.
They were these powerful merchant communities, really prominent in Western India. And they played a crucial role in financing trade, in supporting those artisan communities, in keeping the whole economic engine running. They were the backbone of this whole system.
So we've got these powerful merchant communities, highly skilled artisans, creating goods that were sought after all over the world.
And don't forget about the everyday hustle and bustle that Bernier himself observed. He describes these crowded marketplaces bazaars, where you had all kinds of people, merchants, skilled professionals, offering their goods and services.
So it was a mixed bag, like you had the elite, but also ordinary people participating in this economy.
Exactly. And these professionals weren't just serving the wealthy elite either. You had physicians, teachers, lawyers, All sorts of people providing services to various social classes. There's a vibrancy there that I don't think Bernier fully captures in his initial assessment.
It's true. And even when he's being critical, you get these glimpses of a much more complex reality than his initial assessment suggests. Like when he talks about all the wealth flowing into India, particularly in exchange for those manufactured goods.
Right. He even mentions how gold and silver from all over the world seem to end up in India.
Yeah.
That doesn't exactly scream economic decline, does it?
Not really. This all paints a very different picture than the one Bernier lays out at the beginning of his account. So if his observations were so, I don't know, maybe incomplete, why did they have such a huge impact on how the West viewed the East?
That's a really good question. And it gets right to the heart of why we're taking such a close look at Bernier and his writings in the first place. Because despite the biases, his work ended up playing a role in popularizing this idea in the West, the concept of Oriental despotism.
Oriental despotism. What does that even mean?
Basically, it's this idea that Eastern societies, especially those ruled by emperors, were inherently stagnant, backwards, inferior, especially when compared to the West.
Which, of course, at that time was busy portraying itself as the pinnacle of progress and enlightenment.
Exactly.
So basically, they took this one single, very limited perspective and used it to make these sweeping judgments about entire cultures and civilizations.
Yeah, that's a pretty good summary of.
It's like saying you know everything about a book after reading only the first chapter.
And that's why it's so crucial to remember that history is never that simple. There are always multiple sides to every story, multiple perspectives to consider.
Yeah, it's a good reminder that you can't just take everything at face value. Got to consider who's doing the talking, right?
Absolutely. Bernier was right there. He saw all this firsthand, but he was still looking at it through this lens of us versus them.
Right, like his way of seeing things was the only way.
Exactly. And sadly, that tendency to view other cultures as somehow less than, it's something we still see today.
It's true.
And that's why it's so important to really engage with history, you know? Look for those different perspectives. Challenge your own assumptions.
Totally. So let's say we're reading a historical account like Bernier's. What are some things we can do to avoid those pitfalls? You know, the oversimplification, the bias.
For me, it's like putting together a puzzle.
Okay, I like that. How so?
Well, you don't just force pieces together, right? You've got to look at the whole picture, try different combinations.
Right, be open to different perspectives.
Exactly. Who's telling the story? What are they trying to say? What might be missing from their viewpoint?
So we need to look beyond the surface.
Yeah, ask the hard questions. Don't just accept the easy answers. Be open to the idea that things might be more complicated than they seem.
And that's what makes digging into stuff like Bernier's account of Mughal India so interesting.
For sure.
It reminds us that history is rarely black and white. It's messy, it's complicated.
Absolutely. And there's always something new to learn, another perspective to consider.
Well said. So next time we crack open a history book or a travelogue, let's all channel our inner historian, right?
100%.
Ask those tough questions, challenge assumptions, and most importantly, keep those minds open. There's always more to uncover, right?
Always.
That's all the time we have for today's deep dive. Thanks for joining us, and we'll see you next time.
Thanks for having me. Hey everyone, welcome back. Ready to dive into another fascinating slice of history. This time, we're traveling back to 14th, 17th century India to explore the lives of women through some, let's say, unconventional historical sources.
Unconventional is a good way to put it. We're going beyond the usual textbooks and royal decrees. Think first-hand accounts from travelers like Ibn Battuta and François Bernier, the adventurers and storytellers of their day.
Exactly. They were basically chronicling their journeys across the globe, and luckily for us, their observations offer these amazing glimpses into a world that's often overlooked. Okay, so first up, we've got Ibn Battuta, who was exploring India in the 14th century. This guy was a serious traveler, crisscrossed continents, observed all sorts of cultures, and he didn't hold back on the details.
No, he definitely didn't. And one thing that really jumps out at you when you read his accounts are his casual mentions of slavery, particularly the buying and selling of women. He'll be listing off like, today I acquired some dates, spices, oh, and a couple of enslaved women, just like that.
I know, right? It's jarring for us to read that, but it really highlights how deeply ingrained slavery was in that society. It makes you think about the context of the time.
Absolutely. And how our modern sensibilities, while important, can sometimes make it hard to fully grasp the complexities of the past. But Ibn Battuta goes even further, mentioning these women being given as gifts to enhance someone's social standing. Can you imagine? Oh, here's a beautiful silk robe, And a human being I own.
It's mind-blowing when you think about it that way. And it shows how much we need to understand the historical context to fully appreciate, well, maybe not appreciate, but at least understand these events. But Ibn Battuta doesn't just stop at slavery, does he? He also writes about all these talented women entertainers who were performing in the Sultan's court.
Yeah.
So it's not like women were completely invisible or powerless in this society.
You've got that right. They were navigating this very complex social structure, even within the limitations imposed upon them. In fact, Ibn Battuta even mentions women working as spies for the Sultan.
Whoa, seriously, spies.
It's true. Imagine the trust that implies. They were clearly more than just background figures. They were actively involved in gathering information, potentially influencing decisions. It makes you wonder, what other roles might he have missed? Or simply not considered important enough to write about? What about the everyday lives of women outside the court? Outside the world of the elite?
That's the question, isn't it? It's like we're getting these intriguing but very specific snapshots from his perspective.
Then that's what makes it so important to consider his potential biases.
Right. As a male traveler, likely from a privileged background, his worldview would have shaped what he noticed and chose to record. And that's something we need to be aware of when interpreting any historical source.
It's like trying to understand a whole culture by peeking through a keyhole, right? We're only getting a very particular view.
And that's where, I guess, some of the Francois Bernier comes in. Fast forward a couple centuries to 17th century India, and we have Bernier, another traveler, another set of observations. But he definitely had a different focus. He's really known for his writings on sati, the practice of widows burning themselves on their husband's funeral pyres. Right. I've heard the term before, but to be honest, I don't really know much about it, aside from it being, well, a pretty disturbing concept.
Yeah, it was a very intense ritual, a lot of societal pressure, religious interpretations wrapped up in it. And Bernier, he doesn't shy away from those harsh realities in his writing. Like, he talks about witnessing a young widow, just 12 years old, being forced onto the pyre.
12 years old? Oh, gosh. That's just heartbreaking. Can you imagine the fear, the pressure? It really makes you question the power dynamics at play and who those structures truly benefited.
You're hitting on a really crucial point. While Bernier gives us this window into the practice of sati, we have to acknowledge he was a European observer. So did he maybe, perhaps unconsciously, sensationalize things a bit for a Western audience? Did his outsider perspective allow him to see things differently, things that someone within the culture might not even question? These are questions historians wrestle with constantly.
So how do we reconcile those potential biases with the historical value of what he recorded?
It's all about reading critically, recognizing that every historical account is filtered through its author's own lens. And what's fascinating with Bernier is, yes, he documents sati, but he doesn't limit his view of Indian women to just that one practice.
Oh, really? What else does he talk about?
He actually challenges some of the existing European notions of Indian women as being entirely confined to just their homes, just the domestic sphere. He writes about their roles in agriculture, in trade, even in settling legal disputes. He portrays them as being active in these different areas of life.
Okay, now that is interesting. He's presenting a more, let's say, multifaceted view than we might have expected. But even with these glimpses we're getting, both from Ibn Battuta and Bernier, are we truly getting the full picture? I mean, what about the women who weren't wealthy merchants or, enslaved or connected to the royal court? Those are probably the stories we're least likely to hear, right?
You're absolutely right. These accounts, while incredibly valuable, still just offer a very particular perspective, a limited one at that.
Yeah.
To really try to grasp the lives of women during this period, we've got to look beyond these traditional narratives.
It's like we're catching these fascinating but fragmented glimpses into their world, but we're still left wanting to know more. What was it like to be a woman in 14th, 17th century India beyond these limited perspectives?
That's the million-dollar question for historians. How do we unearth those stories, the ones that were often excluded from these grand historical narratives? It takes some detective work, that's for sure, looking for clues in less obvious places.
So where do we even begin? If these travelogues are just the tip of the iceberg, what other avenues can we explore?
Well, one fascinating area is temple records from that period. They can give us insights into women's religious practices, their social networks, even economic activity.
Well, that makes sense. I never thought about those kinds of records.
Right. And we can also delve into literary works from that time. Not just the famous stuff, but also works by and about women. And let's not forget about the power of oral histories, those stories passed down through generations that can shed light on the lives of everyday people.
It's like piecing together a giant puzzle, using every available fragment to create a more complete picture.
Exactly. And as we do that, it's crucial to remember the sheer diversity of experiences we're talking about. India, back in the 14th to 17th centuries, it was this vast, complex tapestry of cultures, religions, and social structures. What was true for a woman in one part of the country, or from a particular social class or background, might have been completely different for another.
It's a good reminder to avoid those sweeping generalizations about the past, right? To acknowledge that nuance and complexity with any historical period.
You got it. And as we uncover these hidden histories, it makes us think differently about the present, too.
How so?
Well, what can we learn from these women about resilience, about navigating social structures that might not have been in their favor, about finding agency even within limitations? These are themes that resonate even today, wouldn't you say?
Absolutely. It's about recognizing those echoes of the past that are still very much present today.
Hmm.
The fight for equality, for representation, for the freedom to define one's own path. Those are things that connect us across centuries.
That's the power of history, isn't it? It's not just about looking back, it's about using the past to illuminate the present. And who knows, maybe even guide us toward a better future.
It's like that famous quote, "Those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it." But I think it's more than just remembering. It's about understanding, questioning, and, like you said, seeking out those untold stories that can really enrich our understanding of the world, past, present, and maybe even help shape the future.
Couldn't have said it better myself. And on that note, I think we've done our part in uncovering a few of those hidden stories today. What do you think?
I think it's been a fascinating journey. And to our listeners, we hope you've enjoyed this deep dive into 14th, 17th century India with us,
Keep those questions coming.
and those curious minds engaged. Until next time, welcome to your deep dive. Today we're hopping in a time machine, heading back to 8th century India.
Ooh, exciting.
It is. Get ready for a period bursting with spiritual energy. It's the rise of the Bhakti and Sufi traditions.
Sounds fascinating.
It is. And our guidebook, Themes in Indian History Part 2, is going to help us unpack this awesome mix of devotion, poetry, and hold on tight, some serious social shifts.
You know, it's more than just history, though, right?
Oh, absolutely.
What we dig into today has echoes in how people connect with faith even now.
Okay, so picture this. India, centuries ago. We're not talking one single religion, one culture. What did that religious landscape actually look like?
Think of a really vibrant tapestry. You've got your big established traditions, Vishnu, Shiva, the goddess, those are the headliners.
Big names.
Right. But woven in, you find these threads of local deities, practices passed down, maybe tied to a specific village or even a family.
So it wasn't just the big guys overshadowing everything else.
Not at all.
Hmm.
Take the Jagannatha deity at Puri. Now, this form of Vishnu, he looks pretty unique compared to, like, his usual representations.
Oh, interesting. How so?
Well, the image actually evolved from a local tribal deity. It eventually became part of that larger Vaishnava tradition.
Wow, so they blended together.
Exactly. And we see this with goddesses, too. Local figures get woven into the Puranas, those epic stories about the gods.
So these local deities became almost like gateways for people to connect with the bigger traditions.
You've got it. Made religion personal right there in their own backyard. And this whole fusion, it wasn't always smooth sailing.
Oh, I bet. Why's that?
Well, think about the whole emergence of Tantra.
Ooh, Tantra. Always sounds so mysterious. What was that about? Why was it a big deal?
It really challenged the norms, that's for sure. Unlike some of those stricter practices, Tantra was open to people of all castes, all genders, radical for the time.
Wow.
Now imagine the tension when those really invested in the old order, the authority of the Vedas,
Right.
came face to face with this openness.
Yeah, sounds like a recipe for some conflict.
It was more nuanced than, like, outright war. The Vedas were still deeply respected, even as things like Tantra were popping up. It's more like different groups, emphasizing different parts of this multifaceted belief system. But it does kind of set the stage for this incredible surge of devotional energy, the Bhakti movement.
And that word devotion feels key here. How is this different from how people were, practicing religion before?
You hit the nail on the head. See, devotional worship, it had always existed, but something shifted between the 8th and 18th centuries.
What happened?
It went mainstream. Think about it. Religious texts not just in stuffy old Sanskrit anymore, but in the languages people actually spoke, like Tamil.
Wow, that's huge.
It was massive.
No more religious gatekeeping.
Right. It became a movement for the people, by the people. And within this movement, you have Saguna Bhakti. That's devotion to deities with specific forms, like Vishnu.
Okay.
But then there's the Nirguna path.
What's that?
This one's about connecting with a more abstract, formless, divine essence.
Interesting.
And even within those two, a whole lot of room for personal expression.
I like that.
It's like you've got your genre of music, but each artist brings their own, style and flair.
Love that analogy.
Yeah.
And speaking of music, no Bhakti playlist is complete without the Alvars and Nayanars, am I right?
Oh, absolutely.
These weren't your average temple priests.
Not at all. These were like the rock stars of their time.
I love it.
We're talking poet saints, the Alvars devoted to Vishnu, the Nayanars to Shiva. They'd travel around singing their hearts out in Tamil, bringing everyday people into this message of love and devotion.
So they weren't just like singing in a vacuum. They were out there shaping the landscape, literally.
Exactly. Imagine them traveling, songs echoing, and bam, a sacred site is found. These spots would often later become the grounds for massive temples. We're talking about those iconic South Indian temples that still stand today. And their poems, those weren't just fleeting melodies. Those got absorbed into temple rituals, echoing down through the ages.
Talk about a legacy. But it wasn't just music, was it? This Bhakti movement, they had something to say about the social order too, right?
Oh, absolutely. You remember that rigid caste system?
Yeah.
Bhakti comes in and says, hold up, in the eyes of the divine, everyone is equal.
Wow.
That message, it resonated, especially for anyone feeling marginalized.
Yeah, that's powerful. Claiming your spiritual worth no matter what society says. The book mentions different views on caste even within the movement, right?
You're right. Take Tandradipati, an Alvar. He subtly questioned the whole Brahmanas are superior thing, suggesting devotion mattered more than birth.
Like saying your piety is more important than your pedigree. Were there even bolder stances than that?
Oh, yeah. Apar, a Nayanar, basically said, caste. What caste? He believed true devotion to Shiva transcended those earthly labels. And this wasn't some fringe view either. His verses are still shared and celebrated today.
Wow. That's incredible, especially considering how deeply rooted that caste system was. Really speaks to the power of the Bhakti movement to, challenge what everyone thought was right.
It wasn't just about tearing down old structures, though. It was
Go ahead.
about creating a space for voices that were often silenced, especially women.
And that's where Andale comes in, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we've got this wave of Bhakti devotion really shaking things up.
Yeah.
But there's another force about to enter the picture, Islam.
Right.
And it's not just like a head-on collision of two religions, Kim.
No, not really. It's more like two rivers meeting, and creating something totally new.
I like that.
Yeah, and this is where that Sufi tradition within Islam starts to really flourish in India.
Okay, so for those of us who maybe need a little Sufism refresher,
Yeah.
what are we talking about here?
So imagine a path within Islam that's all about this inward journey.
Right.
It's about that direct personal experience of divine love, often through stuff like meditation, chanting, music.
Okay.
They believe in spiritual guides, these peers, who help seekers along the way.
Kind of like the gurus in the Bhakti tradition.
Exactly.
It's so interesting how those parallels pop up across different belief systems.
It really is. I mean, it speaks to that universal human desire for connection, for guidance,
For sure.
But what's really cool about Sufism in India is how it, danced with the existing culture.
So it wasn't just Islam arrives, everybody converts.
Oh, no.
They found ways to actually coexist and even, blend with the Bhakti movement.
Exactly. Both Sufis and Bhakti followers, they emphasize love, tolerance, that direct line to the divine.
Yeah.
They saw the truth in each other.
Wow.
Think about it. Sufi saints composing songs in local languages like Hindi or Punjabi, much like the Alvars and Nayanars did with Tamil.
So you could have a Sufi shrine and a Hindu temple existing side by side,
Oh, yeah.
attracting devotees from both traditions.
Absolutely.
That's incredible. It sounds like a genuinely inclusive spiritual landscape.
It really was.
Was this just like a grassroots thing, or did the ruling class play a role in this?
Oh, it went all the way to the top. The Mughal Empire, especially under Emperor Akbar, they actively championed religious tolerance.
Wow.
I mean,
And-
he abolished the jizya, that tax on non-Muslims,
Right.
and even wove Hindu elements into his court rituals.
Wow. Talk about leading by example.
Right. That's pretty remarkable for any ruler, let alone one from back then.
It really makes you think about, do those examples from the past, do they hold any lessons for leaders today?
Totally. Now, it's super important to remember this wasn't some utopia of perfect harmony.
Right.
There were still tensions, disagreements, of course,
Sure.
but on the whole, remarkably open and tolerant.
Yeah, and that spirit of exchange wasn't limited to just Hinduism and Islam either.
You got it.
We were talking about Andal, the female Alvar saint whose poetry is still so powerful.
Oh, she's amazing.
It really makes you think about the role of women in these movements, how they challenge the norms.
Andel's a perfect example. Imagine being a woman in that era, expressing your devotion so intensely, so beautifully that centuries later people are still moved.
I know it.
That's not just talent, that's breaking down barriers.
Yeah.
And she wasn't alone. The Bhakti movement gave women a platform to lead, to teach, to be recognized as spiritual authorities.
And Andal's story isn't just about her being a woman.
Right.
It's about the Bhakti movement, creating space for unheard voices, challenging the hierarchy.
Absolutely.
Makes you wonder, though, were there other areas where the Bhakti movement wasn't such a united front?
You're right. It wasn't always kumbaya moments. Remember how we talked about those differing views on caste?
Yeah.
Even within the same lineage of saints, there were debates about how far to push back against that old Brahmanical order.
So it wasn't just about pushing against something. It was also about figuring out how to create something new, something meaningful within that existing world.
Exactly. And that's where that internal diversity of the Bhakti movement becomes its strength, you know?
Okay.
Because it wasn't rigid, it could attract people from all walks of life. It was less about dogma and more about that shared language of devotion.
It's pretty mind-blowing when you think about it. You know, these waves of devotion, people searching for meaning, rippling through like centuries,
Yeah.
makes you wonder what echoes from those Bhakti and Sufi traditions are still around today.
It's the question, isn't it?
It is.
And not just for, us history nerds,
Right.
but for anyone who's ever felt that pull towards something bigger than themselves.
Totally. It's not enough to just look back and be like, oh, that's cool they did that, you know?
Right.
We got to ask ourselves, what can we actually learn from these traditions? How can they like matter to our lives now?
Well, one of the biggest takeaways for me is that spirit of like radical inclusivity that we see in both Bhakti and Sufi traditions.
Yeah, it's huge.
Right. Breaking down those barriers of caste, of class, even religious boundaries, all to reach this shared spiritual unity.
It's powerful.
So relevant for us today.
Especially now when it seems like everything's about what divides us.
Totally. It's a good reminder that underneath it all, beyond those labels and differences, there's that shared humanity.
Right.
That spark of the divine. It's in everyone.
Yeah, and for me, that idea of direct experience, like that personal connection with the divine, that really hits home.
It's about cultivating that inner relationship, right?
It is.
It's not about blindly following a bunch of rules. It's about that personal journey, that inner fire.
Yeah, that longing for something more than just, the everyday grind.
For sure.
And what gets me is these traditions, they're so rooted in their time, but they still offer this framework for that kind of exploration that's relevant now.
Totally. And look, it'd be a mistake to romanticize the past too much.
Sure.
These traditions, they have their complexities.
Of course.
Like any spiritual path, there's always that tension between, dogma versus true openness, holding on to tradition, but also allowing for personal expression.
Like that saying, the only constant is change. We can't just like copy paste the past.
Exactly. But what these traditions give us aren't fixed answers.
Okay. They give us questions.
I like that.
They give us this framework for self-discovery.
Okay.
They challenge us to like peel back the layers, all that conditioning, the expectations, and connect with that truth inside each of us.
It's a journey for sure.
Absolutely. And it's about embracing all of it, the growth, the transformation, the connection.
And personal too, right?
100%. What speaks to one person might not do anything for someone else.
And that's the beauty of it. It's about finding your own path, your own way to connect with that spark within you.
You got it.
Well, that brings us to the end of our deep dive. I gotta say, I'm feeling seriously inspired.
Me too.
We traveled through centuries, explored this amazing tapestry of Bhakti and Sufi traditions.
It's been quite a ride.
It has. And it reminds you that history isn't just dates and names in a textbook.
Right.
It's alive.
Yeah. It's
about those threads of faith, of devotion, of searching for something more that connect us all, even across centuries.
So to everyone listening, as you're going through your lives, remember to keep exploring, keep asking those questions, keep seeking.
Yeah.
You never know what echoes of the past you might find within yourself.
I love that.
Until next time, May your journey be full of wonder.
Hey there, and welcome back to the Deep Dive. So today, we're heading back in time to unlock some seriously vibrant religious history in India.
Oh, absolutely. It's going to be fascinating, that's for sure.
We're talking the 6th to the 13th centuries CE, right? Specifically in southern India.
You got it. And we're lucky enough to be diving deep into those excerpts you provided from, what was it again?
Themes in Indian History Part 2.
That's the one. And let me tell you, listeners, these excerpts offer such a captivating glimpse into how people were experiencing their faith, like really living it, and how they challenged the norms of the day.
Seriously, get ready for some incredible stories. We're talking defiant poets, magnificent temples.
Oh, and maybe even a little dash of social rebellion, just for good measure. Should be fun.
I am so ready. But first, let's set the stage a bit for our listeners.
Sounds good to me.
We're focusing on southern India during the rise of the Bhakti movement. Now, for those who might not be familiar,
The Bhakti movement. Such a fascinating period.
it was all about fostering that personal connection with the divine, primarily through the worship of Vishnu and Shiva.
Exactly. And what's really interesting is how it really challenged those rigid social structures that were so prevalent at the time.
You know, like people from all walks of life could connect with God directly through their devotion, and this devotion found its voice through poetry, music, rituals, all sorts of things.
And speaking of challenging norms, that brings us to our first fascinating figure.
Karakal Ammayar, am I right? A female Tamil poet, a devotee of Shiva.
Oh, she was anything but ordinary.
Right. And our source shares this excerpt where Ammayar, she compares herself to a fierce, even a little frightening demon.
Talk about a power move. I mean, you really have to think about the context here. This is a time and place where women's roles were so defined.
Exactly. So for her to come out and make such a bold statement, likening herself to this powerful, unconventional figure.
She was actively pushing back against those traditional, very limited notions of beauty and femininity.
It's like you can almost hear her defiance in those lines. It just gives me chills.
And that defiance, I think, really highlights the power of devotion to allow individuals, even those on the margins of society, to find their voice, to challenge the status quo.
It makes you wonder, what were the specific norms she was challenging? What did her poetry reveal about the lives of women at that time? And did her bold defiance resonate with others? It's amazing to think about her impact.
It really is. And, you know, it's fascinating how these themes of devotion and defiance play out on a much larger scale as well.
You thinking what I'm thinking? The Chola dynasty.
The one and only. These rulers were known for their incredible temple building, especially those dedicated to Shiva.
Oh, those temples.
Yeah.
The source mentions these incredible structures at Chidambaram, Thanjavur, Gangaikonda, They're like grand is an understatement. They were making a statement, don't you think?
Absolutely. Imagine, just picture this. These towering structures, adorned with intricate carvings and sculptures, all dedicated to Shiva. The sheer scale of it all must have been awe-inspiring for anyone who visited.
I can only imagine. It's easy to see how these temples would have reinforced the Chola's authority and their connection to the divine. It's like they were saying, look at us, we are the patrons of the gods. Our power comes directly from them.
Precisely. And it wasn't just about the buildings themselves. The Cholas were no fools. They were strategic in their support of the Bhakti poets, like those Nayanars we were talking about earlier.
Ah, so they saw how influential these poets were and decided to use that to legitimize their own rule.
Exactly. Think of it as a win-win, right? The Chola rulers, they provided the poets with patronage and support, resources, platforms, the whole shebang.
Giving them the means to really get their message out there.
Exactly. And in turn, these poets, through their devotional hymns and songs, they often praised the very rulers who supported them.
Reinforcing this idea that their power came directly from the divine.
You got it.
Yeah.
It was a pretty powerful way to solidify their legitimacy in the eyes of the people.
Clever. But, you know, not everyone was thrilled with this whole fusion of devotion and power. Our source tells us about this really compelling figure.
Oh, I think I know who you're talking about.
Vasavana,
Right.
a 12th century social reformer.
Led the Virashaiva tradition in Karnataka. He was something else.
He really was, and he did not hold back when it came to criticizing those who favored empty rituals over genuine faith.
He really didn't. You see, Vasavana, he was a true revolutionary. He challenged the established Brahmanical order, which, just as a reminder, was the dominant social and religious system at the time, led by the Brahmins.
Right, and he didn't just challenge it, he questioned the very foundations of the caste system itself.
Absolutely. Talk about shaking things up.
He really did, and the imagery he uses, it's so powerful.
Oh, you're talking about the bandit.
Our source quotes him criticizing those who worship a stone serpent but kill a real one. I mean, come on.
It's brilliant. It gets right to the heart of his message. Vasavana, he believed that true faith, it wasn't about these superficial rituals. It was about your actions, your conduct towards others.
So it wasn't enough to just go through the motions. You had to walk the walk.
Exactly. He advocated for social equality. He rejected that rigid caste hierarchy and encouraged people to connect with the divine directly, no middleman needed.
So he wasn't just talking about spiritual reform. He was talking about a complete societal transformation.
100%.
No wonder he attracted such a huge following, especially among those who felt marginalized by the existing social order. But it makes me wonder, if the Bhakti movement was all about this personal devotion, this challenging of norms, how did Vasavana's message fit in? Were they allies in this fight against the status quo, or did their approaches put them at odds?
It's a great question, and I think it highlights the beautiful diversity within these movements.
Yeah.
You see, both the Bhakti movement and Vasavana's Virashaiva tradition, they emphasized a personal connection with God. But how they viewed social reform, that's where the differences come in. The Bhakti saints, they were critical of certain aspects of the caste system, sure, but for the most part, they operated within its framework.
They were working within the system to try and change it.
Exactly. Vasavana, though, he was all about dismantling the system completely. He advocated for complete and total social equality.
Wow, what a contrast. Even within this larger movement, you have these nuanced differences in ideology and approach.
It's what makes studying this era so fascinating.
It really is. But as we delve deeper into this period, it's important to remember that these developments were primarily happening in southern India, right? Our sources point to a pretty distinct contrast between the religious landscape of the north and the south. Why do you think that is? What was going on up north?
Well, remember how we were talking about the Chola dynasty and their support of the Bhakti movement?
Yeah.
Well, up north, you had the rise of the Rajput states.
The Rajputs, how do they factor into all of this?
Well, the Rajputs often had Brahmanas in positions of power.
So instead of embracing a more personal form of worship, like the Bhakti movement, the north under Rajput influence, they held on more tightly to that traditional Brahmanical order.
You've got it. The Rajputs, with their close ties to the Brahmanical order, they weren't as keen on supporting these movements that were challenging the existing social hierarchy. And it wasn't just about the Rajputs either, you see. We're talking about a time of massive change in the north, with all these new urban centers popping up, trade routes flourishing. These bustling cities became like melting pots of different cultures, different ideas.
Giving rise to even more diverse forms of religious expression.
Precisely.
These new religious groups, were they like the Bhakti movement at all?
Well, imagine this. You have all these trade routes buzzing with activity.
Right.
And people from all walks of life are flocking to these new urban centers, artisans, merchants, you name it. So you have this incredible mixing of cultures and ideas.
And that led to new religious expressions?
Exactly. Groups like the Naths, the Jogis, the Siddhas, they often came from these artisan backgrounds and really emphasized yogic practices, mystical experiences.
So different from the Bhakti focus on devotion to a deity.
Right. And get this, they challenged the authority of the Vedas.
Wow, talk about a different approach. So while the South had the Bhakti movement, the North was experiencing its own unique religious transformation, shaped by these new urban landscapes and the people who called them home.
It was a fascinating time, to be sure. But, even with these distinct trajectories, change was on the horizon for both North and South India.
Oh, I think I know what you're getting at. This is where our sources mention that seismic shift in the 13th century, the arrival of the Turks, and the establishment of the Delhi Sultanate. Talk about shaking things up. You have the Bhakti movement doing its thing in the south. You have this unique blend of Rajput power and emerging urban centers with their own religious flavors in the north. And now you're bringing this whole new cultural and religious force into the mix. It's like throwing a new ingredient into an already complex dish,
I love that analogy. It really captures the dynamism of this period. And just like adding a new ingredient, the arrival of the Delhi Sultanate, it brought its own distinct flavor to India's religious landscape.
So tell me, what were some of the biggest changes that came about because of the Delhi Sultanate? How did they navigate this already complex religious scene?
Well, for one, the Delhi Sultanate, it ushered in this growing influence of Sufi saints.
The Sufis, tell me more.
Well, these were mystics, you see, who emphasized a deeply personal, intimate experience with the divine. Their message, a lot of it centered around love, tolerance, unity, it really resonated with people from all walks of life.
I can see why. It seems like a message that could appeal to people across different faiths.
Exactly. You see, Sufism, it stressed this inner spirituality, this direct connection with God, and it kind of provided this pathway that transcended a lot of the social and ritualistic barriers present in other religious practices. It was really quite powerful.
It really is amazing how India has always been this melting pot, this tapestry of different cultures and beliefs, even during periods of conflict and change.
It speaks to the resilience and adaptability of those cultures and beliefs, wouldn't you say?
It really does. But it makes you wonder, how did the arrival of the Delhi Sultanate impact the existing dynamics between these different religious groups? I mean, was there tension? Did this period see a rise in syncretism, a kind of blending of different traditions?
It's a question historians still grapple with today. And to be honest, there's no simple answer. The impact of the Delhi Sultanate was complex, multifaceted. You certainly had instances of conflict and tension, that's for sure. But you also see examples of coexistence, even the blending of traditions. It really varied depending on the specific rulers at the time, the regions, the specific communities involved.
So it's not as simple as saying it was all good or all bad. Like most things in history, it's complicated.
Exactly. It's messy, it's nuanced. But that's what makes studying this period of Indian history so rewarding. It forces us to think beyond simple categories, to look at the bigger picture.
To appreciate all those different factors that have shaped people's lives and beliefs over time.
Precisely.
Well, on that note, I'd say we've done some serious diving today.
We really have. We've covered a lot of ground.
We journeyed from the powerful words of Karekal Amayar to the grandeur of those Chola temples, explored the revolutionary ideas of Basavana, and even dipped our toes into the arrival of the Delhi Sultanate and its impact on India's religious landscape. Phew, I need a breather.
Me too.
And for you listening, if today's deep dive has sparked your curiosity, we encourage you to keep exploring. Learn more about these incredible individuals, imagine walking through those magnificent temples, and consider how different ideologies and empires, they all left their mark on the vibrant tapestry of Indian history.
It's a journey worth taking.
It certainly is. Until next time, keep diving, everyone. Welcome to another deep dive. Today, we're really diving deep into Islamic traditions in India.
Oh, yeah.
Specifically during the Mughal Empire. Now,
Yeah.
I mean, we hear about the Mughal Empire a lot, but I think we often just kind of think about the emperors and, the dates and all that. But we're really trying to go a layer deeper in this deep dive and talk about how Islam intertwined with existing Indian cultures.
Yeah.
We're talking about Hinduism, Jainism, Zoroastrianism, Christianity,
Right.
Judaism. Like all of these faiths already existed
Right.
when Islam enters the scene.
Absolutely. And it's key to remember this wasn't a situation where Islam came in and, the other faiths kind of disappeared or anything like that.
Right.
We're talking about the time of the Delhi Sultanate, leading into the Mughals. This is a land that was already so rich with these different faiths coexisting.
Yeah, this wasn't a replacement. This was like layers.
Layers, exactly.
Yeah.
Complex interplay.
So you have these Islamic empires now that are very powerful, ruling over a population where the majority of the population doesn't necessarily follow the faith of the rulers.
Right.
So, I mean, what does that mean for everyday life? Like, how do you even begin to approach governing that?
And that's what makes this whole thing so fascinating, is that Muslim rulers had this very intricate task of applying Islamic principles.
Right.
You were talking about legal frameworks even.
Mm-hmm.
But they're doing this within a society where these aren't the only systems at play.
Right.
Imagine all of the layers of legal customs and traditions that were already woven into the fabric of Indian society.
So are you saying that there were advisors to these rulers who were helping them to bridge that gap between what Islamic law might say and what, just the reality on the ground was?
Oh, absolutely. And this is where this really important group comes in, the ulama.
Okay.
So these were scholars of Islam, but really importantly, they were interpreters of Islamic law, what we call the Sharia. And so they would advise rulers on how to approach these really complex situations where you might have Hindu customs intersecting with Islamic legal principles. It was a lot more nuanced than just, opening a book and saying, well, the law says this. You have to consider the realities on the ground.
I can only imagine the debates that must have been happening. I mean, it sounds like a very challenging thing to try to figure out, like, how to honor the Islamic principles, but also, acknowledge the reality of the world that they were living in.
Exactly. And that's where, this system, the Zimi system, which we can talk more about.
Okay.
It kind of speaks to
Okay.
that challenge.
All right, so the Zimi system. So the Zimi system sounds kind of like some ancient legal code or something.
Yeah, you can think of it that way. It was really a way to allow for peaceful coexistence,
Okay.
you know.
So like an agreement then.
Yeah, so basically non-Muslims under Islamic rule, if they met certain conditions, they were granted this protected status,
Okay.
known as Zimis.
Okay, so they had certain rights then.
Exactly. They
Okay.
could practice their own religion. They could maintain their own places of worship.
Okay.
And in return, they paid a tax called jizya.
Okay.
And it's really important to note here, this wasn't about forced conversion or anything like that.
Yeah.
This was about a practical system
Yeah.
to like maintain order,
Right.
keep things running smoothly in this very diverse society.
Hmm.
And where this gets even more interesting, particularly in India, is that this Zimmi status, which had existed elsewhere in the Islamic world, it gets extended to Hindus in India.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So that suggests an understanding that, India was different.
Yeah, absolutely.
That you couldn't just ignore that the vast majority of the population was Hindu.
Exactly. And this approach, to coexistence and finding ways to kind of work within these, diverse realities, it's very evident when you look at certain Mughal emperors,
Okay.
like Akbar, for example.
Why Akbar?
Such a fascinating figure.
Yeah, he's like the big name that you hear about with religious tolerance. Right.
What does that actually mean? Like, how did that work?
Yeah, well, he didn't just tolerate other faiths. I mean, he really actively fostered interfaith dialogue.
Okay.
And we see that, for instance, in his interactions with yogis, who were these Hindu ascetics.
Right.
And, often lived very different lives than the opulence of the Mughal court, obviously.
Right. I can just picture these encounters now, like the emperor sitting there having these deep conversations.
It does it does capture the imagination, doesn't it? Yeah. And while we don't know, every detail, we do have historical accounts that point to Akbar having this deep respect for these figures and for their traditions. And it went beyond just personal interactions. He actually made a point of granting land and resources to non-Muslim religious institutions.
Oh, wow.
Which is huge, showing a real commitment to not just saying, oh, yeah, you can do your own thing, but actually saying,
right,
we're going to actively support nurturing.
Yeah, exactly.
Instead of like, oh, this is dangerous.
And we even have some pretty cool evidence of this. There's a document from his reign called a Farman, which is basically an imperial order.
Okay.
And this one from 1598. It grants permission for the construction of a church.
A church?
In Kambat, Gujarat.
Oh, wow.
So that's pretty amazing.
Yeah, that's a statement for sure.
It's not just say, oh, we're fine with you. It's like, yeah, go ahead.
Right.
Here's the permission to build this church.
So did that approach to religious diversity, though, did that stay consistent?
That's the question, isn't it?
Yeah, because Akbar is kind of like the outlier.
He is. He's, the one that stands out for his policies.
Yeah.
But, history, it's a family affair, isn't it, when you're talking about these dynasties?
Right.
And his descendants didn't always follow the same path. Take Aurangzeb, for example.
Right. Aurangzeb now, he's the one where you hear people talking about a more rigid...
Yeah. He's often portrayed as being much stricter in his application of Islamic law.
Right. Yeah.
And in some ways, that's accurate.
Right.
I mean, his reign definitely saw a stricter application in certain areas.
Right.
But it's important to remember that these figures are never just tolerant or intolerant.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right. It's never black and white.
It's so much more complex than that.
Yeah.
And even Aurangzeb engaged in a respectful dialogue.
Oh, really?
With non-Muslim religious figures.
So there is some nuance to this image of him.
There is. And, one really interesting example is this letter that he wrote to a jogi in 1661.
Okay.
And in the letter, he addresses this jogi with great respect.
Okay.
Even offers him, gifts assistance.
Oh, wow.
This suggests that even with someone who's known for, this stricter interpretation, there was still this recognition of the importance of engaging respectfully with other faiths.
So fascinating. So it's not enough then to say just the Mughal Empire was like this or that. We have to look at the individual rulers.
Exactly. And even when we look at the rulers, that only gives us one part of the picture, right?
Yeah.
To really get a sense of the dynamics of this era, we need to look at how Islam was woven into the daily lives of just ordinary people.
Right, because we've been talking about the rulers and what they're doing and how they're choosing to rule.
Right.
But how did this play out on an everyday level?
Exactly, and that's where things get really, really fascinating.
Did the arrival of Islam in India then mean a complete break from existing traditions, or was there more of a blending?
That is the question, isn't it?
Mm.
And it's a good one because while the 5 pillars of Islam, right, the core tenets of the faith,
Right.
those remain constant. The way people practice their faith was inevitably influenced by the world around them.
Right.
Take the Khojas, for example. They're a branch of Shia Islam,
Yeah.
and they incorporated local languages and literary traditions into their practice.
So instead of erasing the culture that was there, it became kind of interwoven.
Exactly. Imagine devotional poems sung in Punjabi, Hindi, Gujarati,
Oh, wow.
all infused with these Islamic teachings.
So it's like familiar forms, but with new ideas kind of being
Presented in them.
Exactly. And this wasn't, one-off kind of thing. Another great example, you have Arab Muslim traders who settled along the Malabar coast in Kerala.
Okay.
And they didn't just hold on to their own customs in isolation, right?
Right.
They learned the local language, Malayalam. They even adopted the practice of matrilineal.
Matrilineal, so like tracing lineage.
Yeah, inheritance through the female line.
Wow. Which is such a departure from other parts of the world at that time.
Right, exactly. And it just shows you that this wasn't just a surface-level interaction.
Right.
This led to some fundamental shifts in social structures.
Yeah, it wasn't just Islam arrived. It was Islam adapted.
Exactly. This was Islam adapting to and being shaped by the Indian context.
It's really fascinating to think about. It's not just like Islam coming in and wiping everything clean.
Right.
It's like these moments of exchange, and then something new is created.
And sometimes those moments of exchange, they're literally etched into the landscape.
Oh, you're talking about architecture.
Exactly.
Mosque architecture from the Mughal period is a great example of this. It wasn't just about, taking mosque architecture from other parts of the Islamic world and just like plopping it down in India.
Yeah, you wouldn't see like a replica of something from Mecca just suddenly in the middle of Delhi.
Exactly. Builders incorporated elements from existing Indian architectural styles.
Oh.
So you see this real blending of aesthetics that reflects this kind of cultural fusion.
Like what?
Well, for example, one of the things we came across in our research was a mosque in Kerala
Okay.
that had a roof structure that was very reminiscent of a shikara.
A shikara, like the towers that you see on Hindu temples?
Exactly.
Wow.
So to see that incorporated into a mosque,
Yeah.
it speaks volumes
Yeah.
about the way that these traditions, both visual and spiritual,
Right.
could intertwine.
Yeah, it's not one or the other. It's like they're having a conversation
Exactly.
through the architecture.
It's this really beautiful reminder that cultural exchange doesn't have to be about one tradition erasing another. It can be about finding ways to coexist, to learn from each other,
Yeah. And to create something new.
and to create something beautiful and new
Yeah.
from that interaction.
So what you're saying is if someone's listening to this and they want to learn more about this time period,
Yeah.
don't just look at like the emperors and the dates.
Right.
Look at the buildings. Look at, like you said, the poems.
Yeah, look at the
The
details.
stories that people tell.
Those details bring the past to life.
They do. Well, this has been a fascinating deep dive. I've learned a lot,
Me too. It's been a pleasure.
and I hope that our listeners have too.
Absolutely.
And I hope that it inspires some more questions,
Yeah.
some more deep dives of your own.
Keep digging.
So until next time, everyone happy exploring. Hey everyone, strap in because we're going deep today, like really deep.
Deep into themes in Indian history, that is.
You got it. Pages 152 to 155 to be exact.
We're talking mosques, religious identities.
And the fascinating world of Sufism in India. Ready to jump in?
Let's do it.
Okay, so mosques. We often think about them in a purely religious context, but this excerpt,
It really highlights their architectural diversity. It's fascinating.
totally, you've got these universal elements like facing Mecca,
Right, but then, boom, different roof styles, building materials based on the region.
and it's like a fusion of faith and practicality. And speaking of unique, check this out, the Shah Hamadan Mosque in Srinagar.
Built in 1395. A prime example of Kashmiri wooden architecture.
Wooden mosques, that's not something you see every day.
Not your typical mosque, that's for sure.
Yeah.
It makes you think, back then, a mosque wasn't just a place of worship.
It was a reflection of the local community, their skills, their resources, even their aesthetic preferences.
Exactly. Architecture becomes like a cultural autobiography.
I love that. Architecture as cultural autobiography. Okay, get this. This next part totally blew my mind. We're talking about the terms Hindu and Muslim.
Which today we use all the time.
Yeah, like it's nothing. But this reading suggests that those labels weren't so common back then.
It's a really important point. We're talking 8th to 14th centuries here. Those religious categories weren't nearly as defined as we might assume.
Right. It's wild. Instead of these big umbrella terms, people were often identified by their place of origin.
The excerpt even uses the term Turushka for Turkish rulers.
And Tajika, for people from Tajikistan, it's fascinating.
It gives you a sense of a society where your cultural context, your geographic background, often overshadowed your religious identity,
It's true. And then there's this other term, lecha,
which was used for some migrant communities.
but it kind of implied that they didn't follow the norms of caste society, like they spoke languages that weren't derived from Sanskrit, for example.
Exactly. And that's important because it shows us that social and cultural differences, just as much as religious ones, played a role in how people viewed each other.
It's like we're trying to fit a square peg in a round hole when we apply our modern labels to the past.
It's a great reminder that historical contexts are fluid. They're constantly evolving, trying to impose our present-day understanding onto the past. It can really distort the picture.
Okay, so we've got these fluid identities, shifting social structures,
And it all leads us to,
the rise of Sufism.
right, it's almost like this excerpt is setting the stage for us, showing us how this era of change and exchange, it provided fertile ground for new spiritual ideas to take root.
So for those of us who need a little refresher, what is Sufism all about?
Think of it as the mystical heart of Islam. It emerged, as the excerpt mentions, as a reaction against the growing materialism within the early Islamic Caliphate.
And so they were pushing back against the whole getting and spending thing.
Yeah. In a way, yes. They emphasized a more direct, personal experience with God. They valued intense devotion, inner transformation.
Over rigid interpretations of religious texts.
Exactly. It was about seeking salvation through love, devotion, and a deep personal connection with the divine. And this focus on individual experience, well, it led to some fascinating practices and spaces, like the khanqahs.
Khanqahs, tell me more. Those were like spiritual centers, right?
Precisely. Picture them as hospices or communal spaces led by Sufi masters.
Known as sheikhs.
Right. And each khanqah had its own unique flavor, its own set of rituals and traditions based on the teachings of that particular sheikh.
And this excerpt specifically mentions Sheikh Nizamuddin's khanqah.
In 14th century Delhi.
Yeah. And it sounds like this incredibly vibrant, diverse place.
Oh, absolutely. They were hubs of activity. You name it, they were there. Soldiers, slaves, poets, merchants.
All drawn to the khanqah, whether they were seeking spiritual guidance, a sense of community.
Or even just a hot meal and a place to rest for a while.
Plate, a hot meal, what's the story is there?
The langar. The communal kitchen. It was a staple of khanqah life. They provided food for everyone, regardless of their background or social standing.
Wow.
It was a really powerful symbol of the Sufi emphasis on charity, inclusivity, and the idea that everyone deserves nourishment, both physical and spiritual.
So you've got this system where the sheikh leads, people come for all sorts of reasons, they're exposed to these teachings.
And they all break bread together.
It sounds almost familial, doesn't it?
That's a great way to put it. You see, the sheikh wasn't just a teacher. They were seen as a guide, a mentor, even a father figure to their disciples.
And the khanqah became an extension of that, a place where spiritual practice and daily life were intertwined. Which, it makes you think about how we often compartmentalize religion today, don't we?
We do.
We separate it from the rest of our lives. But for Sufis, it seems like spirituality was woven into every aspect of their existence.
I think you're right. It was a much more holistic approach to faith and community.
This is fascinating stuff. Okay, so we've got these khanqahs popping up, led by these charismatic sheikhs. But how did Sufism actually spread throughout India? They couldn't have been everywhere at once, could they?
Well, they had a strategy. A pretty effective one, actually.
Okay, I'm intrigued. Tell me more.
Sheikh Nizamuddin, the one we were just talking about, he sent out his successors to establish their own khanqahs throughout the region.
So it's like Sufism franchising.
You could say that.
I love it. So these successors were basically spreading the word, setting up shop in new places,
Creating more of those welcoming, inclusive spaces we've been talking about.
and carrying those core Chishti values with them.
Exactly. Adaptability, inclusivity, service. It's like planting seeds.
Mm-hmm.
And those seeds, they grew and flourished in different ways depending on the local soil.
Which brings us to, drumroll please, pilgrimages.
Ziyarat, as they called it.
Talk about a universal human experience.
It really is. That journey to a sacred site, that yearning for a deeper connection. It transcends time and culture. And for Sufis, pilgrimages were often directed towards the tombs of revered saints.
Like paying respects to their spiritual ancestors, and the excerpt specifically mentions Khwaja Muinuddin's shrine, right?
Yes, the one they called Karib Nawaz,
Meaning,
comforter of the poor.
which, I mean, that name says it all, doesn't it? It really speaks volumes about the Chishti ethos of compassion, that deep connection with everyday people.
Absolutely.
So people went on these pilgrimages to ask for the saint's spiritual grace, what they called barakat. But it wasn't just Muslims making the journey, was
You're
it?
catching on. The excerpt makes a point of saying that people from all walks of life flock to these shrines.
Various creeds, classes, social backgrounds. It's amazing.
Especially to Khwaja Muinuddin's.
It's like the Chishti message of love and unity was so powerful, so universal,
It really was.
that it transcended religious boundaries, even after their deaths.
It's remarkable, isn't it? It
Yeah.
speaks to the power of lived example. These saints, they embodied those Chishti values in such a profound way
Yeah.
that their legacy continued to draw people together for centuries.
You know, it's amazing diving into this world, the Kankas, the pilgrimages. It really makes those historical labels we were talking about earlier, like Hindu and Muslim, seem almost insufficient.
I agree.
Like, how do you categorize a community that embraces so much diversity?
You've hit on a really crucial point. It challenges us to look beyond those simplistic categories, those labels,
Yeah.
and consider the complex ways that people actually lived and interacted.
This has been incredible. We've covered so much ground architecture, social structures, the mystical heart of Sufism.
It's been quite a journey.
But there's one more thing I'm dying to unpack, Qawwali.
Ah, yes, Qawwali. Now, there's a topic that deserves its own deep dive,
Yeah.
but I think we can spare a few minutes to at least touch on it here.
Perfect. Because if we're talking about the Chishtis and their impact on India, we can't leave out their music, can we? All right, the Chishti order. Lay it on me. They were like the rock stars of Sufism in India, right?
They were hugely influential, that's for sure. And a big part of their success was their adaptability. They were masters at blending their beliefs with local traditions.
Right, like the excerpt even mentions them incorporating yogic practices. Hold on. Yogic practices. Now, that's where I need a bit more context. What's that all about?
So you see, some Sufi orders were super strict in how they interpreted Islam. But the Chishtis, they were all about finding common ground. They saw the value in those local practices. And yoga, with its focus on breathwork, meditation, physical postures.
It probably resonated with them.
Exactly. Sadly, though, this excerpt doesn't get into specifics.
Like which yogic practices?
Right, which ones? Exactly. Or how those practices might have even changed when the Chishtis adopted them. Did Sufism get a yogic twist? It's fascinating to consider.
It really is. Okay, back to the Congos for a sec. You know, this reading really brought Sheikh Nizamuddin's place to life. 14th century Delhi. It didn't sound like your average meditation retreat.
Not all. The Kankas, especially those of the Chishti order, they were deeply woven into society, bustling with activity.
Seriously, the excerpt lists soldiers, slaves, singers, merchants, poets, even hoagies and qalandars. Talk about a mixed crowd. You'd think there'd be some, like, tension, you know, with all those different walks of life coming together.
You'd think so, right. But that's the thing about the Kankas. They transcended those social boundaries.
Mm-hmm.
They were a place where, well, it didn't matter who you were or where you came from.
Everyone was welcome.
Exactly. Whether people were seeking guidance or community.
Or even just a warm meal and a place to rest their head. Don't forget about that langar.
Ah, yes. The langar.
Yeah.
It wasn't just a soup kitchen. It was a symbol.
Oh.
The Chishti values, charity, inclusivity, the idea that everyone deserves nourishment no matter what.
You know, it's amazing. It's like the sheikh was the head of this big, diverse family.
I like that.
The Kanka was their home. And everyone was welcome at the table.
It was a beautiful thing. They understood that spirituality wasn't just about personal enlightenment. It was about community. It was about service to others.
Which, you know, it makes our modern way of, like, compartmentalizing religion feel a little, well, limited. We go to our place of worship, and then that's it.
Right.
But for the Chishtis, it feels like, I don't know, spirituality was just, it was in everything.
It was a much more integrated way of experiencing faith. It wasn't separate from daily life.
So we've got these bustling Kankas, right? But how did they actually spread their influence across India?
Well, Sheikh Nizamuddin, the one from the excerpt, remember, he sent out his successors to establish their own Kankas throughout the region. Imagine it like franchising, but for spirituality.
Sufi franchising, love it. So the successors were, what, spreading the Chishti gospel?
In a way, yes. They took those core values, the adaptability, the inclusivity, and they brought them to new communities.
Planting those seeds. Which brings us to, drumroll please, pilgrimages.
Ziyarat.
Right, ziyarat. Talk about a universal human experience, huh?
It really is. That
Yeah.
journey to a sacred site, that deep yearning for connection, it just resonates across cultures. And for Sufis, these pilgrimages were often focused on the tombs of revered saints.
Paying their respects, so to speak. And this excerpt specifically mentions the popularity of Khwaja Muinuddin's shrine, right?
It does.
The one they called,
Arib Nawaz.
right, Karub Nawaz, meaning...
Comforter of the poor.
And that name, I mean, that really speaks volumes about them, doesn't it?
It does.
The Chishtis, their compassion, their connection to ordinary people. So, okay, people went on these pilgrimages to ask for the saints' blessing, their barakat. But it wasn't just Muslims, was it?
You're right. This excerpt actually emphasizes that. People from various creeds, classes, and social backgrounds, it says, they all flocked to these shrines, especially Khwaja Muinuddin's.
It's like the Chishti message was so strong
It was.
that it went beyond religious boundaries.
Right. And it lasted for centuries. Think about that.
It's incredible. Okay, so we've got the khanqahs, we've got the pilgrimages. It's making those neat labels we talked about earlier, Hindu and Muslim, seem kind of simplistic.
I know what you mean.
How can you possibly categorize a community that embraces so much diversity?
You've hit on something really crucial. It challenges us to look beyond those simple categories and think about the way people actually lived, their interactions, their beliefs. It was complex.
This has been an amazing deep dive. Seriously, we've gone from the architecture of mosques,
Don't forget those wooden mosques.
right, wild, to the nuances of Sufi traditions.
It's all connected.
It is. And it just goes to show there's always more to discover, isn't there?
Always. History is full of surprises.
And on that note, I have one more burning question. It's about Qawwali.
Qawwali. Now, there's a topic that deserves its own deep dive, but I think we have time to at least touch on it.
Perfect, because it's music, right? And you can't talk about the Chishtis without talking about their music. All right, so Qawwali, set the scene for me. What are we experiencing? What are we hearing?
Okay, imagine a dimly lit space. The air is heavy with incense,
Okay, yeah.
And there's this palpable energy, this sense of anticipation.
I can feel it.
And then these voices, powerful, soulful voices.
Whoa.
They rise up and they weave these intricate melodies. It's mesmerizing.
So it's religious music or?
It's deeply rooted in Sufi traditions, that's for sure. But the beauty of Qawwali is that it speaks to something universal.
Yeah.
It's about connecting with the divine through music, yes, but
But?
the themes, love, longing, spiritual yearning, they resonate with everyone, regardless of your background.
So it's more than just the words themselves?
It's about the experience, the rhythmic clapping, those soaring vocals, the way the music builds. It's designed to transport you.
To a different state of mind.
Exactly, to a state of spiritual ecstasy.
Music is powerful like that.
It is. And for the Chishtis, it wasn't just entertainment. Qawwali was an integral part of their devotional practice. They believed that music, when performed with sincerity, with devotion,
It could bring you closer to God.
precisely, it was a sonic bridge to the divine.
It's brilliant. No wonder it was so effective at spreading their message.
It's faith and art, all wrapped up in one beautiful, moving package.
Wow. You know, this whole deep dive has been incredible. Mosques, Sufi traditions, Qawwali. It's amazing how these pieces all connect.
It's all part of the tapestry.
Huh.
And it just goes to show, there's always more to discover, more layers to peel back.
It reminds me of what we were talking about earlier, those labels, Hindu and Muslim. They don't tell the whole story, do they? Especially when you have something like the Chishti order, blending traditions, embracing diversity.
Exactly. History's messy. It's about people, their lives, their interactions, and those stories don't always fit neatly into our preconceived notions, do they?
They really don't. So to everyone listening, next time you see a mosque, maybe you'll think about its unique architectural story.
It's cultural autobiography.
Right. Or maybe you'll hear some Qawwali music.
And feel that connection.
Exactly. The point is, keep your mind open, keep exploring, keep asking questions.
And keep those curiosity gears turning.
I love it. This has been an amazing journey. Thanks for being our guide today.
It's been my pleasure.
And to our listeners, until next time, keep exploring the past. You never know what you might discover. All right, so today we are diving deep into the heart of Mughal India, checking out Sufi shrines, specifically those of the Chishti order.
Yes.
But we're not just talking like places of worship, right? We're talking vibrant cultural hubs
Absolutely. And we've got,
coming together.
yeah, we've got some amazing sources to help us with this.
Oh, tell me more.
We have a textbook on Indian history,
Okay.
a 17th century biography that reads like a personal travel journal,
Wow.
and an account from a traveler in the 18th century.
So we're talking firsthand accounts here.
Yes, exactly.
Incredible.
We're really going to get a feel for what it was like to be there.
Yeah, because we're talking about places where emperors, rubbed shoulders with everyday people,
Yeah.
just drawn to this spiritual energy.
It's amazing.
And you know I love a good story.
I know you do.
So picture this. Emperor Akbar,
Okay.
arguably the most powerful ruler of his time,
Right.
venturing to the Ajmer shrine, not once, not twice,
Oh, wow.
14 times.
14.
14
Right.
times.
That's incredible.
It makes you wonder what drew him back again and again.
It does. Sometimes even multiple times a year.
This is Akbar. He's the emperor. What's he doing going back to this shrine so much?
Right, exactly.
Well, turns out he sought blessings for victories in battle,
Of course.
prayed for sons for the birth of sons,
Yeah.
and even sought solace and guidance.
It really shows the influence that these shrines had even on people at the very, very top.
It really does. It challenges our perception of what these places are.
Absolutely. These weren't just places of worship.
Yeah.
They were seen as sources of divine favor shaping destiny.
Yeah.
And actually, speaking of seeking favor,
Okay.
the sources mentioned that Akbar donated a massive cauldron to the shrine.
A cauldron.
A giant cauldron.
Okay, that's not your average donation.
No, not at all. And it wasn't just about a grand gesture.
Right.
These cauldrons were essential for providing food for the huge crowds that would flock to these shrines.
Okay.
So it was a practical act
That makes sense.
of devotion, showing his desire to care for the needs of the people.
Oh, wow. That's amazing. And you talk about vivid descriptions. We can't forget Akbar's great-granddaughter, Princess Jahanara.
Oh, yes.
Her pilgrimage to Ajmer is documented in incredible detail,
Right.
and she was a powerful figure in her own right.
Absolutely.
So her account is incredibly personal.
It is. What strikes me is the raw emotion. She talks about rubbing her face in the dust at the entrance,
Really?
kissing the ground as she walked, just overwhelmed by this spiritual awe.
Wow. She sounds very devout.
You can just feel it in her words.
So evocative.
And the scent of the tomb, she goes on about that.
Right.
This divine fragrance, she says.
Oh, wow.
It's like she wants us to experience it alongside her. The sights, the sounds, the smells.
Yeah, it's like stepping into a time machine with her.
Exactly. This overwhelming feeling of being in a sacred space.
It really highlights that these weren't just silent, solemn spaces.
Exactly.
They were alive with sensory experience, designed to evoke these powerful emotions and connect people to the divine.
Yes, and speaking of sensory experiences, we have to talk about music.
Oh.
Because it played such a central role in these shrines, particularly a form called sama.
Sama. Okay. So what can you tell me about that? Is that like Qawwali music?
You are good. You're right on the money with that connection.
Okay.
But before we get to Qawwali, let's unpack sama a little bit.
Okay.
So imagine music and dance used as a path to spiritual ecstasy.
Okay.
That's sama in a nutshell.
Gotcha.
It was a cornerstone of the Chishti tradition.
Mm-hmm.
And what's really fascinating is how they incorporated local languages into their poetry and songs.
So it wasn't just for like the elite few who understood a specific language.
Exactly. They made Sufism accessible, broke down barriers, and allowed everyday people to connect with its message.
Wow. That's incredible.
In a really profound way, yeah.
Yeah, so they use music to like bridge cultural gaps, make it something everyone can connect to.
Absolutely.
And speaking of connecting, this brings us to a pretty legendary figure, Amir Khusro.
Ah, Amir Khusro.
I always have trouble with that name. I hope I'm pronouncing it right.
You're doing great.
Okay, good.
A poet, a musician, a true innovator.
Okay.
He's actually credited with, like, shaping the Chishti musical tradition
Wow.
in a way that continues to resonate today.
So is he the link between the Sama and Qawwali?
Exactly.
Okay.
He developed this form of hymn called the Qawwal,
Qua.
which became a foundational element of Qawwali.
Huh. Interesting.
It's amazing to think we can draw a direct line from the music we hear today back to his innovations centuries ago.
Yeah, it really makes you appreciate like the depth of tradition.
Absolutely.
And we actually have an example in our sources,
Okay.
the Charkanama,
Trakanama.
which is a song, but it's about spinning cotton,
That's right.
which seems a little, I don't know.
It's fascinating, though, right?
Yeah.
Because it shows how the Chishti order really wove spirituality into everyday life.
Yeah.
The act of spinning, something so mundane, becomes an act of zikr, or remembering God.
With every thread.
With every thread, exactly.
Huh. Just like Jahanara's elaborate pilgrimage.
Yes.
Even simple tasks become infused with deeper meaning. It's
It's-
all connected.
It is.
But, the Sufis, they emphasized the spiritual, but they weren't completely detached from the material world.
Right. Yeah.
Right. Because we're seeing interactions with rulers, donations. How did that work?
Yeah, you've hit on a really important point. This complex dance between the Sufis and those in power.
Mm-hmm.
Because you see, the Chishti order, they advocated for austerity, a certain distance from worldly possessions and power,
Right.
but they weren't completely removed from it.
So it's more nuanced than like a strict separation.
Absolutely. They accepted donations and land grants, often from wealthy patrons, rulers,
Okay.
to help support their shrines and their
To
communities.
keep things running.
Exactly. And the sources specifically mention Akwaf.
Al-Quaf, what's that?
Yeah, that's a good question. Think of them as charitable trusts set up to manage these resources,
Okay.
to make sure that the shrine, its activities, could be sustained over long term.
Smart.
Yeah, they help manage everything from the physical structures, maintaining those, to providing for the needs of visitors and residents and those who relied on the shrine's charity.
Wow. It sounds like a well-organized system.
Yeah, it was.
But I imagine navigating that relationship with, rulers wasn't always easy. Were there any tensions, any disagreements?
You're right, it definitely wasn't always smooth sailing.
Okay.
The sources hint at friction,
Oh,
particularly when it came to issues of authority.
okay.
For example, there were disagreements over rituals, like prostration.
Like who you should be prostrating to.
Exactly. Should it be directed towards a ruler or a Sufi leader?
It's a power struggle.
It is, yeah, this constant negotiation, a balancing act between spiritual influence and worldly power.
Yeah, very delicate balance to strike.
It is.
And titles became a point of contention as well.
Yes.
I imagine.
The esteemed Sufi leader, Nizamuddin Auliya, for instance,
Okay.
was often referred to as Sultan ul-Mashaikh.
Sultan ul-Mashaikh. What does that mean?
It means the king among sheikhs.
Oh, wow. That's a powerful title.
It is. So they had to walk this fine line between maintaining their spiritual authority while navigating the realities of political power.
That's so interesting. It makes you wonder how other Sufi orders handled those dynamics.
It's a great point. And you're right, it did vary.
Okay.
Take the Suhrawardi order, for instance.
Okay.
They had a more active approach to politics, some members even holding positions within courts.
Oh, wow. So they were really involved.
Yeah, much more so.
And what about the Naqshbandi order?
Yes?
They were known for their emphasis on, silent zikr. Did that, translate into a different approach to political engagement?
You're really drawing those connections. That's great. And yes, the Naqshbandi, known for their more introspective practices,
Right.
they often favored a less direct approach to politics,
Okay.
emphasizing spiritual guidance over direct involvement.
Interesting.
So it really highlights the diversity within Sufism itself.
Yeah.
Each order, united by those core beliefs, navigated these complexities in their own unique way.
Yeah. It's fascinating. It's amazing how these historical details, challenge our assumptions.
Yeah.
You think Sufi shrines and you think something very austere, very separate,
Right.
but it's so much more dynamic.
It is, and that's what makes it so compelling, right?
Yeah.
These were places where spirituality intersected with everyday life, politics, culture,
Mm-hmm.
everything. They were microcosms of their time.
And that really comes through in Dargah Quali Khan's account
Oh, yeah.
of Nasiruddin Chirai Deli's shrine.
Right.
He calls it the lamp of the entire country.
A beacon, drawing people from all walks of life.
And he means all walks of life because he specifically mentions Hindus flocking to the shrine.
Yes, especially during Diwali.
Wait, Hindus celebrating Diwali at a Sufi shrine?
It really flips the script, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It shatters this idea that these shrines were solely Muslim spaces.
Yeah.
It points to a much more inclusive reality,
Mhm.
a society where these different faiths and traditions, they interacted, they overlapped.
They transcended those religious boundaries.
Exactly.
Became a shared space, a cultural significance.
Absolutely.
Makes you think about the power of these places to really bring people together.
Absolutely. And it reminds us that history is rarely black and white.
Right.
There's so much nuance, so much complexity in how different communities interact, shape each other.
So we've gone from, emperors seeking blessings to everyday people spinning cotton with this spiritual meaning to Hindus celebrating Diwali alongside their Muslim neighbors,
Yeah.
all within these vibrant, dynamic spaces.
It's been quite a journey.
It really has.
I think what's remarkable is how much these themes resonate with us today.
Mm-hmm.
We're still grappling with questions of faith and power, cultural exchange,
Yeah,
finding meaning in our everyday lives.
definitely.
And these stories from the past, they offer a fresh perspective on these, like, timeless human experiences.
It's like by digging into this one specific slice of history,
Yeah.
we uncover these universal truths about what it means to be human.
Exactly. And isn't that what's so fascinating about history?
Yeah.
It's not just about dates and names. It's about connecting with the stories and the experiences of those who came before us.
100%.
And, who knows? Maybe by exploring these echoes of the past, we can even gain a deeper understanding of our present.
Oh, wow.
Maybe even find new ways to navigate the complexities of our own world.
Now, that's a thought-provoking note to end on.
It is.
To our listeners, thank you for joining us on this incredible deep dive into the heart of Indian Sufi shrines.
Yes. Thank you.
We hope you've come away with not just a head full of fascinating details, but a new appreciation for the enduring power of these spaces and the timeless stories they tell. Okay, so are you ready for a deep dive?
Always. What are we getting into today?
Well, we're going to be looking at 14th and 15th century India. Specifically, the Bhakti and Sufi movements, think mystics, poet saints, all that good stuff.
Sounds right up my alley.
Yeah, I thought you might like this one. We've got some excerpts here from Themes in Indian History Part 2 that you sent over. And
Yes. Fascinating period.
yeah, and one of the things that really struck me was how these movements weren't just about like religious beliefs in a vacuum,
Right, how they played out in society.
Exactly, how they
Sounds right.
intersect with like power, wealth, social structures.
Yeah, and they often challenge the norms in really surprising ways.
Yeah.
Like, you might think holy men would be showered with gifts by rulers trying to, I don't know, curry favor or something.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Like donations for blessings, that sort of thing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But one story that really jumps out is about Sheikh Nizamuddin Aulia, a really prominent Sufi figure in the early 1300s.
Okay, so tell me more about the Sheikh.
Well, it was common practice back then for rulers to offer lavish gifts to holy men, like land, money, you name it. It was all about gaining blessings, legitimizing their rule,
Yeah.
that whole song and dance.
Oh, totally. Like a ruler's way of saying, hey, look at me, I'm pious, the universe has my back.
Exactly. But get this, according to Amir Hassan Sizi, he wrote this whole account when one ruler tried to give Sheikh Nizamuddin Aulia these deeds to 2 gardens, like beautiful gardens, I imagine, right? Along with all the resources to maintain them and everything.
Wow, that's quite a gift.
Right. But he refused.
You what? Really?
Yeah, he basically said, nah, I'm good. That those possessions, they had no relevance to his spiritual path.
Wow. I mean, that's pretty radical, isn't it? To just reject such a grand gesture like that, it definitely makes you think about, our own modern ideas about this kind of thing.
Right. I mean, we almost expect religious figures today to accept those kinds of donations. No questions asked.
Exactly. It's like, oh, thanks for the giant check. Anything for the cause,
Right. But for the sheikh, it was different. His response, it really gives us a glimpse into those core values of Sufism.
So how does it?
Well, he saw material wealth as a potential distraction, maybe even a burden, on the path to enlightenment. And it wasn't just a personal thing either. It was rooted in a long lineage of Sufi thought.
Oh, I see. So it's bigger than just him.
Exactly.
And this reminds me of that story about Sheikh Faraduddin, his own teacher, right?
Yeah. Sheikh Faraduddin, absolutely. You mean the one with Ulu Khan?
Yes. Ulu Khan, who later became Sultan Ghiyasuddin, right?
That's the one.
Yeah, he offered Faraduddin, what was it, land?
Land and money. Yeah, the Sultan, well, he was still a prince at that point, offered him money and the deeds to 4 villages, if you can believe it.
4 villages?
Yeah.
I mean, how could you even need that much?
Right. And Faraduddin, he took the money, probably figured he could use it to help his followers or something. But the land, he wouldn't touch it.
What'd he say? Something witty, I bet. He seems like a witty response kind of guy.
He said, there are many who long for them. Give them away to such persons.
Okay, yeah, that's a good one. Simple but effective.
Right. Gets the point across.
Totally.
Yeah.
But it's interesting, though, right? This whole dynamic between these spiritual leaders and these rulers, even when they seem to be on the same page, there's got to be some tension there.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, think about it. You've got these rulers. laser-focused on maintaining their power, keeping things stable.
Right, worldly concerns, very practical.
Exactly. And then you've got these Sufi saints with their huge followings. Their concern is spiritual matters. Oftentimes, they'd even critique social injustices, even those in power.
Oh, right, challenging authority.
Yes. In their words, they carried weight, even among the elites.
So it was almost like this delicate dance, wasn't it, between like the allure of worldly power and this pursuit of spiritual detachment.
A delicate dance indeed.
Yeah, it really makes you think about what those conflicts might have looked like in practice. How did that tension actually play out?
Oh, absolutely. And speaking of challenging the status quo, we can't forget about Kabir. This is where our source material gets really interesting.
Oh, yeah, Kabir. He's the one who was like a weaver poet, right?
That's the one. Although Weaver Poet doesn't even begin to scratch the surface. I mean, he was a mystic, a social
The
reformer.
total enigma, from what I've read.
Right. Even trying to pin down his exact life story,
Uh-huh.
it's a challenge. We've got excerpts here from the Kabir Bijak, the Kabir Granthavali, the Adi Granth Sahib, and they all paint slightly different pictures.
So it's like trying to assemble a puzzle, but with some pieces missing.
Exactly. It's part of what makes him so fascinating, though.
Oh, for sure. And even figuring out, like, his religious background, it's tricky, huh? Was he Hindu? Muslim?
That's the million-dollar question. And the truth is, he kind of transcended those labels. He drew inspiration from multiple traditions, Islamic, Vedantic, yogic, you name it.
Yeah, you can really see that in his poetry. It's like this incredible blend of all these different influences.
Oh, absolutely. He was a master at weaving those traditions together. But what's really amazing is how he took these complex theological concepts and made them accessible to everyone. Like, there's this one poem where he uses the analogy of gold.
Oh, I think I know the one you mean. Something about different ornaments all being made of the same material.
Exactly. He says basically a ring and a bangle might look different, but they're still both made of gold. It's such a simple idea, but so profound, you know?
Totally. And he wasn't afraid to challenge people either. Like, he'd just come right out and say, "Who led you so astray?" It's great.
He was so direct. No beating around the
Oh,
bush
yeah.
with Kabir. And that's what I love about his poetry. He just cuts right through all the dogma, all the rituals, all the external stuff.
He was all about that inner experience, wasn't he? That
Yeah.
direct connection with the divine.
Absolutely. He believed that true devotion, it came from within, not from blindly following rules or performing rituals.
Which I'm guessing didn't make him too popular with the religious authorities at the time.
You can say that again. He was a pretty sharp critic of both Hinduism and Islam, especially their emphasis on outward displays of piety.
He didn't hold back.
Not one bit.
Yeah.
But that's also why he resonated so deeply with people. He was speaking to those who felt marginalized, those who were looking for a more direct, personal experience of the spiritual.
And that brings us to another figure who really embodies that idea, Guru Nanak.
The founder of Sikhism.
Mm.
Yeah, although it's important to remember, he didn't set out to create a whole new religion.
Right, more like reforming existing traditions, right? Taking what he saw as the core truths and saying like, hey, let's get back to this.
Exactly. And his own background is pretty interesting, especially for a spiritual leader. Our sources say he was a merchant's son, trained in accounting and Persian. Not your typical path to enlightenment.
Definitely not. Makes you wonder how that upbringing might have shaped his views on things like wealth and material possessions.
Oh, absolutely. It's got to have some influence, right? This upbringing steeped in the practicalities of trade and cultural exchange. Maybe it's part of what led him to emphasize ethical living and social justice, which became super central to Sikhism later on.
Makes you think. And like Kabir, Guru Nanak also stressed the importance of that direct connection with the divine. No need for elaborate rituals or intermediaries.
Exactly. And he had a specific term for it, Nirguna Bhakti.
Nirguna Bhakti. It rings a bell, but can you refresh my memory?
Of course. It essentially means devotion to a formless God, one that's beyond our limited human conceptions and categories, so not tied to any specific image or form or ritual.
Ah, okay, that makes sense. It's about connecting with that essence of the divine that exists beyond all the outward forms.
Exactly. And what's really cool is how he spread his message. It wasn't through like big scriptures or formal sermons or anything like that. It was music.
It's amazing, though, right, to think how he used music to share those ideas so powerful.
It really is. And it wasn't in temples or anything, not formal settings. He traveled all over, just sharing those songs with everyone.
Wow, so he was like a traveling musician spreading this message of, what was it called again? Nirguna Bhakti.
Yes, Nirguna Bhakti. And he'd sing these hymns called shabads, often in Punjabi, the local language.
Oh, wow. So they were accessible to everyone, not just scholars or elites.
Exactly. It was all about making that direct connection with the divine, no matter who you were or where you came from.
That's so cool. And he had his companion Mardana with him, playing the rabab, right?
Yes, they were quite the pair.
I can only imagine. So Guru Nanak spreading this message through music, but he never actually intended to create a new religion, right?
Right, at least not intentionally.
Huh.
But his followers, they were so drawn to his teachings, his way of life. Eventually, they formed their own distinct community.
And that's how Sikhism was born.
Exactly. It's amazing how these things evolved, isn't it? How one person's message can spark a whole movement.
It is. It really makes you think about the power of ideas, of how they can spread and take on a life of their own.
Absolutely. And what strikes me is how these different threads, Sufism, Bhakti, early Sikhism, they were all part of this larger conversation that was happening in India at the time.
Oh, yeah. It wasn't like they were happening in isolation or anything.
Right. It's more like they were all these different expressions of this deep spiritual yearning, this desire for a more direct personal experience of the divine.
And a willingness to challenge the status quo while they're at it.
Oh, absolutely. They weren't afraid to question authority, to call out hypocrisy, to push back against the established way of doing things.
It's really inspiring, actually, to think about these figures from centuries ago and how they were grappling with these really big questions, questions about wealth, power, social justice, the nature of God. And those questions, they still resonate with us today.
Oh, they absolutely do. I mean, think about it. How do we balance material success with spiritual growth? How do we make sense of suffering in the world? How do we find our own path to truth and meaning? These are things people have been wrestling with for centuries.
It's true. Those questions, they're timeless. And it's comforting in a way, to know that we're not alone in asking them.
Exactly. These figures, they remind us that the search for meaning, for connection, for something bigger than ourselves, it's a universal human experience.
And that there are many paths to truth, no one right way.
And that sometimes the most important thing is simply to keep asking those questions, to keep searching.
Well said. This has been such an incredible deep dive. I always learn so much from these conversations.
Me too. It's always a pleasure to explore these topics with you.
Likewise. Until next time.
See you then.
Welcome back to another deep dive. And wow, today we're taking a fascinating trip through Indian religious history.
You said it. We are diving deep. We've got an academic text as our guide. It really gets to the heart of things.
It's amazing, right? I mean, we're going to be really encountering the lives of three people: Guru Gobind Singh, Mirabai, and Shankardeva. Each one of their stories, well, it's like a testament to devotion, rebellion, how faith endures.
Totally agree. And it makes you think, right, about how those themes play out across different traditions and time periods.
Exactly. So where do we even begin?
Well, we could start with Guru Gobind Singh, the 10th guru of the Sikh tradition. That's impressive in itself. But what really struck me was his impact on the Guru Granth Sahib.
Right, the Guru Granth Sahib. Okay, for our listeners who may not know, tell us about the Guru Granth Sahib.
It's the sacred text for Sikhs. And Guru Gobind Singh made this incredible decision to include the writings of the 9th guru, Guru Tegh Bahadur, into this text.
Which is interesting, right? Because it's not just, oh, let's just honor my predecessor. There's something more there.
Right. It was a way to unify, a powerful way to unify the Sikh community under one spiritual authority. Really ensured, like, the continuity of the Sikh faith, wouldn't you say?
Absolutely. It's like laying the foundation for an entire belief system. But Guru Gobind Singh's influence, it doesn't stop there. He established the Khalsa.
The Khalsa, yeah. The army of the pure. Totally transformed the Sikh community.
Yeah.
And you can't talk about the Khalsa without talking about the 5Ks. So iconic.
Right. The uncut hair, the dagger, those shorts, a comb, and a steel bangle.
Exactly. And each one is deeply symbolic, They represent different aspects of Sikh identity. Yeah. And together, they make this strong visual statement.
It is. Like when you see those 5Ks, you know exactly who you're dealing with. It's powerful.
Right. It's this amazing blend of faith and even, in a way, a bit of military power, wouldn't you say?
Totally. It just goes to show how faith can really be a catalyst for change. Speaking of powerful expressions of faith, let's shift gears a bit to Mirabai.
Oh, Mirabai.
Yeah.
I mean, talk about someone who marched to the beat of her own drum.
Oh, she did. She did. A royal living a life of privilege, and she walked away from it all. Why? Devotion.
Bhakti, right. That deep personal connection with the divine. And what's so fascinating is that we get her story through bhajans, these devotional songs.
It's true. I mean, imagine getting to know someone's life through their poetry. It's incredible.
Right. It's like piecing together this amazing puzzle, this life of devotion and rebellion. And she was a woman who knew what she believed in. I mean, she chose to embrace Krishna, an avatar of Vishnu, as her divine lover.
Mhm.
And her family, not on board.
Yeah, I think not on board might be an understatement. We're talking defying social norms, rejecting expectations, her family even trying to, well, get rid of her.
And that's where we'll pick up next time. The incredible story of Mirabai, the rebel poetess.
Oh, yeah.
Not on board, is putting it mildly. They were so set against it. You know, this text talks about how they actually tried to poison her.
It's wild, but she escaped, right?
She did. She escaped and really embraced a life of wandering, of pure devotion, pouring her heart into her poetry.
And her poetry, so powerful, so evocative. That image of the funeral pyre always gets to me.
Oh, it's incredibly vivid.
Yeah.
She writes, "I will build a funeral pyre of sandalwood and aloe. Light it by your own hand. When I am burned away to cinders, smear this ash upon your limbs. Let flame be lost in flame." I mean, talk about intense devotion. It gives me chills just reading it.
It's almost impossible to comprehend that depth of feeling, you know?
Absolutely. And it wasn't just the poetry. You know, this text mentions this possible connection she had with the saint Rosette.
Who was Radas? I'm not familiar with him.
He was a leather worker, so a much lower social standing.
Ah, okay, I see where you're going with this.
Right. If it's true, if they were connected, it suggests that Mirabai was pushing back against the caste system, even back then, centuries ago.
It just adds another layer to her rebellion, doesn't it?
Oh, absolutely. This woman was way ahead of her time. It's incredible how her story still resonates today, you know?
It really does. It speaks to the power of personal conviction, wouldn't you
Yeah.
say? She didn't have followers. She didn't build institutions or anything like that. But her bhakti, her pure devotion, it's still so inspiring.
No doubt about it. And speaking of inspiring figures, let's move on to Shankardeva. He took a very different approach than Mirabai, a real builder, you know? Created a lasting legacy in 15th century Assam.
From personal expression to institutional change. What was his deal? What was he all about?
Well, like Mirabai, Shankardeva was also all about bhakti. But for him, the focus was on Vishnu. His teachings are known as Bhagavati Dharma.
Bhagavati Dharma, okay. And what did that entail?
It emphasized complete and total surrender to Vishnu. And he stressed this practice called Nam Kirtan.
Nam Kirtan. What's that?
It's the congregational chanting of Vishnu's names. He believed it had this incredible power, you know, to purify the soul, bring people closer to the divine.
I can see why that would be appealing.
Right. And to make it even more accessible, he established satras and namgars.
Satras and namgars, what are those? Some kind of, I don't know, temples or something?
Kind of. They're more like monasteries and prayer halls, specifically designed for spiritual learning and practice.
So he created a whole system to make this practice, this name curtain, accessible. It's genius.
Exactly. He wasn't content with just preaching. You know, he wanted to create something that would outlive him. And it worked. These institutions are still central to the faith in Assam today. He even wrote a major theological work. It's called the Kirtana Ghosha. Really cemented his teachings.
Okay, so let's recap for a sec. We've got Guru Gobind Singh shaping a faith through scripture and community. Then there's Mirabai, this rebel poet, expressing her devotion in this incredibly personal way. And then we have Shankardeva, building a system to make faith accessible. 3 completely different approaches, all driven by this incredibly powerful current of devotion.
You've hit the nail on the head. And that's actually a point that this text really emphasizes. As diverse as these stories are, they're all threads in the rich tapestry of Indian religious history.
Right, like a tapestry. But it makes you think, with a tapestry, don't you always wonder about the threads that are missing? You know what I mean? Like what's not there?
Oh, for sure. Like we're only getting a glimpse into the past.
It's true. The text even talks about that, how historians, they have to work with what they have, right? Sculptures, architecture, stories passed down. And even then, so much is lost.
It's humbling, yeah. We can piece things together, sure, but we're never getting the full picture. Imagine all the stories we'll never know, the beliefs, the practices that have just faded away.
It's true. It makes me think about something else, too. I mean, we've been talking about these grand gestures, right? Shaping scripture, creating institutions. But what about just like everyday people?
What do you mean?
I don't know. I'm thinking about Mirabai again. Her poetry, it's so raw, you know, so personal. This outpouring of love for Krishna. It makes me wonder about what those everyday acts of devotion looked like for people back then. What was their experience?
That's a really interesting question.
Yeah.
And it actually relates to something the text touches on, about how we approach sources.
Yeah.
We can't just take them at face value, right? We have to think about the context, the motivations, even the biases of the people who created them.
Right, like those Sufi texts we talked about. They're not just neutral recordings of facts, right?
Yeah.
They're shaped by, well, everything you just said, the beliefs, the perspectives of whoever wrote them down.
Exactly. And understanding those perspectives is key to understanding the past. You know, it's like they were looking through a particular lens.
And we need to be aware of that lens too. Wow. So we covered some serious ground today, from shaping entire communities to like this intimate personal experience of faith. It just shows you how powerful and how diverse these stories can be.
It really does. Guru Gobind Singh, Mirabai, Shankadeva. Each one of them a testament to how faith can shape a life, leave its mark.
And not just their lives, right? It's impacted countless others since then and continues to do so. For anyone listening who's feeling inspired, let me tell you, this is just the beginning. There is so much out there to discover.
So much. And I think that's what's so exciting about diving into these stories, that they spark something, don't they? Make you think about your own life, your own experiences.
Totally. It's been an amazing journey. Thanks for joining me on this deep dive. Until next time.
Okay, so today we're diving into something huge, like incredibly huge and fascinating.
Mm-hmm.
The world of Indian religious history.
Yeah,
And we're not just talking like, timelines and bullet points here.
right.
We're going deep into how these traditions have stayed so dynamic
Absolutely.
and how they're still so alive today.
It's really incredible, the energy in these traditions. Like you
Yeah.
see in other parts of the world, religion is kind of this fixed thing.
Yeah.
But the Indian subcontinent, it's all about this dynamism, this
Yeah.
constant evolution, this adapting, changing.
You sent over some excerpts from Less 2 verse 2 2830.pdf, which it looks like a pretty intense textbook.
It is a dense one.
But there's this timeline in here, a timeline of all these major religious teachers
Right.
that really caught my eye.
Oh, it's a great place for us to start, that timeline.
Yeah.
Because it really highlights the sheer diversity we're talking about, like
Okay.
all the different thought, the different practices.
Yeah, I'm seeing names on here like the Nayanars, the Virashaivas, and it even mentions how they challenged the caste systems.
Yeah.
So what's the story there?
Okay, so this is where it gets really interesting.
Okay.
These figures, right, like Upar, Basavana,
Mm-hmm.
they weren't just spiritual leaders.
Right.
They were reformers, like full on. They used their influence to take on the social norms of their time.
Wow. So it's like bigger than just personal beliefs.
Oh, yeah.
They saw this link between spirituality and like the actual structures of society.
Absolutely. They saw the injustice in the caste system,
Yeah.
and they pushed back hard.
Wow.
Their teachings weren't just about finding some spiritual path, but making society itself more fair, more equal.
That really changes how I think about these figures,
Yeah.
Now, the text also mentions something called Bhakti Sufi traditions,
Oh, okay.
which to me sounds like a whole other deep dive
It totally is.
waiting to happen. But what's the short version?
So basically, you've got two seemingly very different religions, right?
Right.
Hinduism and Islam. But the Bhakti and Sufi movements, they find common ground
Okay.
in how they express faith.
Interesting.
They both stressed personal devotion, a direct experience of the divine,
Okay.
over just like strict rituals or interpretations.
So it's more about the feeling, the internal experience.
Yeah, exactly.
Rather than just the actions, the outward stuff.
Exactly. And that resonated with people.
Yeah.
Imagine like challenging centuries of tradition
Yeah.
by saying, it's not about what you wear or the rituals you do,
Right.
but the love, the connection you feel inside.
Wow.
That was radical for the time,
I can see how that would shake things up a bit.
for sure.
Now, the timeline also mentions Kabir and Baba Guru Nanak, both from around the 1400s.
Yeah.
How do they fit in?
They embody that diversity within these movements.
Yeah.
Kabir, he was a poet.
Right.
Guru Nanak, he founded Sikhism. So very different approaches.
Yeah.
But both preach this universal message.
Okay.
Love, compassion, unity,
Okay.
no matter your religion.
Wow. So even within these movements that are already challenging things, you've got even more like nuanced layers of thought popping up.
Absolutely.
Wow.
They dared to imagine a world where religion, it wasn't this defining factor
Yeah.
in how you treated other people.
That's pretty radical even now, let alone back then.
Yeah, it was a different time.
Now, shifting gears a bit,
Okay.
the text also brings up how mosque architecture in India
Right.
It reflects both like these universal ideals, but also very local traditions.
Yeah, it's
Can
fascinating.
you elaborate on that?
It's incredible. You travel across the subcontinent, you see the core of Islamic architecture.
Arches and everything.
Minarets, domes, arches, all of it.
Right.
But it's often totally infused with these regional styles.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
So it's like a visual blend of cultures.
Precisely. Like you might have a mosque with the traditional dome,
Yeah.
but it's decorated with these intricate carvings you wouldn't see anywhere else. Or they're using materials specific to that region, things you wouldn't find in, say, Middle Eastern Islamic architecture.
That's such a powerful visual, to think about.
Yeah.
And this fusion, it wasn't just in architecture, right?
No, not at all.
Didn't these traditions also find a voice through different languages?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Like how?
So you have thinkers like Nana Deva and Muktabai in Maharashtra, and they choose to express their spiritual insights in regional languages,
Interesting.
like Marathi.
So it's about reaching more people.
Exactly, making those teachings way more accessible to everyday people.
Right.
Breaking down those barriers that, religious and social elites often put up.
So it's like democratizing knowledge in a way,
Yeah, you could say that.
making it relatable, attainable, not
Yeah.
just for scholars.
Exactly. They understood that. For a message to really hit home,
Yeah.
it needs to speak in a language that the heart understands.
It makes you realize how important language is.
It's huge.
Not just for communication, but as like a tool,
Oh, yeah.
for inclusion, for empowerment.
Powerful stuff. It's huge. Right. Like that commitment to accessibility.
Yeah.
That was key to why these movements were so big. The Bhakti and the Sufi movements,
Right.
they challenged this whole idea that
Yeah.
you had to be part of some elite to get spiritual knowledge.
Right. Right.
They're like, nope, true devotion, it comes from here.
Yeah.
Points to heart,
Yeah.
And it's open to everyone. Background doesn't matter.
That's powerful.
Uh-huh.
And it's still so relevant.
Oh, totally.
It's a good reminder that spirituality, it's personal,
It is.
not about like your status or some rule book.
Exactly. It's about the divinity inside each of us.
Okay.
And speaking of social dynamics, right?
Yeah.
The text also asks us to think about the rulers back then, how they engage with all this.
That's interesting. Like specifically, it mentions the rulers interacting with both the Nayanars and the Sufis.
It's like, why would they even care?
Right. What's the power dynamic there?
Well, rulers, they always knew these groups. They had pull with the people, serious influence.
Right.
So if they're seen as aligning themselves with these popular religious figures,
Yeah.
boom, instant legitimacy boost.
Makes sense. It's like, hey, I'm friends with the popular people. I must be cool too.
Exactly. And they get that support from the masses.
So it's about strengthening their own rule, keeping things stable.
Totally a power move, but like a smart one.
Yeah.
Like rulers might sponsor a temple being built
Okay.
dedicated to one of these revered figures.
Look at me, I'm pious.
Right.
Right.
Exactly. And the followers, they see that
So it benefits both sides.
it does.
The rulers, they get legitimacy.
Yeah.
And the traditions, they get support, protection, probably funding too, right?
Oh, for sure.
It shows how intertwined everything was even back then.
Always is, right? Politics and religion.
Right?
It's fascinating. And, we've been talking about all this diversity within these traditions, but there's even more to unpack there. Okay. The text mentions this difference between B-Sharia and Ba-Sharia Sufi traditions.
Okay, so those terms, I'm not familiar.
Yeah, it's getting into the weeds a little.
Yeah.
But it's important, shows how even within Sufism,
Right.
you've got all these different ways of thinking.
So what's the difference then between those two?
So the B-Sharia Sufis,
Yeah.
they were all about strict adherence
Okay.
to Islamic law, Sharia.
So outward stuff, the rules and regulations.
Exactly. They believed that was the key. Like
Right.
the path to spiritual growth was following the rules to a T.
Got it. And the other group, the Ba-Sharia.
Right. So they were still respectful of Islamic law, of course, but their emphasis was more on the internal,
Okay.
the experience of divine love, that union with God.
So for them, it's less about the rituals, more about what's happening inside.
Exactly. True piety to them,
Right.
it came from a heart full of love for God.
Interesting.
That inner transformation was key.
It's like two paths up the same mountain,
It's a great way to put it, yeah.
Different approaches, same core belief.
Right, and it just shows you religion isn't this one-size-fits-all thing.
Yeah.
It's a whole tapestry, all these different beliefs woven together.
Definitely. Now, Going back to the Bhakti movement for a second, we talked about the devotion, the personal experience, but the text also points out how some faiths in the movement, they really critiqued the caste system.
Oh, yeah, huge point.
Right. Because it wasn't just happening in a vacuum.
Right.
It was all connected to the social realities of the time.
Absolutely. And figures like the Alvars, Nayanars, and Virashaivas.
Yeah, we talked about them a bit earlier.
They were not afraid to challenge those social hierarchies.
So it's social justice, but alongside their spiritual teaching.
I saw it as all connected, yeah. Like, you can't have spiritual liberation if society itself is built on injustice.
Powerful. Do we have any examples of how they actually expressed these critiques?
Oh, for sure. So the Alvars and Nayanars, they were mostly in South India, and their devotion, it just blew past those caste lines. They were like, true devotion, it's from the heart, not your birth.
Wow.
And they went after the hypocrisy, too, especially among the priests.
Oh, I bet that ruffled some feathers.
Right. Like using your position for power. Not cool.
And the Virashaivas, they were in South India too, right?
Yeah, and they took it even further.
How so?
They basically said the Vedas don't need them.
Wow, the Vedas, those are like the core scriptures.
Exactly, because some people were using them to justify the caste system.
Right.
So they're like, nope, direct experience of the divine is for everyone, regardless of caste.
So they were challenging the system at its root, both socially and religiously.
Exactly. Total equality before the divine.
Wow.
Didn't matter who you were, socially.
Now, we've covered a ton, but there's one more thing I wanted to hit on from the text.
Okay.
It talks about this practice of, this is a mouthful, integration of cults.
Ooh, yeah. Now that is interesting stuff.
Right. What does that even mean in the context of, like, Indian religious history?
It's wild, right? So basically, basically it's this process
Yeah.
where different deities, their practices,
Right.
they weren't like rejected outright. They were absorbed, brought into these bigger religious frameworks.
So instead of saying, you're wrong, we're right, it was more like,
Kinda, yeah.
let's make room for everyone under one roof.
Exactly. And it wasn't erasing those beliefs.
Right.
It was more like, your God is still cool.
Yeah.
Your way of doing things, totally valid, but it's all part of this larger picture now.
Do any big examples come to mind where we see this happening in a major way?
Oh, tons. Think about Vaishnavism and Shaivism.
Okay, yeah, I've definitely heard those terms.
Big branches of Hinduism, right?
Right, one focus on Vishnu, the other on Shiva.
Exactly. But they didn't start out that huge.
So how'd they go from, like, smaller groups to these major forces within Hinduism?
I'm incorporating, right? Bringing in all these local deities, local practices.
Interesting.
So picture this. You've got a village. They've worshipped this one god forever. Then this wave of, say, Vaishnavism comes along.
Right.
But instead of saying, ditch your god, they're like, maybe your god is actually like an aspect of Vishnu, a different form of the same energy.
Ah, that's smart.
Yeah.
It lets people hold on to what's familiar
Totally.
while still becoming part of something bigger.
Exactly. And it gets at this key thing about religious belief.
What's that?
It's not static, you know? It doesn't just sit there.
Right.
It adapts, it evolves, it has to fit how people understand the world and the divine.
It reminds you, we look back at history and we think it's all, like, decided.
Right.
But it was real people dealing with big questions, just like us.
Exactly. And this deep dive, it hasn't just been dates and names.
Right.
We've talked about rebellion. We've talked about devotion.
Bro.
This drive to make faith accessible to everyone.
I have to say, I came in expecting, like, a history lesson.
Yeah.
But it's been more like a crash course in how those historical events, they reflect these big ideas that are still so relevant.
That's what I love about digging into this stuff. It's
Yeah.
not just dusty books. It's like a mirror reflecting back at us, how we search for meaning, for connection.
I love that.
Yeah.
So for our listeners who are feeling inspired right now,
Yeah.
ready to learn more, where should they go next on this journey?
Always go back to the source, you know?
Yeah.
Primary sources. The text we use today.
The textbook, right?
Yeah. It's a great start. But there's tons of translations of sacred texts out there,
Right.
scholarly works that can give you more context, even just travelogues, you know?
Okay.
They give you that personal view into how these traditions are lived today.
So it's about going deeper
Exactly.
Not just skimming the surface, but like really immersing yourself
Yes.
in the stories, in all those different viewpoints, and being open,
Totally.
being challenged by what you find.
It's a lifelong journey, this exploration, and I hope everyone listening will jump in and start their own.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Yeah.
A huge thank you to you for being such an incredible guide
Oh, anytime.
on this journey through Indian religious history. And to our listeners, we hope this deep dive has left you curious
For sure.
and with a new appreciation for how enduring faith is and how we, as humans, are always searching for meaning. Until next time, keep asking those questions
Yes.
and keep exploring.
Ever feel like you're standing on the edge of something huge but missing like half the story?
Yeah.
That's what we're talking about today. The Vijayanagara Empire in India flourished from the 14th to 16th centuries.
Wow.
A civilization bursting with riches and culture, but now just ruins.
And that's what makes this deep dive so interesting. We're piecing together this whole civilization from just fragments. We have these stunning ruins, these whispers that have been passed down for generations. We're even talking about inscriptions on temple walls.
It's true.
We've even got excerpts from themes in Indian history.
Oh, cool.
And get this early sketches from the very first surveys of Vijayanagara.
Wow.
Talk about a historical treasure hunt.
It really is. Okay, so we got to start with the name right. Vijayanagara.
Okay.
Literally meaning city of victory.
I see.
You picture triumph, grandeur,
Yeah.
but then you remember ruins.
Wow.
What happened?
That's the big question, isn't it? The thing that makes Vijayanagara so fascinating is that contrast. This wasn't just some city, it was the heart of an empire.
Huge.
For over 2 centuries, Vijayanagara dominated a huge chunk of southern India, from the Krishna River all the way down to the southern tip.
Wow.
It was Vijayanagara territory.
So 200 years they were on top of the world, and then poof, gone.
That's what it seems like, right?
Yeah.
But thankfully, it's a little more complicated than that.
Okay, good.
How do we even know about it if it's all gone? That is where the detective work starts coming in. Scholars had to become detectives to piece together Vijayanagara's story,
Wow.
from clues scattered across time. The memory of Vijayanagara was kept alive by local people.
Really?
The priests at the Virupaksha temple, the devotees of the Pampadevi shrine, they carried these stories down for generations.
So it's like a giant game of historical telephone?
Yeah, kinda.
But whispers aside, what other clues are there?
Well, the ruins themselves, that's a gold mine. Archaeology reveals a lot about their lives, their architecture, how they planned their cities. Then there are inscriptions. Think of them as ancient messages etched into stone. Dozens of them found at temples and other important sites. And we can't forget the accounts from travelers, people who visited Vijayanagara in its prime, giving us that outside perspective.
So we're talking about a historical jigsaw puzzle here.
Exactly.
Using pieces from all these different sources to get a full picture of this empire. And speaking of putting the pieces together, there's this British surveyor, Colin Mackenzie,
Right.
started documenting Hampi back in 1800.
Yeah.
He was one of the first to really explore those ruins, wasn't
He
he?
was, Colin Mackenzie, an employee of the East India Company. And he really saw the value in understanding India's past.
Really?
He believed that by studying the rise and fall of empires like Vijayanagara, the British could learn how to better govern India in the present.
Oh, interesting.
But here's the thing.
What's that?
Even with his maps and compasses, Mackenzie relied heavily on those local priests
Really?
and their oral histories.
That's wild, even with modern technology.
I know.
He needed those whispers from the past to understand what he was seeing.
It really highlights how intertwined history and memory are. It's not just about dates and names. It's about understanding what forces shape the world we live in.
Right, it's all connected. Okay, so we've got a powerful empire, a name that promised victory, and this incredible detective story of how we even know about it.
Yeah.
But who are the Vijayanagara people?
Yeah, who were there?
What was life actually like in this empire?
Well, Vijayanagara was incredibly diverse. The rulers were called Rayas. But the empire itself was a melting pot of languages, religions, and cultures.
Wow.
They even had powerful local governors called Nayakas. Imagine that, what a cultural tapestry.
So not just one homogenous group.
Nope.
It sounds like Vijayanagara had this incredible mix of people all coexisting within this powerful empire. That must have led to some fascinating dynamics.
It did, you're right.
Yeah.
And this diversity wasn't just a social aspect. It played a vital role in their economic power, especially when it came to trade. Vijayanagara was strategically located. controlling trade routes that crisscrossed southern India and extended far beyond.
Trade routes extending far beyond. So we're not just talking about like a local farmer's market here.
No, no, no.
What were the hot ticket items in Vijayanagara?
Think bustling ports, caravans laden with spices, silks, precious gems,
Oh, wow.
horses.
Okay.
Essential for warfare back then, were a major import, brought all the way from Arabia and Central Asia.
Wow.
They even had incredible water management systems
Really?
that allowed them to grow and trade things like cotton and rice.
Okay, so they were agricultural geniuses and master traders.
Yak sack.
No wonder they were so successful. Weren't there some new kids on the block around this time? I'm thinking of those European explorers, looking for new trade routes and maybe a little conquest on the side.
You're talking about the Portuguese. Their arrival on the west coast of India in 1498 definitely shook things up.
I bet it did. They came with their big, powerful ships, advanced weaponry, and a desire for those spices, those Eastern spices.
Yeah, they wanted it all.
And the textiles.
Of course.
I bet that didn't sit well with the Vijayanagara rulers. Talk about a clash of civilizations.
It was a complex situation. You've got the Portuguese eager to establish their presence, control trade.
Right.
And on the other hand, you have this powerful, established Vijayanagara Empire.
Yeah.
It definitely led to some competition, but also some unexpected alliances and trade partnerships.
So not a simple case of us versus them.
Not at all. History's rarely that simple, is it?
I guess not, no.
Take Krishnadeva, for example.
Okay.
He remembered as one of Vijayanagara's greatest rulers, known for his military prowess and his shrewd diplomacy.
Oh yeah, Krishnadeva. He was the one who wrote that book on statecraft.
That's right.
What was it called again?
The Amigdamyog.
The Amukta, right?
And in it, he emphasizes the importance of treating foreign traders well, even those who you might consider potential rivals.
Interesting.
He wrote, "Make the merchants of distant foreign countries who import elephants and good horses be attached to yourself by providing them with daily audience, presence, and allowing decent profits."
Keep your friends close and your enemies closer, especially if they're bringing you horses.
Exactly. It really highlights his strategic thinking.
Yeah.
He knew that maintaining a strong economy and securing essential goods, even from potential adversaries, was crucial to Vijayanagara's success.
So we've got Vijayanagara, this vibrant multicultural hub, a center of trade, diplomacy.
Yeah.
But even the greatest empires face challenges, right? What led to their downfall?
Well, like many empires, Vijayanagara's success also contained the seeds of its eventual decline.
Okay, how so?
One factor was internal conflict. Remember the Nayakas, the local governors?
Yeah.
They had a lot of power.
Yeah.
And over time,
Okay.
some began to challenge the central authority of the Rayas.
Oh, I see.
These internal power struggles really weakened the empire, making it vulnerable to outside threats.
A house divided cannot stand.
Exactly. And to add fuel to the fire, there were the Deccan Sultanates.
Okay, for those of us who aren't history buffs, give us a rundown on the Deccan Sultanates. Who were they?
These were independent Muslim-ruled kingdoms in central and southern India.
Okay.
They had their own ambitions for power and had long been rivals with the Vijayanagara Empire.
Okay.
And as Vijayanagara dealt with internal struggles, the Deccan Sultanates, they saw an opportunity.
So you've got these internal power struggles weakening Vijayanagara from within, and the Deccan Sultanates just waiting for the right moment to make their move. Sounds like a recipe for disaster.
It was a perfect storm, really.
Yeah.
And in 1565, those tensions finally erupt at the Battle of Rakshasi Tangati, also known as Talikota.
Okay, this sounds like a major turning point.
Right.
So set the scene for us. Who's involved? What are the stakes?
So picture this, the Vijayanagara army, led by Ramaraya, the chief minister, faces off against the combined forces of three Deccan sultanates, Bijapur, Ahmadnagar, and Golconda.
Wow, talk about an alliance.
It was a clash of titans, a battle for control of southern India.
And how did it play out?
It was a crushing defeat for Vijayanagara. The sultanates, united in their ambition, completely overwhelmed their forces.
Wow.
And this battle really marked the beginning of the end for the empire.
So what happened to Vijayanagara after the battle?
The Sultanate armies, they marched on the capital city, fueled by their victory, and they sacked it, systematically destroying palaces, temples, marketplaces. It didn't last long. Within a few years, the once magnificent city, the heart of this vast empire, was abandoned, left to crumble.
It's hard to believe that a civilization that was so powerful could vanish so quickly.
It really is. It's a stark reminder, isn't it, about the cycles of history. Empires rise, they flourish, and eventually they fall. But here's what's so interesting about Vijayanagar. Even in ruins, its story continues to captivate us.
You're right. It's like those ruins at Hampi are whispering, sharing these secrets from the past, and urging us to piece together this lost glory.
Exactly. And remember those clues we talked about, the oral histories, the inscriptions, the travelers' tales?
Yeah.
They all work to make sure that Vijayanagar's legacy lives on centuries after its fall.
It's a legacy of cultural brilliance, architectural grandeur, and this society that thrived on its diversity and strategic thinking.
You said it.
It reminds you that history isn't just about what happened in the past, it's about what it can teach us about ourselves, about the complexities of civilization, and the enduring power of, well, just human resilience.
That's it. You hit the nail on the head. When we dive deep into a story like Vijayanagar, we're not just uncovering a lost empire. We're asking these huge questions about power, about cultural exchange, and really about those forces that continue to shape our world even today.
We've walked through the ruins, deciphered inscriptions, heard from people who lived it centuries ago, and I don't know about you, but I feel like we've only just scratched the surface.
And that's the beauty of it all, isn't it? There are still mysteries to be solved, stories waiting to be found. Each stone, each inscription at Hampi, it all holds another piece of the puzzle. Who knows what we might discover next?
What an incredible journey, from the rise and fall of this empire to the enduring power of its legacy. Vijayanagar's story really has it all.
It really does. And you know, sometimes those ruins, they tell the most captivating stories of all.
And on that note, we'll wrap up our deep dive into the Vijayanagar Empire. Until next time, keep exploring, keep questioning, and keep those historical imaginations going. Welcome to another deep dive. This time, we're diving into the Vijayanagar Empire. You might not know the name off the top of your head, but stick with us. By the end of this, you'll be just as hooked as I was. Just imagine, in South India, around the 14th century, an empire bursting with riches, powerful armies, with cities that could go toe-to-toe with Rome itself.
It's crazy, right? The Vijayanagar Empire, they weren't some small-time kingdom. They were major players on a global scale, going up against the biggest powers of their time and often coming out on top. They weren't just strong. They were smart, adaptable, and what they left behind still blows people's minds, even now.
Okay, so let's break this down. We've got maps, first-hand accounts from travelers who were there, the whole 9 yards. So what's our goal here? I think we need to figure out how this empire became so powerful, so magnificent, and, well, what brought it all crashing down in the end?
And listen, this wasn't some overnight thing. We're talking centuries of strategy, cultural blending. Oh, and there's definitely some drama sprinkled in there, too.
Drama. Now you're speaking my language. I love a good plot twist, especially in history. So where do we start?
We've got to start with the land itself. Take a look at this map, and you'll see the Vijayanagar Empire stretched across this huge part of South India. The Deccan Plateau, the Malabar coast, perfect spots for trade, resources, and of course, who could forget power?
You've got these busy ports on one side and fertile river valleys on the other. That's some prime location.
You know it. And the Vijayanagar rulers, they knew how to use it all to their advantage. Look at that river, right through the heart of their territory, the Tungabhadra. That river, that was their lifeline.
I see it, yeah. It cuts right through the whole empire.
Yeah.
What made it so important?
I mean, first off, water is everything, especially in a place as dry as a Deccan can be. But the Tungabhadra was more than just water. It was a natural border. It was how they got around and the land around it. Super fertile, perfect for agriculture. The Vijayanagar rulers, they weren't messing around. They built their capital city, Vijayanagar, right there on the riverbank.
Ah, so they were thinking ahead. They secured their most vital resource and built their power center right at its heart. Smart.
You got it. And look closer at that map. You'll see other important cities throughout the empire. Chandragiri, Madurai, Ikari, Thanjavur, Mysore, all carefully placed, all linked together, a whole web of power and influence.
Like some high-stakes game of Risk, except, with real empires and real consequences. But having a good location and some well-placed cities isn't enough to run an empire. How did they govern all that territory? Who was really in charge?
At the very top, you had the Raya. That's what they called their emperor. He was the top dog, the head honcho, commander of the armies, patron of the arts, the whole shebang.
Right, the big boss. But I'm guessing he couldn't handle an entire empire by himself, right?
You're right about that. The Vijayanagar Empire wasn't some, absolute monarchy where one guy called all the shots. Power was shared, although not always smoothly, with powerful military leaders called Nayakas.
Nayakas. Were those like regional governors or maybe generals?
Exactly. Think of them like the emperor's most trusted allies, the guys tasked with keeping things in check, defending everything. But here's where it gets interesting. They had this system, the Amara Nayaka system. Basically, the Raya would give these Nayakas huge chunks of land, and in return, they'd pledge their loyalty, provide troops when needed, and give a portion of the taxes they collected.
So it's kind of like a feudal system, but, with a South Indian flair.
Right on. It was a clever way to manage such a massive empire, especially one with so many different cultures and people. By sharing power with these regional leaders, the Raya could keep things stable. And when they needed an army, boom, they could raise a massive force pretty quickly. Plus, it meant that these Nayakas, they had a reason to stay loyal, to help the empire prosper.
Sounds like everyone wins, at least in theory. But something tells me it wasn't all sunshine and roses, was it? Every system has its weaknesses.
Oh, you're absolutely right about that. And the Amara Nayaka system, definitely no exception. It did create stability and wealth, but it also, without anyone realizing it at the time, planted the seeds for problems down the line. We're talking about conflict and the empire breaking apart, but we'll get into all of that a bit later.
Ooh, a cliffhanger. Okay, now you've got me hooked. Now, I've heard stories about Vijayanagara's capital city. People back then were blown away by how beautiful and magnificent it was. What can you tell us about it? Give us the details.
Imagine this. You've been traveling for weeks, a long, tough journey, and you finally reach the gates of Vijayanagara. You've heard the stories, the legends, but nothing, and I mean nothing, could prepare you for what you see. The city just sprawls out before you, filled with palaces, temples, markets bustling with people, and gardens, these lush, beautiful gardens. And surrounding it all, count 'em, 7 layers of massive stone walls.
Hold on, 7 layers of walls. These guys weren't playing around, were they?
Not even a little bit. And we're not talking about some flimsy fences. These were serious fortifications. Some parts were over 26 feet high, built to withstand anything anyone threw at them. They even used the natural landscape. Walls followed the hills, gateways were placed to funnel attackers into traps. It's no wonder that travelers like Domingo Pais, this guy from Portugal, said that Vijayanagara was up there with Rome in terms of how impressive it was.
It boggles the mind thinking about the kind of work, the sheer manpower that went into building something so massive, so complex. But the walls are just one part. What was it like inside the city?
So Domingo Pais wasn't the only one who was blown away by Vijayanagara. Another traveler, this guy Abdur Razak from Persia, he described it as this amazingly beautiful city with markets overflowing with silks, spices, jewels, you name it. He was really struck by all the water, which kind of surprising given how dry the Deccan can be. Water. Now that's interesting. Weren't we just talking about how the Tungabhadra River was nearby? It was, but the Vijayanagara rulers, they weren't content with just a river. They went above and beyond, built these incredible water systems within the city itself. Honestly, it's a testament to how creative they were, how well they understood the environment they were dealing with.
Like what? Give me the details.
They built these gigantic tanks, like the Kamalapuram tank. It held so much water, it could irrigate the city's farmland for months. And then there's the Hiriya Canal, a true engineering marvel. It channeled water from a branch of the Tungabhadra, irrigating even more fields and giving the city fresh water all year round.
Wow, talk about planning ahead. They basically built their own oasis smack dab in the middle of the Deccan Plateau.
Exactly. And these weren't just practical things. They were beautiful, too. Pais, he talks about fountains, bathing pools, gardens, all connected by this network of canals. I bet it was something else to see in person.
It sounds like paradise, especially compared to the harsh conditions outside the city walls. But even paradise has its problems, right?
You're telling me. And for the Vijayanagara Empire, a lot of those problems came from outside their borders, from their neighbors up north, the Deccan Sultanates. But, and this is important, it wasn't just a simple us versus them situation. It was way more complicated than that.
Okay, so we've got these powerful Islamic sultanates up north and the Vijayanagara Empire ruling the south. It sounds like a recipe for conflict to me. Were they constantly at each other's throats?
It's way more interesting than that. You see, the Deccan Sultanates weren't some kind of united front. They had their own little rivalries, their own alliances, always changing like the wind. And Vijayanagara, clever as they were, they used that to their advantage.
Divide and conquer. That's the oldest trick in the book.
You got it. Sometimes Vijayanagara would team up with one sultanate to fight another. It was a risky strategy, but man, it was effective. There's even a story about one of their strongest rulers, Krishna Devaraya. He actually took the title Establisher of the Yavana Kingdom, a title that recognized his sway over some of the sultanates.
Whoa, talk about a power play. But that kind of balancing act, playing both sides, it's gotta be risky, right? Weren't they worried one of the sultanates would catch on?
Of course. And that's where that Amara system we talked about earlier, that's where it starts to backfire a little. Remember those regional governors, the ones with all that autonomy? Well, while Vijayanagara was busy projecting strengths outward, things were starting to crack within.
Ah, I see where you're going with this. So while they're busy managing the sultanates, their own backyard is starting to, get ideas.
Exactly. As the Sultanate started getting nervous about Vijayanagara getting too powerful, the empire's own stability started to crumble. The Amaranayakas, those regional power players, they started flexing their muscles, grabbing more power, and their loyalty to the Raya. Let's just say it was put to the test.
Too much decentralization. That's a classic recipe for trouble. It's like they say, every empire is built on shaky ground.
Couldn't have put it better myself. And this internal struggle for power, that's a big part of why Vijayanagara ultimately fell. See, it was during the reign of Ramaraya, a ruler who was known for, let's say, his strong personality, that the Sultanates finally decided to put aside their differences.
So all that time playing the sultanates off each other, it blew up in their faces.
Yeah, you could say that. Ramaraya, he was confident, maybe a little too confident in his own power. He probably underestimated how dangerous a common enemy could be, and all his attempts to use the divisions among the sultanates to his advantage, well, it just pushed them closer together. And then in 1565, the unthinkable happened.
1565. Something tells me this isn't going to be good. What happened?
The Deccan Sultanates, they were done playing games. They wanted to crush Vijayanagara once and for all. They combined their armies and marched south. And that's how it all led up to one of the most important battles in Indian history, the Battle of Talakota.
This is it, isn't it? The moment of truth for Vijayanagara.
You said it. The Vijayanagara army, they were known for being fierce warriors, and Ramaraya himself led them into battle. But they were outnumbered, completely outnumbered. The Sultanates, they were united, they had a common goal, and they were driven by, well, let's be honest, years of resentment. They fought like they had something to prove, and the Vijayanagara forces, they weren't ready for it.
Sounds like a losing battle from the start. Didn't the Amaranayakas, those governors, come to the Rai's aid?
Some did, but a lot of them, they hesitated. Maybe they could sense which way the wind was blowing. Maybe their loyalty had already started to fade. Whatever the reason, them not showing up, it had huge consequences. The Battle of Talakota, it raged on for hours, a bloody, messy affair. But by the time the sun set, the outcome was clear. Vijayanagara was defeated, they were crushed. Ramaraya, he was captured and executed. And the empire, it was never the same. That single battle shattered their image of invincibility.
It's tough to think about. This empire that had stood for centuries, an empire known for its wealth, its art, its power, brought down by one battle. What happened to the city, to Vijayanagara itself, after the battle?
It was a massacre. The Sultanates, they had won, and they unleashed their fury on the city. Temples were destroyed, palaces were looted and burned. The streets, once so full of life, were filled with the bodies of the fallen.
It breaks my heart to imagine what those people went through, how quickly their world was turned upside down. What happened to the survivors?
They fled. Can you imagine the fear, the desperation, thousands of people running from a burning city trying to find safety? The empire didn't disappear overnight, but the sack of Vijayanagara, that was the beginning of the end.
So what happened to all that land? Did the Sultanates just take over?
They won the battle, but the Deccan Sultanates, they weren't able to hold on to all that territory to replace Vijayanagara. Remember those Amaranayakas? Well, they saw their chance. They declared independence, carved out their own little kingdoms from the remnants of the empire.
So the very system that helped Vijayanagara rise to power ended up being their downfall. What a twist.
It really is. But even though Vijayanagara fell apart, it didn't vanish completely. The art, the architecture, the way they blended different cultures together, that all survived. Their legacy, it lived on, and it still influences people today.
It's kind of sad, in a way. This empire, Vijayanagara, they were so powerful, so advanced. But in the end, it all fell apart. Makes you think, about what we can learn from them, the good and the bad.
Yeah, it's easy to see it that way, like it's just another story about an empire that rose and fell. But there's more to it than that.
Oh, I'm all ears.
Think back to those water systems, the tanks, the canals. They were incredible feats of engineering, sure, but they were also a way of, challenging nature itself. They were dealing with this dry climate, but they didn't give up. They found ways to make their land thrive. That spirit, that resilience, it's something we can all learn from.
Yeah, that's a good point.
We tend to focus on the battles, the power struggles, but Vijayanagara reminds us that even in the middle of all that chaos, people can still create amazing things.
Exactly. And don't forget about their art, their architecture. Even though the Sultanates destroyed so much, what's left of their temples, the sculptures, the carvings, it's breathtaking. And it wasn't just about showing off their wealth or power. It was about expressing their culture, a culture that embraced so many different influences and ideas.
It makes you realize that even when empires crumble, the things they create, the art and ideas, they can live on. But Vijayanagara's story, it also makes us think about power, doesn't it? The way it works, the way it can be used and abused.
Definitely. The Amara Nayaka system, that's a perfect example. It worked for a while, but it also shows how tricky it is to find that balance between a strong central government and giving regions their freedom. Give too much power to the regions and the whole thing can fall apart. But control them too tightly and you stifle creativity, create resentment. It's a problem that leaders have always faced, and Vijayanagara's story gives us a lot to think about.
And then there's their whole relationship with the Deccan Sultanates. Alliances, betrayals, shifting loyalties, it was a whole drama. Shows you that history is rarely simple, black and white. Even enemies can find ways to work together, at least for a little while.
For sure. And that's something we should remember, especially today, when everything feels so divided. Vijayanagara's story, it tells us to look beyond the easy answers, to see the complexities of the past. Because even in conflict, there's always a chance for understanding, for cooperation.
So as we wrap up this deep dive into the world of Vijayanagara, what's the one thing you hope our listeners take away from all of this?
I think it's their ability to adapt, to create, to overcome challenges. They were masters of their environment. They built incredible cities. They fostered a culture that was both beautiful and sophisticated. Their empire may not have lasted, but their legacy lives on. It reminds us to strive for excellence, to embrace what makes us different, and to never give up on the power of the human spirit.
Well said. Vijayanagara might be in ruins, but their story isn't over. It still has things to teach us today.
It does, and who knows? Maybe their story will inspire some of you listening to go on your own deep dives, to uncover forgotten stories, to find the threads that connect us all. After all, history isn't just a bunch of dates and names. It's about people, their experiences, and there's always something new to learn.
Welcome to your deep dive. Today, we're all about 15th, 16th century India, heading back to experience the city of Vijayanagara.
And forget those dry history books.
You got it. You've given us these amazing glimpses of the city, all from real academic papers.
Yeah.
And we're going way beyond just the names and dates.
We are.
To uncover what truly made Vijayanagara tick.
It's like stepping into a time capsule, you know? What I find so captivating about Vijayanagara is this amazing blend of practicality. I mean, you've got this city built for war, but also for celebration.
Okay, celebration always gets my attention, but let's be honest. If we were actually walking through Vijayanagara right now, what would be the first thing to really catch our eye?
Picture this. You're walking up to this sprawling city, and the first thing that hits you is just the sheer scale of it.
Yeah.
Like, boom. These defenses.
Right.
A three-tiered fortification system.
The sources mention agricultural land inside those outer walls.
Exactly.
And sieges back then, those could drag on for years.
Right, absolutely.
So they were prepared to outlast their enemies.
They had to be. Having fields and water sources inside, that meant that Vijayanagara, it could withstand even the most determined siege.
Yeah.
It wasn't just about walls and keeping people in. It was about making sure they could survive, even if the enemy was camped outside for years.
Wow. It's like a city designed to weather any storm,
Yeah.
literally.
Right.
But it wasn't just about, brute force. The sources also talk about these incredible gateways, arches, domes, this beautiful Indo-Islamic architectural influence.
Absolutely. Vijayanagara, it wasn't some city closed off from the world. Those gateways, those were more than just entrances. They were like a statement.
A statement
of being open to new ideas, outside influences.
So we're talking about a city that's both strong and open, right? But let's move past the walls. What about the people who actually lived in Vijayanagara?
Well, we often think about these grand palaces and imposing structures when we think of ancient cities.
Right, which Vijayanagara definitely had.
Oh, they did. But the real heart of the city, it was in the streets.
The sources mention long streets, open places.
Exactly. A real mix of grand homes and, more humble dwellings, even thatched roofs.
It's those everyday details we often forget about.
Right.
But they're what makes it real. Vijayanagara wasn't just for the rulers, it was a whole community.
And a diverse one at that. The sources mentioned all these shrines and small temples all over the city.
Yeah.
That tells us there were tons of different faiths, everyday rituals happening.
It's like these sources give us these little snapshots, frozen in time.
They really do.
Speaking of extraordinary, we can't forget one of Vijayanagara's most impressive structures, the Mahanavami Dibba. Even the name sounds impressive, right?
Well, imagine this massive platform. We're talking 40 feet high, covering over 11,000 square feet. And it wasn't just about size, it was a stage, a place for grand ceremonies, processions, even animal sacrifices.
Wow. It's giving me serious Indiana Jones vibes.
Right. This was the Vijayanagara rulers showing off their power, their prestige to the world.
Okay, so if we're talking about huge events, tons of people, wouldn't this platform need a lot of space around it?
That's where things get really interesting. Some scholars think the space surrounding the Mahanavami Dibba might have actually been too small for those massive festivities described in some of the historical accounts.
Wait, really? So are we missing something? Could the platform have been altered over time? Maybe?
That's a great question, and it's something historians are still debating today. It's these kinds of mysteries that make studying history so fascinating.
It's like a puzzle with a few pieces missing.
It really is.
And it makes you wonder, what else don't we know about Vijayanagara?
And those carvings on the Mahanavami Dibba, those are like clues too.
Oh, right. The sources mentioned something about relief carvings, didn't they? What kind of carvings are we talking about here?
Think of them like snapshots of life in Vijayanagara.
Yeah.
You've got processions of horses, elephants, dancers, musicians,
Wow.
even wrestlers like frozen mid-match.
They carved all of that into this platform.
It's like they carved a whole story right onto the stone, you know?
It makes you wonder, did the carvings have like a deeper meaning? Or were they just for decoration?
That's the million-dollar question.
Yeah.
Some historians think they were telling stories, maybe from Hindu mythology or commemorating important events. Others think they were all about, power, like a visual display of, hey, look at us.
I can just imagine it now. The sunlight hitting those carvings as the processions moved across the platform.
Oh, yeah.
Amazing. But you mentioned earlier that scholars are debating whether the Mahanavami Dibba was actually big enough for all those grand events. What are the arguments there?
Well, it all comes down to those eyewitness accounts. Like, we have this Portuguese traveler, Domingo Passes.
Right. I remember him from the sources.
He described these huge events, tons of people, animals, the whole 9 yards.
Okay.
But some scholars are saying, hold on a minute, the platform and the space around it, not big enough for all that.
So was Passes exaggerating, or could the platform have been, expanded later on?
Those are definitely possibilities. They might have also used the surrounding area in different ways during those big events.
Makes sense.
Maybe they built temporary structures for the crowds. Who knows?
Yeah.
It's one of those historical mysteries we might never fully solve.
It's always the mysteries that are the most intriguing, though, right? But we're getting caught up in the big picture here. What about the everyday people in Vijayanagara?
Oh, absolutely. And the sources give us these little glimpses into their lives. Remember those long streets and open places we talked about?
Yeah.
They weren't just empty spaces. We're talking bustling with life. They even found fine Chinese porcelain in certain areas.
Fancy.
It tells us there's this whole wealthy merchant class connected to trade routes all over the world.
It really paints a picture of a global city, doesn't it?
It does. And remember those shrines and small temples the sources mentioned?
Yeah.
It wasn't just the wealthy who left their mark. Those shrines tell us about the everyday religious practices happening all throughout the city.
Vijayanagara was a city of contrasts then. Wealth and everyday life, all happening at once.
Exactly. It was a real living city, not just a bunch of palaces and monuments. But speaking of palaces, we haven't even talked about the Royal Center yet.
Oh, right. The heart of the empire. Okay, I'm picturing palaces galore.
You're not wrong. The sources mentioned over the 30 building complexes that were probably palaces.
30. Were they all as fancy as the Lotus Mahal? I have to say, that name alone is just captivating.
While the Lotus Mahal is definitely unique, all those palaces were special in their own way. Interestingly, while the temples were built entirely of stone,
Right?
those palaces often had wooden superstructures.
Why is that? Wouldn't they want everything to last?
Probably strategic. Wood was easier to work with, more abundant, perfect for building those large palace structures.
Okay, that makes sense.
And even though those wooden parts haven't survived,
Right.
we can still get an idea of what they looked like. We have the foundation layouts, artwork, and those accounts from travelers like Domingo Pace.
Speaking of Pays, what about that House of Victory he described?
What was that all about?
Pace's description of the House of Victory gives us this amazing glimpse into life in the royal center.
Okay, I'm intrigued.
He describes two main platforms. We think those were probably the audience hall.
Okay.
And, you guessed it, the Mahanavami Diva.
Wait, so he thought those two massive structures were connected?
It's possible he saw them as, serving similar purposes, especially during those big ceremonies. Now, he described the audience hall as having this second floor
Okay.
held up by all these closely spaced pillars.
Huh, interesting. Why so cramped?
Good question. Some think it was just for support, especially if that second floor was holding a lot of weight, maybe people or decorations. Others think it was purely aesthetic.
So to impress people.
Exactly.
Amazing how even something as small as the spacing of some pillars can tell us so much, isn't it?
It's true. Even something like that can give us clues, right?
Yeah.
And those upper levels of the audience hall, they were probably made of wood, so...
Correct.
Exactly.
Yeah. But did Pine say anything about what was up there?
Oh, yeah, he did. He mentioned this room, get this, made of cloth.
What?
That's right. Apparently, that's where the king held court, sitting on this lavish throne.
Okay, now that's an image. That sounds pretty extravagant.
It was all about making an impression. That description, it makes you think that second floor wasn't just some random space, It was designed for ceremony, for showmanship.
I love that. So we're talking rich textiles, maybe even silks.
Oh, absolutely.
Adorning the walls, ceilings, the whole 9 yards.
It's funny, isn't it? We tend to think of stone as this lasting material.
Right.
But back then, it was those more delicate materials that really wowed people.
It's true. Like you might remember seeing a big stone building, but you feel the opulence of a room draped in luxurious fabrics.
Exactly. And it reminds us that we can't just rely on what's left behind.
Right.
Those written accounts, the artwork, even the tiniest archaeological clues.
They're all pieces of the puzzle.
Like you said, we need the full orchestra.
And speaking of, we can't forget about one of Vijayanagara's most beautifully named features, the Lotus Mahal. We know about its elegant design, but what about its purpose? Was it really just a palace for, lotus lovers?
I think we can safely say that's a myth. But while the name might be a bit romanticized, the building itself is still fascinating. Its location, right in the heart of the royal center, tells us it was important.
So not just a pretty face, then?
Not at all. It might have been used for leisure, for important meetings, even administrative stuff.
So a multi-purpose space.
Exactly. Imagine. Diplomatic meetings one day, lavish banquets the next, all happening within the Lotus Mahal.
I love it. But we've talked a lot about the grand structures of Vijayanagara. What about the less glamorous side of things? How did they deal with, water? The sources mentioned lakes, canals.
Oh, that's such an important point. It shows how forward-thinking the Vijayanagara rulers were. They were smart. They built the city near the Tungabhadra River.
Good start.
But they didn't stop there. They created this incredible network of canals, reservoirs, tanks to collect and distribute water everywhere.
It's like a massive ancient plumbing system.
Exactly. But it wasn't just practical. Water had, and still has, huge cultural and religious significance in India.
Right. It's more than just, H2O.
Exactly. By making sure there was always water, the rulers were showing they were wise, powerful, and could literally control the lifeblood of the city.
It's fascinating how even something like water supply was about more than just, keeping people hydrated.
Absolutely. It all played a part in shaping Vijayanagara's identity.
It's been an amazing journey, exploring those bustling streets, the palaces, even decoding some of those ancient mysteries. So what's the one big takeaway you want our listeners to remember about Vijayanagara?
For me, it's that Vijayanagara isn't just some ancient city frozen in time. It reminds us that even in these powerful empires, it's the everyday people, their resilience, their creativity that makes history come alive.
You've given us so much to think about today. A huge thank you to you for guiding us through this incredible deep dive.
My pleasure.
And to you, our listeners, thank you for joining us on this journey back to the magnificent city of Vijayanagara.
Welcome to the Deep Dive. Ready to explore a city that's basically one giant history lesson. We're talking Vijayanagara, where every brick has a story to tell.
And get this, some of those stories might be even grander than we thought. Like, picture elephant stables that were actually... Well, you'll have to wait and see.
Okay, now you have to elaborate. I got that themes and Indian history book you suggested, the maps, the photos. It's amazing.
Right. A total gold mine. And it all starts with a good old-fashioned mystery. There's this building near the Lotus Mahal, and it's stunning, don't get me wrong.
Yeah, the pictures are incredible.
Totally. But here's the thing. It's way more elaborate than you'd expect for, say, just housing animals. And the layout, those courtyards, the entrances, it just screams something more ceremonial.
Okay, hold up. If not elephants, then what? Was this like Vijayanagara's royal parking garage? Chariots instead of Teslas?
Haha, I love it. But imagine this. It's not a stable, it's a council chamber. The rulers, their advisors meeting under those arches, making decisions that shapes an empire, maybe even welcoming important guests there.
Wow. To be a fly on that wall, right? It's amazing how architecture can be like a puzzle, giving us a glimpse into how these rulers thought.
Totally.
Speaking of impressive structures, the book also talks about this incredible temple, the Hazararama Temple, like something out of an Indiana Jones movie.
And it wasn't just about looks. This one was all about royal devotion. Picture this, a temple right in the heart of the royal center, accessible only to, the VIPs of Vijayanagara.
The ultimate exclusive access.
Exactly.
Sadly, the book mentions the main idols are gone, but the carvings on those walls, they must tell some stories. Like figure 7.18, all those dancing figures, what do you make of those? Oh, and then there are the elephants and horses carved everywhere. Can't just be decoration, right?
No way. Those dancing scenes, it's like a window into their culture, Maybe myths, maybe celebrations, who knows? And the animals, you're spot on. Elephants all about strength and wisdom, right? Horses, think power, speed. They're tying those images to themselves.
Of course. It's like that old saying, dress for the job you want. But in this case, it's build for the divine authority you want.
Exactly.
Which reminds me, the book makes it clear Vijayanagara wasn't just in a good spot. It was practically blessed by the gods from the get-go.
Seriously. Even before Vijayanagara, this whole area was buzzing with religious significance. Hindu deities, think Virupaksha, Pampadevi, even ancient Jain temples. They were working with some powerful groundwork.
Talk about a head start. So they weren't just building a city, they were tapping into something much bigger.
100%. And get this, they went all in, claimed they ruled on behalf of the god Virupaksha, signed official documents in his name.
Whoa, like memo from the desk of Virupaksha. That's next level.
Right, and it makes their title Hindu Suratrana even more interesting.
Yeah, what's the deal with that? It's a bit of a mouthful.
It's like cultural fusion. Sanskrit meets Arabic. Basically Hindu Sultan. They're confident in their own thing, but also like, hey, we see you, other cultures, we get it.
Globalization, Vijayanagara style, I'm
Yeah.
picking up what they're putting down. And speaking of impressive statements, the book talks about these Rayagopurams, these huge gateways, bigger than some of the shrines they're next to. Figure 7.7 is wild.
Right. We're not just talking size here. It's about how they're placed. Imagine you're arriving, maybe for the first time. What's the first thing you see? These towering structures, like, welcome to Vijayanagara, we don't mess around.
Subtle. And the book uses the Virupaksha temple as an example. Even has a diagram in figure 7.21. I love a good diagram.
Me too. And this one tells a story. See how far away the main Gopuram is from the actual shrine? It's intentional. It's like they're creating an experience. You walk through those courtyards, anticipation builds, then, bam, you hit the main event.
So it's not just about the destination, it's about the journey, right? Using architecture to create a mood, a sense of awe.
Exactly, they get it. And even though Vijayanagara eventually fell, that architectural genius lived on. Take a look at figure 7.19, the audience hall in Madurai, built by the Nayakas who came after Vijayanagara.
Okay, those arches are amazing. What's the connection, though?
The Nayakas, they were inspired, man. They took those architectural ideas, those arches, and ran with them. It's like a shout out to Vijayanagara.
It makes you wonder what else they were inspired by. It's like those buildings are whispering secrets, just waiting for us to listen.
Totally.
But before we go full Nancy Drew on those whispers, let's get back to those elephant stables. If they weren't for elephants, what else could those grand spaces have been used for?
Now, that's a question that's kept historians guessing. I mean, sure, storage, barracks, those are possibilities.
Yeah, practical.
Right, but what if it was something more deliberate? Something that played into that whole awe-inspiring vibe they had going on?
Picture this. Royal processions, musicians, dancers, maybe even the ruler himself, making a grand entrance under those arches.
Oh, totally. It's like theater, right?
Exactly.
They knew how to make a statement. And it wasn't just about showing off either. It was about power, about reminding everyone who was in charge. Which, speaking of, those gopurams we talked about, those massive gateways, as cool as they are, weren't they also kind of risky? I mean, talk about a target for invaders.
That's a good point. It's like they were playing architectural chicken.
Right. We're so confident. Come and get us. It's bold. That's Vijayanagara for you.
I kind of love it. It makes those structures even more interesting to think about, all that history they've seen. It makes you wish we had, like, time-traveling tour guides.
Oh, tell me about it.
We've talked a lot about temples and palaces, but the book mentions that there was a whole bustling city outside of those royal areas. What was that like? Did everyday people get a taste of that architectural magic?
Oh, for sure. Vijayanagar wasn't just for the elite. It was a city, a busy one. Think markets, workshops, all the hustle and bustle. And yeah, they cared about the details even for regular folks. Water systems, public spaces, that kind of thing.
So it wasn't all about impressing people?
Yeah, not just about that, no.
They wanted the city to actually work. That makes sense.
Exactly.
I can picture it now walking those streets. Do you think people back then, just going about their day, did they stop and appreciate those incredible buildings? Or were they just there?
It's a question, isn't it? Like, imagine you're a potter, right? You're in your workshop, focused on your craft, but every so often you look up and bam, there's a Gopuram, reminding you of where you are.
Subtle.
Right. Or maybe you're a family going to the temple, and those gateways, they're like milestones on your journey.
Building the excitement. Okay, I'm getting chills just thinking about it. What do you think it was about this civilization, about Vijayanagara, that allowed them to create something so impressive?
I think it was their ability to blend, to adapt. Think
Right.
about it. Vijayanagara was like the ultimate crossroads. So many cultures, religions, ideas, all coming together in one place. And that's reflected in their art, their architecture, everything.
They were way ahead of the game. Which makes me think about their legacy. Did Vijayanagara's style die out when the empire did, or did it live on?
Oh, it definitely had staying power. I mean, we've already mentioned the Nayakas, how they were clearly inspired. But it goes beyond that. You see echoes of Vijayanagara style all over South India.
Wow, so their architectural influence really spread.
Totally. It's like their ideas, their aesthetics, they just resonated. It wasn't about copying exactly, but about capturing that essence, that grandeur, the symbolism, the sheer skill. They set a standard.
A lasting one, clearly. It's amazing to think about those echoes, how something built so long ago can still have this kind of impact. It makes you wonder, though, what actually happened to those incredible buildings after Vijayanagara fell? Did any of them, survive?
Well, it's kind of a sad story, actually. Vijayanagara met a pretty brutal end. The city was attacked, a lot of it was destroyed, but even in ruins, you can still see the magnificence.
So there are still places where you can, touch those stones, connect with that history.
Oh, absolutely. Some areas are definitely worse for wear, but you can still get a sense of what they once were. And then there are others, like that Virupaksha temple complex we talked about earlier, that are surprisingly well preserved. It's even a UNESCO World Heritage Site now, so people come from all over to see it.
Wow. To walk through those spaces, it'd be like stepping right into those pictures from the book. They must have been incredible builders. Did they have any, secret techniques or anything that made their work so good?
Well, they definitely weren't afraid to try new things, especially with their temples. Think about how they incorporated royal portraits and ceremonies into those sacred spaces. That was pretty groundbreaking. It blurred the lines between, the king and the divine, made them a much more present figure in religious life.
So they were kind of using architecture to redefine what it meant to be a ruler. Did other kingdoms at the time, did they pick up on that? Were they okay, Vijayanagara, we see you, we're taking notes?
They were definitely trendsetters, yeah. But here's the thing. They managed to push boundaries while still respecting tradition. They weren't throwing out the old playbook, just adding their own unique spin to it. And that's how you create a style that's both familiar and completely new.
That's such a good point. It's not always about starting over from scratch. Sometimes it's about taking what you've learned, what's come before, and making it your own. And man, we've covered so much in this deep dive, everything from elephant stables to towering gateways. I feel like we've just scratched the surface of Vijayanagara.
And that's what I love about history. There's always more to uncover, always another mystery waiting around the corner. Every inscription, every artifact, it has the potential to change what we thought we knew. Even something like that elephant stable, the fact that it might not have been for elephants at all, it reminds us to keep asking questions, to be open to new possibilities.
To embrace the mystery, right? And it reminds us that history isn't just dates in a textbook, it's a conversation, one that we're still having today. So as we wrap up this incredible journey through Vijayanagara, what's one thing you hope our listeners will take away from this deep dive?
I think it's the fact that beyond the grandeur, beyond the intricate carvings and the impressive scale, Vijayanagara was ultimately about people. It's a story about human ingenuity and ambition, and the power of architecture to shape not just a city, but an empire's legacy.
Beautifully said. And who knows? Maybe one of our listeners will be inspired to uncover the next clue in the mystery of Vijayanagara. Until then, thanks for joining us on this deep dive. Keep exploring, and we'll see you next time as we delve into another fascinating chapter of history.
Hey there, ready to explore some seriously impressive ruins?
Mm-hmm.
Today's deep dive takes us to the heart of South India, to the remains of the Vijayanagara Empire. We're digging into a fascinating textbook, Themes in Indian History, Part 2.
Okay.
And trust me, this is way more exciting than your average history lesson.
You're right. We're talking grand temples, bustling city streets, and the kind of architectural wonders that still have researchers scratching their heads centuries later.
Okay, so to set the scene, Vijayanagara was this powerful empire that thrived from the 14th, 16th centuries. It's known for its incredible art and architecture, and that's where our textbook really dives deep.
What's fascinating is how the Vijayanagara rulers used architecture to project their power and influence.
Okay.
Take the temples, for instance. They're not just places of worship, they're massive, awe-inspiring statements. Imagine towering gateways called gopurams, covered in intricate carvings that tell stories of gods and kings.
It's like saying, look at the amazing things we can build.
Yeah.
We have power, resources, and serious artistic skills.
Exactly. And those skills are on full display in temples like Virupaksha and Vithala. These weren't built overnight either. They were added to and expanded upon over generations, with each ruler wanting to leave their mark.
So it's almost like a timeline etched in stone, each edition telling a story about the ruler and the empire's evolution.
You've got it. King Krishnadevaraya, one of Vijayanagara's most famous rulers, even added a whole new hall to the Virupaksha temple to commemorate his rise to power.
Talk about making a statement. But what I find really interesting is how these temples blend different architectural styles. It wasn't just about imposing one tradition, but rather incorporating elements from various cultures and periods.
That's a really important point. This blending of styles tells us that the Vijayanagara rulers were surprisingly open to diverse cultural influences. They weren't afraid to embrace and adapt ideas, which likely contributed to their success and longevity as an empire.
So it's not just about impressive buildings, it's about what they represent. A willingness to learn from others and create something new and unique. But let's step inside these temples. What would we have seen back in their heyday?
Well, imagine walking into a space filled with music, dance, and the scent of incense. These temples were designed for grand celebrations and rituals. In fact, they even had special halls called Kalyana Mandapas.
Kalyana Mandapas, what's that?
They were essentially halls for the deities to swing in. The word Kalyana means auspicious marriage in Sanskrit, reflecting their use for divine celebrations and ceremonies.
Deities on swings. That's a side of religious practice you don't always hear about. It sounds surprisingly joyful.
It is. And it challenges the notion that ancient religions were all about strict rules and somber rituals. This detail gives us a glimpse into the playful, celebratory aspects of life in Vijayanagara.
And it makes me even more curious to uncover those details, to see beyond the grandeur of the monuments and into the heart of what life was really like.
And that's what we'll do as we delve deeper into the city itself, exploring those bustling marketplaces and uncovering the stories hidden within the ruins.
Speaking of those temples, their grandeur was only one aspect of Vijayanagara.
Right.
The city itself was a marvel of urban planning and a hub of activity.
Absolutely. We have to remember that this wasn't some sleepy temple town. Vijayanagara was a bustling metropolis, a center of trade and commerce that drew people from all over.
So what would it have been like to walk those streets, say, 500 years ago?
Picture this. You're walking down a wide paved avenue, the sun beating down. Thankfully, there are these elegant pillared pavilions offering shade. As you look around, you see shops stretching as far as the eye can see. This, my friend, was the famous Chariot Street of Vijayanagara.
A Chariot Street. So was it like a grand parade route through the city?
It was designed for processions and ceremonies, but is also the heart of Vijayanagara's marketplace. We're talking a vibrant, bustling bazaar packed with merchants and shoppers from all walks of life.
Okay, now I'm really picturing it. What kind of things would they be selling in this massive marketplace?
Everything you can imagine. We have these incredible first-hand accounts from travelers who visited Vijayanagara during its peak. One traveler, Domingo Paez, described it as the best provided city in the world, with stalls overflowing with spices, silks, precious gems, you name it. They even had thriving livestock markets.
Wow, that's amazing. These accounts bring a whole different dimension to how we understand Vijayanagara. It's not just about the monuments, but also the energy and activity that would have filled the streets.
It really does. And these accounts aren't just filled with glowing praise either. Another traveler, Fernand Nunez, mentioned an abundance of fruits from mangoes to pomegranates, all at bargain prices apparently. But he also described meat markets selling everything from venison to, believe it or not, rats and lizards.
I think I'll stick to the mangoes. But it's these kinds of details that make the past feel so much more real. We get a glimpse into the everyday lives of the people who lived and worked their diets what they valued.
Exactly. And it makes you wonder, how do we even know the layout of this bustling city? I mean, Vijayanagara is in ruins today. How did researchers piece together this puzzle centuries later?
That's what I've been wondering this whole time. It's like trying to reassemble a giant jigsaw puzzle, but instead of cardboard pieces, you have crumbling walls and scattered artifacts.
That's a great analogy. And it was a massive undertaking. After the initial surveys in the 1800s, scholars got to work meticulously documenting every structure, from the tiniest shrines to the sprawling temple complexes.
So they were basically architectural detectives trying to piece together clues from the past.
Precisely. They divided the entire city into grids, carefully mapping each section. But they didn't rely solely on what they could unearth. They painstakingly studied those traveler accounts we just discussed, cross-referencing them with inscriptions found on walls and monuments.
It speaks to the incredible dedication and collaboration it takes to reconstruct the past. And yet, I imagine there are still things we'll never know about Vijayanagara.
That's the beauty and the frustration of history, isn't it?
Yeah.
We can unearth the ruins, decipher inscriptions, analyze countless artifacts, but there are always gaps, silences that whisper of lives lived and stories lost to time.
Like, we can stand in awe of these magnificent structures, but what about the people who actually built them? Did they marvel at their own creations? What were their lives like?
Those are the questions that keep historians up at night. We can study architectural techniques, learn about the materials they used, the logistics of such massive projects. But the human side of it, the thoughts and emotions of those who labored on these grand designs, those remain elusive.
It's like looking at a beautiful, intricate tapestry, admiring the craftsmanship, but never knowing the weaver's story.
Exactly. Take those massive construction projects. We can only imagine the sheer scale of labor involved, the coordination, the skill. Where did these workers come from? Were they paid? Do they sing songs as they worked? These are questions we can only ponder.
And what about the architects, the masterminds behind these architectural marvels? Did they leave their mark on history, or are their names lost to time? It's humbling, really. We often focus on the big names in history, but these were massive communal efforts. Countless hands contributed to something truly awe-inspiring.
It's a great point. And it reminds us that history isn't just about kings and queens and grand narratives. It's about the everyday lives of countless individuals who poured their skill, sweat, and sometimes even their lives into these endeavors.
Their legacy lives on in the very fabric of these structures, even if their individual stories remain a mystery.
Precisely. But while we may not know their names, we do catch glimpses of how rulers wanted to be remembered. And sometimes those depictions don't quite line up with reality.
Oh, tell me more about that.
Well, our textbook highlights this intriguing contrast between the idealized image projected by rulers and the more humanizing descriptions we find in historical accounts.
What a great way to put it. So who's a good example of this?
Take Krishnadeva, the king we mentioned earlier. He's often considered one of Vijayanagara's greatest rulers, presiding over a golden age of expansion and prosperity. And his image reflects that.
In what way?
Yeah, there's this magnificent statue of him at the Chidambaram temple in Tamil Nadu, a temple dedicated to Shiva, one of Hinduism's most important deities. The statue portrays Krishnadeva as powerful, imposing every inch the mighty king. It's a powerful statement, placing his image in such an important religious site.
Absolutely. It's about aligning yourself with divine power and authority.
Exactly. But then we read accounts from people who actually met Krishnadeva. The traveler Domingo Pays, for example, describes him as having a fair complexion and a good figure, but then adds this interesting detail. He notes that Krishnadeva had signs of smallpox on his face.
That's so interesting. This perfect king, immortalized in stone, bore the marks of a disease that affected countless ordinary people. It really humanizes him.
It does. And it reminds us that historical figures were just as human as we are, with flaws, vulnerabilities, and personal histories that shaped who they were.
It makes exploring the past even more compelling, knowing that these weren't flawless beings, but real people who faced real challenges, just like us.
Exactly. And that's the beauty of delving into history. It's not about glorifying the past or romanticizing bygone eras, but uncovering the layers, the complexities, the contradictions that make it so fascinating.
It's about finding the human stories behind the grand narratives and understanding that history is anything but simple.
You got it. And as we stand among the ruins of Vijayanagara with its breathtaking temples and echoes of bustling marketplaces, we're reminded that there's always more to uncover, more stories to be told, and more to learn about ourselves through the lens of the past.
This deep dive has been incredible. It sparked a whole new level of curiosity in me, and I can't help but wonder what other secrets and stories are hidden within these ruins, just waiting to be brought to light.
That's the spirit. The quest to understand the past, to piece together the fragments of lost empires and forgotten lives, is a journey without end. Who knows what amazing discoveries await us just around the corner?
And that, my friend, is what makes exploring history so exciting. Until next time on The Deep Dive.
Welcome back, deep divers. Ready to explore a city lost to time.
Always up for a challenge, especially when it involves ancient empires and crumbling ruins.
Perfect. Because today, we're diving headfirst into the world of 14th to 17th century India. To this place, Vijayanagara.
Vijayanagara, huh? Okay, I'm intrigued. I've always loved that period.
We've got these excerpts from a history textbook, right?
Yeah.
And it's like trying to piece together a puzzle using these little glimpses into their world. But that's the exciting part, isn't it?
Absolutely. It's like, how much can we actually learn from, what, a inscription here, a traveler's tale there?
Exactly. Like, take this term they keep using, royal center. It's describing Vijayanagara, but does that really capture it?
Yeah, it does seem a bit sterile, doesn't it? Like imagining this sprawling city reduced to just a center.
Right. So maybe we should start there. What actually made up Vijayanagara? What did they consider to be part of the city?
Well, the textbook mentions marketplaces, these grand temples. Imagine the kind of intricate carvings and towering structures. And then, get this, agricultural lands, all within the city walls.
Wait, hold on. Farms inside the city. That's kind of unusual, isn't it?
It is. It speaks to their understanding of, one, sustainability, I guess, and two, the importance of having food sources within easy reach.
Okay, I see, like a self-sustaining system. But also, wouldn't that make the city limits absolutely massive?
Exactly. And that's where their incredible water management systems come in.
Oh yeah, the book mentioned aqueducts, right?
Yeah, these intricate networks of aqueducts and reservoirs bringing water from miles around to support not just the population, but also those agricultural areas we talked about. Talk about ambitious.
So we're talking a massive, bustling city, not just some palace complex. But what about the people? The textbook mentions, merchants and artisans, but what do we actually know about their daily lives?
That's the thing about history, right? It's more than just dates and battles. It's about people.
Exactly. Like, what were their routines, their hopes, their dreams? Did they have dreams back then?
Of course they did. I mean, we can't know for sure about specific dreams, but they're humans, just like us, and we find clues. Like, imagine archaeologists uncovering, say, pottery fragments, tools, remnants of workshops. That gives us a glimpse into how they lived and worked.
It's like piecing together their stories from the objects they left behind.
Right. Like, imagine the sounds of the city, the blacksmiths hammering away, the vibrant colors of textiles in the market. We can almost feel the energy.
I love that. And speaking of feeling the energy, the book mentions this pillar in the Virupaksha temple. And it's not just any pillar, it's covered in animal carvings. What's the deal with that?
Yes. Visual storytelling at its finest. Those carvings weren't just decorative, they were symbolic. Each animal, each scene probably had a specific meaning,
So like their version of ancient emojis.
Laughs, kind of. Except these emojis tell us about their beliefs, their myths, maybe even their social hierarchy.
Wow, that's fascinating. It's like these carvings are trying to tell us a story even after all these centuries.
Exactly. And speaking of stories, the textbook mentions this thing called the Mahanavami Diba. It doesn't really elaborate, but hints that it was important. Have you ever heard of it?
The Mahanavami. No, it doesn't ring a bell. What is it?
Well, from what I've gathered, picture this. A massive platform, like 10 meters high, overlooking a huge open space.
Okay, 10 meters is, what, like 3 stories tall?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
So you've got this imposing structure, right? And it was used for these grand ceremonies and rituals. We're talking processions with elephants, music, maybe even religious performances, a real spectacle.
Oh, wow. So it's not just a random platform. It's like their stage for showcasing the empire's might.
Exactly. A symbol of power and grandeur. They definitely knew how to make an impression.
Okay, I have to ask. Bigger than even the pyramids, you think?
Tough call. Different vibe, for sure.
Speaking of impressive structures, we can't forget the architecture of Vijayanagara itself. The textbook suggests comparing it to other cities of that period.
Right. I was curious about that. Was Vijayanagara's style totally unique, or can we see influences from other places?
Ah, that's where things get really interesting. It's like a blend, almost like a fusion cuisine of architecture.
Oh, I like that. So what's on the menu?
Well, you've got elements of Islamic architecture, with the arches and domes blending seamlessly with classic Hindu temple architecture. It really highlights how Vijayanagara was open to different cultural influences.
So it's less about one dominant style and more about this beautiful mix of different traditions.
Yeah.
Kind of like their version of a cultural exchange through architecture.
Exactly. And each structure has its own story to tell. The Lotus Mahal, for instance, with its intricate carvings and water features, is a perfect example.
Even the elephant stables in the book mention those. Right?
Oh, yeah. Even something as practical as elephant stables were constructed with such grandeur. It just goes to show the importance of these animals to them.
This has been amazing. We've talked about bustling markets, ingenious water systems, temples covered in stories, and architecture that's like a blend of cultures, all from just a few hints in a textbook.
And that's just the tip of the iceberg. Imagine what else we could discover with a little more digging. This deep dive has just scratched the surface, really.
Exactly, and that's the beauty of it. Every fragment, every inscription, every traveler's tale adds another layer to this incredible city.
So to all our deep divers out there, keep asking questions, keep exploring, and most importantly, have fun piecing together the past. Welcome to the deep dive. Today we're ditching the palaces and the emperors,
Right.
and we're diving headfirst into 16th and 17th century India.
Oh,
But not like the glamorous stuff. We're getting our hands dirty.
yeah,
Like really getting down to the nitty-gritty of the Mughal Empire,
I like it.
the backbone,
Yeah.
the peasants.
Now, peasants, now that's a deep dive.
Right.
You're going to find out it's way more exciting than you think. Forget those images of just like endless fields.
Right.
We're talking about a society that's constantly changing and moving.
Wow.
And we know all this because we have these amazing sources. Mughal-era chronicles, we've got land records,
Oh, wow.
and even, get this, Emperor Babur's own diary.
No way. He kept a diary. What, like a royal gossip column or something?
Not quite. More like his own personal observations of the empire,
Yeah.
And sprinkled in there, we get these little glimpses into the lives of everyday people.
Okay, so like we're peeking through history's keyhole. I am so ready for this. So let's talk numbers. We're talking 16th, 17th century India, like what, 85% of the population were villagers?
Right, it's at 85%. Can you believe that? So this deep dive, it's not just about farming.
Right. It's about a whole way of life.
Absolutely. It's about understanding the Mughal Empire from, like, the ground up.
Okay, I'm with you.
So imagine you're walking through a village market.
Okay.
You hear whispers of Rayat, Uzarian, Kisan.
Wait, hold on, rewind. Those words, what do they even mean?
Right. So those were all names, different ways of saying peasant.
Got it. Like different threads of the same big tapestry.
Exactly. And each thread, each name, it tells you something different about their place in society. We're talking cooperation, competition, sometimes straight up conflict within the whole Mughal system.
Okay, so there's drama.
Oh, yeah, tons of drama. But here's the thing, right? Most peasants, they couldn't write. So how do we actually know any of this? It's like a giant historical jigsaw puzzle, yeah. And we've got to piece it together using everything we can find. Chronicles, Mughal documents, even those East India Company records, they all paint a picture.
So, like, we're piecing together their world.
Exactly. And let me tell you, it is full of surprises, full of stuff we might not expect.
I'm ready. Hit me with a surprise. What was life actually like for these Rayats and what was the other one?
Muzarians.
Yeah, them.
Okay, so picture this. For many of them, their most prized possessions, a pair of strong bullocks and 2 plows.
Really? Just that?
Yep, that was it. Their entire livelihood, feeding their families, everything depended on those animals and the land they worked.
Wow. It really puts things into perspective, doesn't it? Like, today we have it so easy.
Totally. And speaking of land, you ever wonder how much land they actually owned?
Yeah, actually. Like, were we talking, like, sprawling estates?
Well, that's where it gets interesting. Picture this. In Gujarat, if you had 6 acres, you were the envy of all your neighbors.
6 acres? That doesn't sound like a lot.
Exactly. But back then, in that context, it was a big deal. Now, swing over to Bengal,
Okay.
10 acres. You were considered a wealthy Asami, which is just another word for a peasant who owns their land.
10 acres. Wealthy. Man, things have changed.
They sure have. And, even though they didn't have huge farms, it's clear that they felt this deep connection with their land.
Yeah, I can imagine. It was their livelihood, after all. But how did they even keep track of what was theirs?
That's where it gets really interesting. These weren't just random plots of land, oh no. We're talking meticulously marked territory. Imagine fields outlined with raised earth, sometimes even bricks and thorns.
Bricks and thorns, that's hardcore.
Right. Talk about setting boundaries. It just shows how seriously they took their property, how important that sense of ownership was to them.
It's like the 17th century version of, like, good fences make good neighbors, you know? But way more intense.
Exactly. Though, speaking of fences and neighbors, all this talk about land and owning it makes you think about the monsoon season, right?
Oh, for sure. Like, that had to be a huge deal for them.
Absolutely. It was the lifeblood of Indian agriculture. Then, just like it is now, imagine the anticipation, waiting for those rains, knowing that your entire harvest, your family's survival, all depended on it.
It must have been nerve-wracking. So what kind of stuff did they even grow back then? Was it all just rice paddies everywhere?
Not at all. The type of crops they planted really depended on the region and how much rain they got.
Makes sense.
Like areas with tons of rainfall, perfect for rice. But in regions with less rain, they had to rely on tougher crops, things like wheat and millet.
Oh, so they had to be adaptable.
Exactly. Their lives were totally intertwined with nature, at her mercy.
So what happened when there wasn't enough rain? Did they just have to, like, accept their fate?
You'd think so, right?
Yeah.
But you would be underestimating their ingenuity. These guys were masters of adaptation. Seriously.
Okay, so what did they do?
We see all these descriptions of intricate irrigation systems, talking canals, wells, tanks, all meticulously planned to keep their crops alive, even when the monsoon was being, well, the monsoon.
That's seriously impressive. Talk about making the best of a tough situation. They were dependent on the land, but not totally defined by it, right?
I got it. And speaking of defying expectations, remember how I mentioned Emperor Babu being surprised by village life?
Oh, yeah. What was it about villages disappearing overnight or something?
Yeah, you remember, this is where it gets really, really interesting. Babu, he was the founder of the Mughal Empire, right?
Yeah.
So he's going around conquering vast amounts of land, and then he comes across these villages in northern India. And he is shocked by how quickly they appear and vanish. Almost like overnight.
Wait, seriously? Did they pack up their bullocks and just, like, disappear into thin air?
It seemed like that to him. He couldn't believe it.
Wow. That is wild.
He even wrote about it in his memoirs, the Baburnama.
Oh.
He says, and I quote, "In Hindustan, hamlets and villages, towns indeed, are depopulated and set up in a moment. If the people of a large town, one inhabited for years even, flee from it, they do it in such a way that not a sign or trace of them remains in a day and a half."
A day and a half. That is crazy.
Right.
They were like the nomads of the Mughal Empire.
That's a great way to put it.
A day and a half.
Well,
That is crazy.
yeah.
They were like the nomads of the Mughal Empire.
That's a great way to put it. And the best part is, Babur, he goes on to explain how they did it.
Okay, let's hear it. What's the secret?
So he says, on the other hand, if they fixed their eyes on a place to settle, they need not dig watercourses because their crops are all rain-grown. And as the population of Hindustan is unlimited, it swarms in. They make a tank or, well, they need not build houses or set up walls. Cause grass abounds, wood is unlimited, huts are made, and straight away there is a village or a town.
Wait, so they just popped up wherever the rain was good. Talk about living on the edge.
Right. It shows how adaptable and mobile they were. Their lives were totally dependent on the monsoon, but they also knew how to work with it, to follow the rain and build their lives around it.
That makes sense. But still, it kind of blows my mind that they could just pack up and move so quickly. Like, what made them decide to stay in one place or move on? Was it always just about the rain?
That's the million-rupee question, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, rainfall was definitely a huge factor.
Yeah.
But there had to be other things going on too, right?
It's like what?
Well, think about it. What makes people move today? Could be social networks, better opportunities, even politics.
Yeah, true.
So were there certain areas that were known for being more prosperous? Were there local leaders who were more or less supportive of peasants? These are the kinds of questions historians are still trying to figure out.
It's like they were constantly weighing their options, making the best choices they could in a world that was constantly changing.
Exactly. And let's not forget, they weren't just producing food for themselves, right? You mentioned earlier that they also made other things like sugar and oil.
Oh, yeah, that's right. It's easy to get stuck on the image of just fields and crops.
Right. But their expertise went way beyond that. They were producing valuable commodities that were traded all over the Mughal Empire and even beyond.
So we're talking about a complex network of trade and production, all driven by these, well, what we might call simple farmers.
Exactly. And it wasn't all just fields and villages either. Don't forget about the forests, the hilly areas, all the land that wasn't suitable for farming.
Oh, right. What did they do with those areas?
Well, those places played a role in their lives too. Maybe they gathered firewood from the forests or hunted small game or used forest products for building and making things.
It's like we're starting to see a more complete picture of their world. It wasn't just about farming, it was about understanding and using all the resources around them.
Exactly. It was about adapting and surviving in a landscape that was both bountiful and unpredictable.
And at the heart of it all were these peasants, the ones who kept the Mughal Empire running, even if they weren't always the ones in the history books.
It's true. It's easy to get caught up in the stories of emperors and battles and forget about the everyday people who were living and working and shaping the world around them.
But their stories are important too, right?
Absolutely. Because when we understand their lives, we understand the Mughal Empire on a much deeper level. We see the challenges they faced, the choices they made, and the resilience they showed in a world that was constantly changing.
It's like we zoomed out from the Mughal court and into the countryside, and what we found was way more interesting than we could have imagined.
I agree. It makes you wonder, what did they think about their own lives? What was it like to be a peasant in the Mughal Empire?
It's true. It's easy to get caught up in the stories of emperors and battles and forget about the everyday people who are living and working and shaping the world around them.
Absolutely. And, it makes you wonder, what did they think about their own lives? What was it like to be a peasant in the Mughal Empire?
It really does make you think. Here they were, building their lives, managing their resources, dealing with the changing seasons, all while this massive empire is going through its ups and downs.
Right. It really speaks to that enduring human spirit, the ability to make a life for yourself, even when things are uncertain.
Totally. And it reminds us that history isn't just about, names and dates in a textbook. It's about these real stories of real people.
Exactly. And even though we can't, hop in a time machine and ask them directly, these sources, like Babur's Chronicles, they give us this amazing window into their world.
It's true. It's like we've traveled back in time a little bit.
We have, through those dusty old records, and we've used our imaginations to bring those stories to life. From those chronicles to those bustling village markets, it's been quite a journey.
It really has. And it all started with wanting to understand the lives of these, well, what we might have thought were simple farmers.
Right. But they were anything but simple. They were resilient, adaptable, and they were the backbone of the Mughal Empire, let's not forget.
And their legacy, it lives on today, doesn't it?
It really does. Think about the rhythms of rural life, those amazing irrigation systems, the way communities are connected. It all goes back to them.
It's like you said earlier, the past isn't some far-off land. It's all connected to our present.
It's all intertwined.
Yeah.
And as we wrap up this deep dive, I hope our listeners will keep exploring these connections.
Yes. Keep asking questions. Keep digging deeper. Who knows what other incredible stories are out there just waiting to be discovered?
That's what history is all about. It's about uncovering those hidden gems, those surprising connections to the past that help us understand the present.
And on that note, we'll leave you with a final thought. Imagine you could have that conversation with a 17th century peasant. What would you ask them?
What stories would you want to hear?
Keep those questions in mind as you go about your day. You never know what you might discover. Until next time on The Deep Dive, keep exploring. Welcome to The Deep Dive. Today, we're going to get into something I think is super cool. Mughal India. Not just the emperors and palaces, those are awesome, but how they kept their fields going, all those crops and stuff.
It's a side of history we don't always hear about.
Right. And we're basing this deep dive on Themes in Indian History Part 2, which is our guidebook to Mughal agriculture. We're talking seriously clever irrigation, a crazy variety of crops, and even how global trade brought in all these new foods ready to dig in.
Definitely. It's a fascinating period.
So when we think India, we often picture tons of rivers, perfect for farming, right? But our text says that a lot of Hindustan was actually pretty flat. Not much water just lying around. So how did they make it work, keep everything so green?
Mughal ingenuity. They were amazing with irrigation. In fact, the Baburnama talks about it.
Baburnama, what is that? That's some kind of old school farming tool?
No. It's Babur's autobiography.
Hmm.
Babur, the founder of the Mughal Empire.
Oh, right. Talk about a primary source. So what did he have to say?
He describes these systems they used. Like in Lahore, there were wheels with pitchers. And over in Agra, it was all about the bucket and rope setup. Picture oxen pulling these things, bringing water up from wells to irrigate huge fields.
Like ancient water slides for plants.
Exactly. And it wasn't just small-scale stuff either. They were reviving older systems too. The Shanar Canal network in Punjab, for example, shows you how much they understood about managing water on a big scale. And it paid off. This focus on irrigation let them grow a ridiculous amount of different crops.
Speaking of which, get this. Bengal had 50, yes, 50 types of rice. Just rice. It's mind-blowing.
Right. Makes you hungry just thinking about it. But it wasn't just about having options. That kind of diversity made them practically immune to famine. And imagine the advantage it gave them in trade.
Don't put all your rice in one basket. And it wasn't just about putting food on the table either. Our text mentions these, like, cash crops. They called them jinzi kamil, crops that brought in the big bucks.
Totally. Cotton, sugarcane, they were all over that. They knew the value of those commodities. They were the backbone of their economy.
Like they invented farm-to-table and cash crops all in one go. Pretty impressive.
Right. We're talking cotton, sugarcane, oilseeds. They produced a huge amount, showing they knew how to do subsistence and commercial farming at the same time.
And all this was happening at a crazy time in history, too. I mean, it was the 17th century, right, when stuff like tomatoes and potatoes were first showing up in India from the Americas.
The Columbian Exchange.
Yeah.
Such a game changer.
Raised chilies, even pineapples, papayas, Mughals were getting all the new ingredients.
Talk about shaking up the culinary scene.
It just goes to show you how connected the world already was back then. But it's not all just about the plants. Our text also talks about the village communities, the people who made all this happen. We've got the systems, the crops, but who was out there doing the actual work?
Right, so that's where the village communities were so important. The cultivators, the panchayats, the village councils, and the headmen. Each one had their role.
Like a farming co-op, but Mughal style.
Kinda, yeah. Although there's always a power dynamic, right? The text hints at how the caste system played into it, sadly. Some groups were stuck with the worst jobs. Like, it's tough to read about the Malazadas in Bihar, basically living in conditions like slavery.
A good reminder that even when things are good, not everyone benefits the same way.
Unfortunately, that's often how it goes. And the headman was right at the center of all this.
What was their deal? Like, were they the village mayor?
Think of them as a village leader / tax collector. They were in charge of accounts, worked with the landowners, zamindars, and had a lot of sway.
Sounds like a sweet gig.
Well, it depended. Our text says some headmen or mandals were known to get a little, shall we say, creative with the village funds, underreporting their own taxes, that sort of thing. Power can be a bit of a slippery slope, even at the village level.
It's kind of wild to think about how much power those local leaders had, even back then.
Power dynamics never really go away, do they? Nope, I guess not. But let's talk about the actual tools and techniques these Mughal farmers were using. What were they working with out in those fields? What was high-tech back then?
You might be surprised to hear it was something pretty basic. The wooden plow. Simple, but super effective.
Okay, but what made it so special? People have been using plows forever, right?
True, but this one was designed for the environment. Lighter than the ones used in other places, so it wouldn't dig those deep furrows. Perfect for keeping the soil moist in that Indian heat.
Ah, so they were working with nature, not against it. Clever.
Exactly.
What about when it came to actually planting? Any special tools for that?
They did mention broadcasting seeds by hand was common, especially for smaller plots. But for those larger fields, the drill was the way to go. Basically, oxen would pull this device that would sow the seeds in nice, neat rows.
I can just picture it now. Farmers out there scattering seeds, hoping for a good year. There's something so timeless about that image.
Definitely.
So what about weeding and all that? I imagine that was a lot of back-breaking work. Well, they did have this tool. A narrow iron blade with a small wooden handle.
Like a super-powered trowel.
Exactly. Probably gave them some impressive forearm muscles.
A true full-body workout. So they had the tools, but what about the timing? Did they have specific growing seasons?
Life for a Mughal farmer revolved around two main cycles. The Kharif season, which lined up with autumn, and the Rabi season, which came with spring.
2 harvests a year, no matter where they live.
For most regions, yep. This two-crop system, du fasla, was pretty standard. And in some places, if the rain or irrigation was good, they could even squeeze in a third.
That's incredible. No wonder they had such a wide variety of crops. Actually, our text mentions some specific numbers that are pretty amazing.
Right. According to the Aini Akbari, Igra boasted a whopping 39 varieties of crops in those 2 seasons, and Delhi wasn't far behind with 43.
Impressive, but still no match for Bengal's 50 kinds of rice. They were really in a league of their own. And it wasn't just about those staple crops either. We've got to talk about this money-making Jinzi Kamil again. What were the big earners?
Well, if you were a Mughal farmer looking to rake it in, cotton and sugarcane were the way to go.
Makes sense. They're both super versatile.
Exactly. Cotton cultivation was huge across central India and down to the Deccan Plateau, while Bengal was, well, the sugarcane capital, as we've established.
Regional specialties, just like we have today. So cotton, sugarcane. What else were they growing to turn a profit?
Oilseeds were another hot commodity, things like mustard and lentils. It's fascinating to see how they managed to blend subsistence farming with this whole commercial side. They were feeding themselves and building their economy at the same time, all thanks to plants.
And speak of plants, we can't forget about the huge impact of those new crops coming in from the Americas.
Yeah.
Tomatoes, potatoes, chili peppers. It must have been a revolution in Mughal kitchens. Were there any other New World foods making their way onto the Mughal table?
Oh, tons. Maize, or maca, as it became known, is a great example. It took quite the journey from the Americas to Africa and Spain before finally reaching India. By the 17th century, it was a staple in Western India.
Maize on the move. Food really tells the story of how connected we all are, even back then.
It really does. And let's not forget the sweet stuff. Imagine how exotic pineapples and papayas must have seemed. They were like adding a touch of the tropics to the Mughal diet.
I can practically taste those flavors. It really makes you wonder about all the new dishes that must have popped up with those new ingredients.
Right. Like, what did those Mughal cooks come up with when they started experimenting? That fusion of flavors must have been incredible. What a great example of how global exchange can lead to such delicious results.
From everyday staples to those exotic newcomers, Mughal cuisine sounds like it was bursting with flavor, a blend of tradition and, well, globalization, really.
It really was.
But while we're on the topic of food and farming, I'm curious about the people who made it all happen. What was life really like in those village communities? What does our text say about the social dynamics at play?
It's important to remember that Mughal agriculture wasn't just about individual farmers. It was a collective effort, shaped by those social structures we talked about, which, let's be real, often led to inequality.
Right, like with the panchayats and the headmen. But what other power dynamics were going on?
Well, the text doesn't shy away from the fact that certain caste groups, despite all that fertile land, often ended up stuck with the hardest, lowest-paying jobs.
Another example of how, even when there's abundance, not everyone gets to enjoy it.
Exactly. The Malazadas in Bihar, for example, they basically had to endure conditions that were pretty much like slavery. It's a side of Mughal society we don't always hear about.
A good reminder that history isn't always pretty, even when we're talking about things like agriculture and food.
You got it. It's about seeing the full picture. But even with that said, there's evidence that social mobility wasn't completely impossible.
Oh, really? So there was a chance to climb the social ladder.
It seems so. The text mentions how some groups, like the Ahirs, Gujars, and Malis, they managed to move up in the world thanks to their skills in cattle rearing and horticulture. They became pretty successful, actually.
So it wasn't completely rigid then. There was some wiggle room.
Exactly. And there's even a case of the Gauravas, who were mainly cultivators around Vrindavan, aspiring to be recognized as Rajputs. That really shows you how fluid those social boundaries could be.
Wow, fascinating. Okay, so let's zoom in on the panchayats for a second. These councils of elders, what were they really like?
Imagine them like the village parliament. They were the big decision makers, often landowners with rights passed down through generations. And in places with diverse populations, the makeup of the panchayat reflected that.
A real community council?
You could say that, although, like most systems, it wasn't perfect. For example, the voices of those at the very bottom, the laborers without land, weren't always heard.
A good reminder that even in systems meant to be fair, there's always someone who gets left out.
That's true. And what's interesting is that the panchayat's decisions were binding. What they said went for the entire village. They had real power in shaping how things ran.
Power, huh? But didn't we talk about how power can be a bit of a problem, especially with those headmen?
We did. And the text definitely hints at that. See, those mandals, they were supposed to be chosen by the village elders, with the landowners giving the final okay. But Well,
Let me guess. They didn't always play by the rules.
you could say that. There were accusations of them using their position to line their own pockets, fudging the numbers, teaming up with the village accountant to skim some off the top, even underreporting their own taxes, so smaller farmers had to pay more.
Sounds like some things never change no matter what century you're in. But with all this talk of villages and local power struggles, let's not forget about the bigger picture here. These communities were part of a massive empire, right?
Totally. And that's where the Mughal state comes in. Remember how they were all about those irrigation projects? Well, they also had a big say in what farmers were growing.
Wait, so it wasn't just a free-for-all. The Mughals told them what to plant.
Not exactly told, but they definitely encouraged the cultivation of those cash crops, the Jinza Camil we talked about. After all, those were the big moneymakers for the empire, too.
Ah, so it was good for the farmers and good for the Mughal treasury. Everybody wins.
For the most part, yes. The state provided support and infrastructure, and in return, they got a cut of the profits from those bountiful harvests.
A classic example of a win-win situation. Seems like the Mughals knew what they were doing. They had those irrigation techniques down, a huge variety of crops, and they understood how to make the whole system profitable.
They really did.
Speaking of knowing their stuff, our text mentions a new crop that was introduced during the Mughal era, one that might surprise you. It's so common in Indian food today, it's hard to imagine things without it. Any guesses?
Are we talking about the rise of tobacco?
You got it. Tobacco. That little plant originally from the Americas really took root in India.
It sure did. It seems it first popped up in the Deccan region, then made its way north in the early 1600s. And once it arrived, well, it didn't take long to catch on.
Everyone was trying it, like from the emperor on down.
Pretty much. The text even says that Emperor Akbar and his nobles had their first taste of tobacco back in 1604. Apparently smoking, especially with those hookahs or chillums, became quite fashionable.
Talk about a trendsetter. If the emperor's doing it.
Right. But not everyone was so thrilled about this new fad. You see, Emperor Jahangir, he was known for being a bit. Well, he got pretty concerned about tobacco being addictive.
Oh no. Did he try to put a stop to it?
He did. Tried to ban it outright. But spoiler alert, it didn't really work. By the end of the 17th century, tobacco was everywhere in India. Not just a recreational thing either. It became a major crop grown and traded all over.
I guess some things never change, huh? Even emperors can't stop a trend when it's really caught on.
Yeah, the allure of something new and exciting, hard to resist. But all this talk about tobacco, it makes me think about the bigger picture. All those fields, all those harvests, they had to have a real impact on Mughal India, right?
Like, did they ever get to a point where they were like, okay, we've got way too much food now, what do we do with all this?
Well, that's where the population boom comes in. Even with those periodic famines and epidemics, they were a fact of life back then. Unfortunately, India's population saw a huge jump during the Mughal era.
All those extra crops were feeding a lot of mouths.
Exactly. Historians think that between 1600 and 1800, the population grew by something like 50 million people.
50 million, that's like a whole lot of people.
It is a 33% increase over 2 centuries. It really makes you appreciate just how much the Mughals were able to produce with their agricultural system.
That's incredible. It really shows you how important a strong agricultural system is, not just for the economy, but for supporting a growing population too.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It all comes down to those Mughal farmers, their irrigation skills, their crop diversity, the way they managed the land. They created a system that could handle a much bigger population. Makes you wonder if we could learn something from them today.
It really does. I mean, they were dealing with a lot of the same problems we face now, right? Feeding people, using resources wisely, trying to make sure everyone benefits from economic growth. It's kind of amazing how relevant it all feels, even centuries later.
It just goes to show you, history is full of these stories that can teach us so much if we pay attention.
Totally. Well, there you have it, folks. Our whirlwind tour through the world of Mughal agriculture. From crazy irrigation projects and a mind-boggling variety of crops to those village power dynamics and the impact of global trade, it's been quite the journey.
It's a good reminder that even hundreds of years ago, putting food on the table was a pretty complex thing, full of new ideas, social structures, and of course, a little bit of scandal.
And for all you listeners out there, one last thing to think about. We talked about how maize and potatoes made their way into Indian cooking, but what other culinary creations came out of that fusion? What other flavors and dishes were born from those new ingredients? Something to chew on until our next deep dive.
Hey everyone, and welcome back for another deep dive. Today, we're traveling back in time, way back, to take a look at what life was really like in Indian villages before colonialism. You know, we often have these images of peaceful simplicity, but as our deep dive today will show, the reality was much more, shall we say, interesting.
Definitely more interesting. It's easy to romanticize the past, but Indian villages were dynamic places with their own complex systems of government, trade, social structures, you name it. We're in for a real treat today.
I'm excited to jump in. So our main source for today's deep dive is Themes in Indian History Part 2.
Yeah.
I have to say, this textbook does not shy away from painting a vibrant picture of what was actually going on.
It really doesn't, and that's what makes it so fascinating.
Exactly. Okay, so let's talk about governance. I feel like most of us have heard of the village panchayat.
Sure, the village elders.
Right, but it wasn't just a bunch of elders, like, hanging out, drinking chai, was it?
Oh, no, not even close. Think of the panchayat as like the local court, the tax collector, and the moral compass all rolled into one powerful body. I mean, they had the authority to settle disputes, collect taxes, and even enforce those strict caste boundaries that, really defined life back then.
Wow, that's a lot of power concentrated in one group. So much of village life really rested on their decisions.
Oh, absolutely. And it gets even more kind of complex when you realize that each caste often had its own separate council, a Jati Panchayat, adding a whole other layer to it all.
Wow, that's a lot to navigate. You know, one thing I found really interesting, though, reading through this textbook, it talks about how villagers, especially from the lower castes, would actually petition the panchayat when they felt they were experiencing some kind of injustice.
It's really incredible, actually. Those petitions give us a glimpse into the power dynamics at play. And what's fascinating is how often villagers would actually cite custom, like tradition, as their basis for fair treatment.
Interesting. So tradition is precedent.
Yeah, pretty much. It shows just how deeply ingrained tradition was in the fabric of village life.
Wow. So even within this very rigid hierarchy, there was still this sense of pushback, this fight for what was considered right according to, their customs.
Exactly. And get this, sometimes when faced with excessive taxation or forced labor, peasants would actually just desert the village in protest.
Wait, they just leave?
They would just pick up and leave. Drastic, right?
It's a bold move.
It was a bold move, but also an effective one. You have to remember that land was abundant back then, and competition for labor was fierce, so a village losing a significant chunk of its workforce, that could be devastating for productivity.
That's incredible. I never would have thought about it like that.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've got this picture of a powerful governing body shaping village life. But what about the economy? I mean, was it all just farming all the time?
Well, agriculture was definitely central. But, and here's where our textbook busts another myth, it wasn't just this land of farmers. Artisans actually played a massive role. We're talking like 25% of the village population in some cases.
Hold on, 25%? I had no idea there were that many skilled craftspeople in these villages. Who are we talking about here? What kind of artisans?
Oh, we're talking weavers, potters, blacksmiths, carpenters, you name it, all the essentials. And here's what's really interesting. The lines between these roles were often super fluid. Farmers might pick up their tools during the off-season, and try their hand at some craft work. It made the whole village economy much more dynamic than we tend to think about it.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Like a side hustle during the slow season keeps things lively.
Right, exactly.
But how did they get paid? Was it all just bartering? Like, here's a clay pot for that sack of grain, that kind of thing?
Bartering was definitely a thing, especially for everyday goods and services, but it was actually more sophisticated than just a simple trade. Some artisans would get a share of the harvest as payment, while others actually received land for their services.
Wait, land ownership? That's a pretty good deal.
I know, and get this, these weren't just temporary grants of land. We're talking hereditary holdings called miras or watan, passed down through generations. It really shows how much their skills and contributions were valued.
Wow, okay, so that adds a whole other layer of complexity. But what about cold, hard cash? Was that even a thing in pre-colonial villages?
It might surprise you, but yes. Cash was already circulating, especially for more specialized goods or when they were trading with nearby towns.
Cash in a pre-colonial village? You're blowing my mind here.
I know, right? It really challenges those assumptions of isolation we often have about villages in the past. They were definitely connected to the broader world. In fact, there are even accounts from a 17th century traveler, Jean-Baptiste Tavernier, who found money changers called shroffs operating in these small villages.
No
way.
Yeah.
It just goes to show you, even back then, those financial systems were more complex than we might give them credit for.
It's incredible. It's like we're peeling back layers of a fascinating story here. But what about the women? What were their roles in all of this?
Ah, yes. The women. Now that's where things get really interesting. While women were undeniably essential to village life, their contributions were often, unfortunately, undervalued and often completely overlooked. They were really the backbone of both agriculture and craft production.
So are we saying that the whole separate spheres idea, with women confined to the home, didn't really apply in these villages?
Well, it wasn't quite as clear-cut as that. The lines between, home and work were blurry for most village women. They were out in the fields, helping with the harvest, and then they were also, involved in creating crafts, often right alongside their families, actually.
So it wasn't so much about being confined to a specific space as it was about the roles and expectations placed upon them.
Yeah, exactly.
What were those like? I mean, did our textbook, did it shed any light on that aspect of things?
It did. And this is where things get, well, as I said, even more interesting. You see, in these very agricultural societies, a woman's role as a childbearer was, well, crucial, really. A larger family meant more hands to work the land, and when your livelihood depends on the land, that's everything.
Yeah, more kids equals more productivity, especially in a society where so much relied on manual labor, right?
Right. But this dependence on large families had some pretty significant consequences. Because, see, mortality rates for women were high, often due to childbirth complications or inadequate nutrition, things like that.
Oh, wow.
And so that created a situation where there was this constant shortage of wives, essentially.
I hadn't even considered that. So how did these communities adapt to that kind of demographic imbalance?
Well, it actually led to some fascinating social customs, really different from what you'd find among, say, the elites at the time. For example, instead of a dowry, which was the common practice among the upper classes, many rural communities actually favored a bride price.
A bride price.
Yeah.
So the groom's family would pay the bride's family for her hand in marriage.
Precisely.
That completely changes things. I mean, that's not at all what we usually picture when we think about, traditional Indian marriages.
Right. Fascinating, isn't it? And it wasn't just the bride price. Remarriage, even for widows or divorced women, was much more accepted in these villages compared to the much stricter norms of, those upper classes. So really, these communities adapted to their own unique circumstances and needs, prioritizing the continuation of their family lines and frankly, the labor force above all else.
It's like you said earlier, generalizations about a whole culture often miss those really important differences within that culture. Just because something was done one way in one part of society doesn't mean it was universal.
Exactly. But it's also important to remember that despite what might seem like more flexible customs in some ways, women still faced very real constraints. Remember those petitions we were talking about earlier, addressed to the panchayat?
Yeah, the ones villagers would use to, try and get justice from the powers that be.
Exactly. Well, our textbook points out something really striking. Petitions from women often omitted their names entirely.
Really?
Yeah, they were identified solely in relation to a man, so, someone's wife or someone's mother or someone's daughter. That was it.
Oh, wow. That's pretty heartbreaking. It's like their whole identity was subsumed by their relationship to the men in their lives. Like they had no independent voice at all.
Exactly. Their public voice, their agency was very limited. And this control, unfortunately, extended to their personal lives as well. Even the suspicion of infidelity could lead to very harsh punishments for women.
It's like what we were saying before about how progress isn't linear.
Yeah.
You can have what might look like more egalitarian practices in some areas, like with the bride price or the acceptance of remarriage, but they exist alongside these deep-seated inequalities.
Absolutely. It's complicated. It's messy. But it's a mess we need to examine in all its complexity if we really want to understand the past. And this is actually where I find the whole story of the Zemindaris so fascinating.
The Zemindaris. Okay, remind me again what those were.
Right. So Zemindaris were these large estates, often encompassing multiple villages, and they were typically controlled by these wealthy landowners.
Right. The powerful landowners. Okay, I remember. But what's so interesting about them?
Well, get this. The textbook actually mentions instances where women inherited and managed these vast estates. They became zamindars in their own right, controlling land, finances. They even held court to settle disputes.
No way. Talk about defying expectations. These women were wielding some serious power and influence in a system that, as we've been discussing, often sought to marginalize them.
Exactly. It just goes to show history is never one-sided. Even within systems designed to limit their roles, women found ways to exercise their agency and to really make their mark on the world. The story of the women zamindars is like, it's this powerful counterpoint to all the restrictions we've been talking about.
Absolutely.
It adds another layer of nuance to our understanding of women's lives in pre-colonial India, And it just makes you want to dig deeper into their stories, into how they navigated those challenges and really wielded the power that came with their position.
It really does. I mean, think about it. What were their lives actually like? What kind of legacy did they leave behind? It's like these historical figures are whispering to us through the pages, urging us to uncover their stories and understand their world in all its complexities. It's amazing, isn't it? We dove into this whole thing like expecting this simple village life, right? And what we found is this whole intricate tapestry of like power, resilience, and all these surprising contradictions that just make history so fascinating.
It really is. It just goes to show you the past wasn't some like static, black and white photograph. It was just as messy and complicated and frankly as interesting as the world we live in today.
Totally. And speaking of today, like, it makes you wonder how much of what we just talked about, the panchayat, the economy, the roles of women, all of it, how much of that still, like, resonates in rural India today?
That's the question, isn't it? It's like these historical structures, they cast these long shadows, They're still influencing the present in ways we probably don't even realize.
It's true. It's true. It really makes you think. Well, sadly, that's all the time we have for today's deep dive into pre-colonial Indian villages. But hey, we want to hear from you. What surprised you the most about what we discussed today? Did anything, like, change how you thought about history? Head over to our social media pages and let's keep this conversation going. Because the best conversations, well, they don't end when the episode's over, right? They spark new questions, new curiosities. So until next time, keep those minds curious, and we'll see you on our next deep dive.
Welcome to our deep dive. And let's be honest, when you think of 16th and 17th century India, you probably don't think about forests, right?
Right.
But we're doing exactly that. We're going deep into the heart of India, the sprawling world of its forests.
Yeah.
Back then, forests covered nearly half of India.
Huge, yeah.
Teeming with life and shaping the destiny of empire.
Absolutely.
And get this, these forests weren't just a backdrop, they were intertwined with every aspect of life. Royal hunts, trade routes, powerful zamindars, even the spread of new religions.
Yeah, it's a period that really challenges our modern view of forests, these untouched wildernesses.
Right.
These forests were dynamic spaces, populated by diverse communities.
Really?
With their own hierarchies, their own traditions, even their own armies.
Armies in the forest. Okay, you have my attention. So we're talking about a time when the Mughals were rising in power, right? How did these rulers who were used to like palaces and grand courts, how did they view this jungly world?
That's a great question. The term jungly itself is really interesting because it didn't necessarily carry the same connotation of, say, uncivilized that it sometimes does today.
Yeah.
It was more about a way of life,
Yeah.
Intricately tied to the rhythms of the forest.
So not uncivilized, but definitely different from the Mughal way of life.
Precisely. Take the Billets, for instance.
Okay.
Their entire year, their livelihoods, their movements revolved around the forest's bounty. So spring meant gathering forest produce. Summer, they were fishing. The monsoon season brought cultivation.
Uh-huh.
And as the weather cooled, they'd shift their focus to hunting. So imagine their world, constantly on the move, always dictated by the natural world around them.
It's like a giant natural calendar guiding their lives.
Yeah.
But all this movement, this constant migration, it makes you think, could this mobility have been one reason why Mughal rulers like Babur saw forests as potential threats?
That's a fascinating connection. You're thinking along the right lines. Babur, despite his imperial ambitions, did express a sense of unease, even fear toward the forests. He saw them as potential hiding grounds for rebels and those who defied his authority.
So it's like this incredible tension. The Mughals recognized the forest's value, especially as a source for elephants for their armies, but they also feared what they couldn't fully control.
Exactly. And that brings us to a fascinating piece of evidence, a Mughal miniature painting figure 8.9 in your sources depicting Shah Jahan, Babur's grandson, on a royal hunt.
I was just about to bring that up. This painting isn't just a leisurely outing, right? It's a carefully crafted message.
It is. The hunt itself was hugely symbolic in Mughal ideology. It represented the emperor's prowess, his connection to his subjects, and his ability to, dispense justice.
But what always strikes me about this painting is that tiny, almost hidden detail woven into the larger scene, the one symbolizing harmonious rule.
Right.
It's fascinating how the artist snuck that in there.
It's a subtle but powerful message about Shah Jahan's rule, and it highlights how visual art, just like written accounts, can be used to reinforce power dynamics and shape narratives.
Right.
We're seeing the Mughals attempting to project their power onto the very landscape they may have also feared.
So we have these two contrasting views emerging. The perspective of those who lived within the forests, the Jungli intrinsically connected to the land, and then the Mughals viewing the forests as both a resource and a potential challenge to their authority. It makes you wonder, how did these external forces, like the Mughals, start to make their presence felt even deeper within the forests?
Well, one way we see this happening is through the expansion of agriculture. We have this 16th century Bengali poem, Chandi Mangala,
Okay.
and it tells the story of this ruler named Kalaketu, who establishes his kingdom by clearing the forest, and it describes outsiders arriving with their tools, knives, axes, ready to reshape the very landscape for cultivation.
It's like they're imposing a new order, a new way of life onto this world that had existed for centuries.
And the poem even mentions the arrival of foreigners, some with prayer beads chanting names of prophets.
Oh, wow.
So this hints at the spread of new religions and cultural influences as well.
Yeah, it's a theme that repeats throughout history as societies interact and integrate. There's an inevitable exchange of ideas and beliefs.
Right.
It makes you think about the diverse ways these changes were experienced. It's a stark contrast, isn't it, between this poem and that Mughal miniature painting we discussed earlier?
Absolutely. The painting glorifies Shah Jahan's hunt, emphasizing his dominion over the land, while the poem reveals the perspective of those whose very lives were being disrupted by these very real intrusions.
It's a good reminder that history is rarely straightforward. Who's telling the story and why? What are their motivations?
Exactly. And it's particularly important when we're talking about something as complex as the relationship between different groups of people and the natural world they inhabit. Now shifting gears a bit. Our sources also mention Abul Fazl, a chronicler, during Akbar's reign. He provides this fascinating account of trade between the hill tribes who lived in the forests and the people of the plains.
Okay, so we're venturing into the world of ancient trade routes, the lifeblood of these empires. What was being traded? Was it just practical goods or something more?
It was a vibrant mix. Abul Fazl lists everything from the practical like gold, copper, and musk, which was highly prized for perfumes and medicines,
Right.
to the more exotic honey, ginger, even live falcons.
Falcons. Those were incredibly valuable. Weren't they symbols of status and wealth prized for hunting?
Exactly. And their trade reveals how interconnected these communities were. This wasn't just about survival. It was about luxury goods, social status, and the complex web of relationships that these exchanges fostered.
It really emphasizes that this wasn't a static system. We're talking about a dynamic exchange of goods and ideas with far-reaching consequences, right? How did this trade impact the balance of power within the forests themselves?
You've hit a crucial point for some forest communities. This trade brought new wealth and opportunities. They could acquire goods they couldn't produce themselves, like finer textiles or salt, which was essential for preserving food.
Right.
Some groups, like the Lohanis in the Punjab, even became major players in regional and international trade. They amassed wealth and influence, which often translated to greater power and autonomy.
It's interesting to think about how this economic shift might have started to change the social dynamics within the forests. Were we still talking about small egalitarian communities?
Not necessarily. Just like in the villages and cities, forest communities had their own hierarchies and systems of leadership, and over time, powerful tribal chiefs began to emerge.
Okay.
Some consolidated their power through strategic alliances, building armies, even adopting the practices of the societies they were interacting with, like settled agriculture or more centralized forms of governance.
So they were adapting and evolving in response to these new realities. It reminds me of that fascinating detail in our sources about the Sindh region, where some tribes had armies with thousands of soldiers.
That's right. Both cavalry and infantry, just like the Mughals themselves.
That's right. It just goes to show how these communities were not merely passive recipients of outside influence. They were active agents shaping their own destinies. And some of these chiefs, through a combination of strategy, ambition, and circumstance, rose to become zamindars or even kings.
So from the forests to positions of significant power, How did they manage such a remarkable transition?
Well, for some, it involved forging alliances with the Mughal rulers. They might offer tribute military support or help with collecting valuable resources from their territories.
Okay.
In exchange, they'd receive recognition, a degree of autonomy, and sometimes even official titles from the Mughal court.
It sounds like a delicate dance navigating the complexities of power and influence they had to be strong enough to demand respect, but also willing to operate within the existing power structures.
Precisely. And amidst all this, we also see the spread of new cultural and religious influences. Our sources mention the role of Sufi saints in particular.
Their teachings, often emphasizing tolerance and a more mystical approach to faith, resonated with some forest communities and played a role in the acceptance of Islam.
Religion rarely stays confined by geographical boundaries. It travels with people, with ideas, with goods.
You're right, and this fusion of cultures and beliefs further enriched the already complex tapestry of life in these forests. But of course, we can't talk about power dynamics in this era without discussing the role of the zamindars.
Ah, yes. The zamindars, from what I understand, they weren't just wealthy landowners. They held significant sway in Mughal society.
Absolutely. They were the elite, often from the upper castes, who controlled vast tracts of land, including those within and around forested areas. They weren't directly involved in farming, but they profited from the labor of others and held the reins of economic power in these regions.
So how did they amass so much power? What made the zamindars so influential?
Well, it all comes down to this concept called milkiyat. Essentially, it means property, but it had far-reaching implications in the Mughal context.
Okay, more than just owning land then.
Much more. You see, zamindars held vast tracts of land as their personal property. They could cultivate it for their own benefit, using, hired labor or even, in some cases, a form of indentured servitude. And here's the crucial part. This system of milkiyat was different from land ownership in many other parts of the world, because it gave zamindars not just economic power, but also social and political influence.
So it's about control. Control over the land, the resources, and even the people who depended on them.
Precisely. And this control was further solidified because zamindars often collected taxes on behalf of the Mughal state. They were essentially intermediaries between the rulers and the ruled, which gave them enormous leverage.
Talk about being in the right place at the right time. It's like they were at the heart of this complex web of power.
And let's not forget about their military capabilities. Many zamindars maintained their own fortresses and armed forces.
Right. Our sources mentioned those. They weren't just rich landowners. They were prepared to defend their interests, with force.
Exactly. They had the economic power, the political connections, and the military muscle to back it all up.
Yeah.
It's no wonder they were a force to be reckoned with.
It's fascinating how everything seems to connect back to this intricate web of power, status, and resources. Even Abul Fazl, in his observations, highlights the link between being a zamindar and belonging to the upper castes, often Brahmanas or Rajputs.
Right. It's a reminder that social hierarchy was deeply intertwined with every aspect of life in Mughal India. It wasn't just about wealth. It was about lineage, status, and the right to rule, all reinforced through these systems of land ownership, military power, and religious authority.
It's a lot to take in, but it really paints a vivid picture of this period. It's not just dates and names. It's about understanding how these different groups interacted, how they shaped and were shaped by this incredible landscape.
And how these historical forces continue to resonate even today.
That's what's so amazing about these deep dives. We start with what seems like a simple topic in this case, India's forests, and uncover this complex tapestry of human stories, power struggles, and changing landscapes.
And it makes you wonder, doesn't it? How did this intricate relationship between forests, people, and power evolve over time? What happened as the Mughals consolidated their rule? What about the impact of colonialism? These are questions worth pondering.
And perhaps that's a good place to leave our listeners today, with a newfound appreciation for the hidden depths of history and a curiosity to explore further.
Because the story, like the forests themselves, is always more complex than it first appears.
Welcome to the deep dive. Today, we're diving into Indian history, but with a twist.
A twist.
You sent us something really cool, actually. A page of image credits. Looks like it's from an academic text called Themes in Indian History, Part 2.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, so we're not doing like a straight timeline today. Instead, we're putting together a puzzle, a historical puzzle, one image credit at a time.
It's like we're getting a behind-the-scenes look at how historians choose what they're going to show us. Like, they left us clues.
Right. And the mystery starts right away with the title, Themes in Indian History Part 2. Like, we're already in the middle of it.
Mm-hmm. We've got some catching up to do.
What themes are we even talking about here? And there's a whole other part. There's so much to uncover. Okay, when you look at these credits, what jumps out?
Well, the text focuses on kings and chronicles.
Yeah.
Just those two words. So much imagery there.
Oh, yeah. I'm already picturing, like, opulent palaces and those grand durbar,
Yeah.
with an emperor holding court.
Oh, absolutely.
And chronicles. That makes me think of those old records, inscriptions, maybe even coins with the ruler's face on them.
It makes you wonder, right? Which dynasties, which periods are we talking about here? Mughal emperors, the Mauryan dynasty, or maybe even the Vijayanagara Empire.
So many possibilities. It's amazing how these little image credits can take us all over ancient India. And speaking of which, have you seen this range of sources?
It's incredible.
The Met, the Harvard Art Museums, even the Calcutta Art Gallery.
Global. These images are all over.
It's like a worldwide puzzle scattered across continents.
And that just shows you the reach of Indian art and history, right? Think how these objects traveled the world. Centuries of exchange, trade. It's more than just artifacts in a museum. It's tangible connections to this rich, complex past.
Absolutely. And then there's the author list, Bamber Gascoigne, huge name in Indian history.
Oh, yeah.
And Susan L. Huntington, who's done amazing work on Indian art and architecture.
Experts in their field.
They spent years, decades probably, studying this stuff, carefully choosing each image.
To illustrate their research, their interpretations. It's like they're handing us a lens, their lens.
And look at these titles. They're like doorways into whole other worlds. Okay, ready for this? Dancing to the Flute. Music and dance in Indian art.
Wow.
I know. Suddenly I'm imagining these scenes of dancers and musicians, amazing costumes, all that energy captured centuries ago.
And then you've got King of the World.
Oh, I saw that one.
Such a powerful title. Makes you wonder, who are they even talking about?
Right. Like, is this Ashoka, Akbar, some emperor known for having this huge empire?
Or maybe it's something more symbolic, like how kingship, that authority was shown in Indian art.
Fascinating. Okay, so we've got these grand titles, but look at this. We're getting into specifics, too, like different art forms, regions of India.
You got the art of ancient India?
Which could be anything, right? Intricate sculptures from the Gupta period, those incredible Ajanta cave paintings. I mean, talk about ancient art.
And then architecture and art of South India takes you on a completely different journey.
Right, those magnificent Chola temples, Vijayanagara Empire.
All that Dravidian architecture, just incredible.
It's like each credit, it's like a portal opening, showing you this whole other side of Indian art and architecture.
Like a museum exhibit curated just for us, just to showcase all this diversity, this richness.
And it's not just about the big monuments or the kings and queens either, right? I mean, look at this Indian ikat textiles.
Everyday life, art and history, it's woven right in, literally.
Yeah, I love that. Tell me more about the ikat, though.
So it's a dyeing technique. They dye the threads before they even weave the cloth.
Oh, wow.
It's incredible craftsmanship. And artistry. Indian textiles, they have their own stories to tell. Trade routes, cultural influences, traditions passed down.
Amazing how something that seems so, I don't know, simple, a piece of cloth, but it holds so much history. Culture.
Absolutely.
And here's something I noticed too. It's not all museums and libraries, which is what I expected. We've got these URLs listed.
Online archives, digital collections.
The way we access information, it's completely different now.
Right. Anyone, anywhere, they can look at these images, connect with their own heritage maybe, learn about history on this global scale.
Like having a virtual museum right at your fingertips. But, and here's where it gets really interesting for me, okay? We've got all these clues.
Right.
Titles that make you think, references to famous museums, scholars, but the actual images, they're missing.
And that's the fun of it. This isn't just about, like, reading facts in a book. This is active. We have to use our imaginations, fill in the gaps, go on our own quest for knowledge.
It's like we're on a treasure hunt, but it's not just about finding the pictures themselves. It's about understanding, like, how is history put together in the first place?
Yeah. These historians, they didn't just pick random images, right? They were trying to tell us something.
It's like we can almost see them thinking, okay, how do I show how amazing the Mughal court was? I need a Durbar scene.
Exactly. Or to get people understanding how temples changed over time in South India, I'll use pictures from these specific dynasties.
And that's what makes this so cool, right? History isn't just facts you memorize. It's about thinking, questioning what you thought you knew. Seeing things in a new way.
It's not fixed. It's alive. Always changing as we learn new things, interpret them, even just by asking different questions.
And this deep dive from one page of image credits, we've gone everywhere.
It's incredible what you can learn if you just start digging.
It sparked so many ideas. It makes you think history is not just in some textbook. It's everywhere. We just have to know how to look.
Totally. In art museums, in the buildings all around us, even a piece of fabric can tell a story if you know what to look for.
So to everyone listening, if you're interested in Indian history, in art, in how cultures intersect, don't stop here.
This is just the beginning. Go check out those museums, look at those archives online, use those image credits as a starting point.
Who knows what you might discover. Thanks for joining us on the deep dive.
All right, so imagine, if you will, an empire so vast it would make Rome look like, well, a minor province.
Quite a visual.
Right. That's Mughal India for you. And today we're going deep, really deep, into how they handled, well, land and taxes across this absolutely massive empire. You with me?
I'm all ears. Land and taxes, always a thrilling combination.
You'd think, right. But trust me on this, we're delving into some, shall we say, exciting academic papers, and let me tell you, tucked within these pages are stories of, get this, power struggles, rebellions, the whole shebang. It's a wild ride through history, my friend.
The kind of history that makes you realize these systems, though centuries old, still have so much to tell us about, economics, power, even just human nature today.
Yep, absolutely. And speaking of systems, our source material introduces these figures called, wait for it, zamindars. Ever heard of them?
Oh, I have. Quite a fascinating bunch.
So picture this, a blend of your friendly neighborhood landlord and, say, a tax collector all rolled into one. That's a zamindar in a nutshell. They held some serious sway in Mughal society. And get this, the text describes their combined military strength as a parallel army. Cavalry, infantry, elephants, even cannons. They were messing around.
No, they weren't. It's easy to imagine the zamindar system as just another top-down structure imposed by the Mughals, but it's far more organic than that. They rose during the Mughal consolidation, often from these influential groups like, well, the Rajputs, the Jannats, even pastoral communities like the Sadgops who made that transition to landowning.
So, like mini kingdoms within the empire. But here's where it gets interesting. See, the source paints this picture of zamindars as both, get this, exploiters of the peasantry A&D. At times, they're allies against the Mughal state. Kind of makes you scratch your head, doesn't it?
It's a nuance often overlooked. Yes, their position inherently had, let's say, the potential for exploitation built in. But to see it as black and white misses the point. The relationship between zamindars and the peasants was far more, how should I say, reciprocal than we might assume. For instance, even the Bhakti saints, known for, calling out social injustice, they didn't single out zamindars as the ultimate bad guys.
Interesting.
And we even have accounts of zamindars siding with the peasantry during those, shall we say, spirited disagreements with the Mughal state.
So a complicated relationship, to say the least. But speaking of the Mughals, let's dive into their land revenue system, shall we? This was the lifeblood of their empire, wouldn't you say?
Absolutely. The Mughals, they were meticulous, almost obsessive when it came to, keeping tabs on their land and the revenue it generated. Imagine they went to extraordinary lengths to assess the productive capacity of every scrap of land. The goal, to extract as much revenue as possible without, completely crushing the peasantry in the process. A delicate balance, to be sure.
And the document mentions these terms, Jama and Hazol. Were those like their version of different tax brackets or something?
Think of it this way. Jama was the ideal, the assessed revenue they aimed to collect. Hazel, on the other hand, well, that was the reality check, the actual amount collected, which, of course, could fluctuate depending on, a good harvest, a bad monsoon season, the usual.
Right, makes sense. But, trying to measure and assess an empire of that size with all its different terrains must have been, well, a nightmare back then. It's not like they had Google Maps.
You're telling me. The source even mentions these vast, unmeasured forests that must given their, revenue assessors, a real headache. But to their credit, they did try to standardize things. For example, during Akbar's reign, they implemented this, fascinating system for classifying land. You might find this interesting.
Okay, I'm intrigued. How did they determine who owed what in this system? Break it down for us.
So Akbar's system, it categorized land into four main types. You've got your polaj, which is land,
constantly cultivated, always working. Then there's Parati, land left fallow for a bit to, let the soil recover. Chachar, fallow for a good 3 to 4 years. And finally, Banjar, uncultivated land left alone for 5 years or more. And each category, of course, came with its own tax implications, with the most fertile and productive land naturally attracting the highest revenue demands.
So it wasn't like a one-size-fits-all approach. They actually considered the land's potential. Surprisingly forward-thinking when you think about it.
Exactly. And while maximizing their income was, shall we say, a priority, there was some wiggle room built into the system. The document mentions that Akbar allowed for payment in kind, meaning farmers could, pay their taxes with a portion of their harvest instead of cold, hard cash. Especially crucial during those lean years when the harvest wasn't exactly bountiful.
A bit of breathing room for the farmers, which I imagine was crucial for keeping the whole thing running smoothly. And speaking of running things, the document also points out Aurangzeb's meticulous surveys and those, specific instructions he'd give to his revenue officials. Seems like he was all about refining the system, taking it to the next level.
You're picking up on something crucial here. Aurangzeb, he was known for his, well, shall we say, meticulous approach to governing.
Mm-hmm.
And the instructions he gave, as described in our source, they highlight just how much emphasis he placed on, keeping the state's coffers full, but also ensuring the well-being of the peasantry. He wanted to make sure those revenue demands were, realistic and actually took into account the situation on the ground. It wasn't just about, squeezing every last rupee out of the land. There was this understanding, you see, that for the system to work, it had to be, well, sustainable in the long run.
So they were playing the long game, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Thinking generations ahead.
Precisely. The Mughals, they were nothing if not pragmatic. They understood that their own prosperity was, how should we say, intertwined with the well-being of their subjects.
Delicate dance, wouldn't you say? Balancing those imperial ambitions with the needs of the people. But speaking of understanding, this document, it gives us this glimpse into their, get this, surprisingly advanced grasp of geography.
Oh, absolutely. They were ahead of their time in many ways.
How so?
Well, it talks about how they categorized land, right? But not just on how it was being used at that moment. They factored in soil types, proximity to water sources, even the climate.
Wow, talk about detail-oriented. It's like they were creating, I don't know, an early version of an agricultural map or something.
Exactly. Centuries ahead of the curve, some might say. And this wasn't just, an intellectual exercise. This understanding of the land, it had real-world implications for how they managed their resources.
Makes sense. The more you know about your land, the better you can use it,
Yeah.
right?
Exactly. And it wasn't just about, maximizing revenue, although that was certainly a factor. This knowledge, it also helped them with things like irrigation, predicting and managing famines, even planning their military campaigns.
Wow, it's incredible how something like, I don't know, land classification could have such a, well, ripple effect on so many aspects of the empire.
It all speaks to that interconnectedness of, well, everything in a functioning empire. Of course, we can't forget about those zamindars we talked about earlier. They played a key role in all of this too.
Right. They were the ones, actually on the ground, interacting with the farmers, collecting the taxes.
Precisely. And the document highlights this really interesting point, you see, how the Mughals, they used this system of, well, you could call them checks and balances, to make sure those zamindars didn't get too big for their britches.
Oh, really? So it wasn't just a matter of, like, here's some power, don't abuse it. They had actual mechanisms in place.
Oh, absolutely. The Mughals, they had this sophisticated system for auditing and accountability. They'd send out imperial inspectors, you see, to go through those zamindar records with a fine-tooth comb, make sure they weren't, shall we say, creatively interpreting the tax revenue.
Sounds like a game of cat and mouse. The
Yeah.
zamindars had to be pretty clever to, stay one step ahead.
Indeed. And this constant back and forth, this tension between the Mughal rulers, the zamindars, the peasantry, well, it created this dynamic that shaped the empire for centuries.
It's like that saying, right? History is never black and white.
Yeah.
It's full of these shades of gray, these complex relationships and power dynamics.
Absolutely. And speaking of complex relationships, our document, it hints at something else, something that played a critical role in the Mughal Empire's success: trade.
Ah, yes. Trade. Almost forgot about that. They were known for their vast trade networks, right? Spanning continents, connecting empires.
Exactly. And what's really fascinating is how it all ties back into their land revenue system. Remember that silver coin we mentioned earlier?
Yes. It felt a little out of place at first, I have to admit, but you mentioned it was a clue to something bigger.
It is. That silver coin, you see. It's symbolic of those global trade networks that crisscrossed the Mughal Empire. It was a time when the world was becoming, well, increasingly interconnected. And the Mughals, they weren't just observers, they were right at the heart of it all.
So how did this global trade actually impact, the Mughal economy on a practical level?
Well, for one, it brought in this flood of silver from the Americas. It had a profound impact on their monetary system.
Right. It was like what do they call it? The global currency back then, wasn't it? Silver.
Exactly. And the Mughals, they'd established these extensive trade relationships, not just with Europe, mind you, but with other major power players of the time. The Ming Dynasty in China, the Safavid Empire in Persia, the Ottoman Empire. They were trading with everyone.
Wow. Talk about being at the crossroads of the world.
Right. Mughal India was famous for those luxury goods. Exquisite textiles, aromatic spices, gemstones, you name it, highly sought after in these global markets. And that influx of silver, it supercharged this trade.
It's incredible to think, about how events happening, halfway across the globe could have such a direct impact on the Mughal Empire.
It really highlights how interconnected the world was becoming during this period. But, and this is important, this influx of silver wasn't all, sunshine and rainbows.
Oh, there's always a catch, isn't there?
Right. While it initially stimulated the economy, this abundance of silver, well, it eventually led to, you guessed it, inflation.
The classic too much of a good thing scenario.
Exactly. Over time, the prices for, well, everything, goods and services, they started to rise, and that, of course, eroded the purchasing power of the Mughal rupee.
And I'm guessing this economic shift had, consequences for various aspects of Mughal society as a whole.
Absolutely. From the lives of, ordinary peasants all the way up to those grand strategies of the Mughal emperors themselves, this influx of silver, it touched everything.
It's like they say, right? No such thing as a free lunch. There are always consequences, even in economics.
Mhm.
But, wow, this whole journey from zamindars to silver, it really paints this picture of just how complex and frankly sophisticated the Mughal system was for managing this massive empire. What are some of the key takeaways we can walk away with from all this?
It really underscores the importance of, looking beyond the surface.
Mhm.
We often fall into this trap of simplifying historical empires, reducing them to, conquests and rulers. But the Mughals, they were so much more. They were innovators, they were builders, especially when it came to things like governance, resource management, even their economic policies.
And we're just conquerors, right? They were like empire architects in a way.
Exactly. They understood that for their empire to last, to truly thrive, they couldn't just focus on, their own ambitions. They had to balance that with the needs of their people, their subjects. And they were incredibly adaptable, always tweaking, refining their systems to, keep pace with a changing world.
It makes you think, doesn't it, about the lessons we can learn from their successes, but also their failures, and how we can apply those lessons to our own, modern-day challenges.
Without a doubt. The Mughal Empire, it's this incredible example with its triumphs and its struggles, that history isn't just about, memorizing dates and names. It's about understanding those enduring patterns of human behavior, the dynamics of power, the constant search for a way to build a functioning society. It's still relevant today.
It's like finding those echoes of the past that still resonate in our present, right?
Yeah.
And using them to try to navigate this complex world that we live in.
Precisely. And on that note, it seems we've reached the end of our deep dive for today.
Time flies when you're exploring ancient empires, right? Well, to all our listeners out there, we hope this journey through Mughal India has given you a bit of a new perspective, a new appreciation for the complexities of empire, the importance of, really understanding history, and maybe even a little bit of awe for that silver coin that, opened up this whole world of connections for us. Until next time.
Welcome to your deep dive. Today, we're really diving deep into the Mughal Empire
Okay.
between the 16th and 18th centuries.
Yep.
We've got excerpts from your textbook, Themes in Indian History Part 2, alongside a fascinating primary source,
Right.
the Ainai Bari. Get ready to explore how the Mughal Empire became a global economic powerhouse, all thanks to silver.
Yeah, it's fascinating because when we think of global trade in that era, we often imagine, silks and spices.
Right.
But here, silver takes center stage, almost like a silver superhighway
A silver superhighway.
flowing into India.
I love that image.
Yeah.
But where was all the silver coming from, and how was it getting to India?
Well, the journey is incredible. Picture this. Silver, mined primarily from the Americas,
Okay.
specifically the vast deposits discovered by the Spanish in South America.
Mm-hmm.
This silver then flowed into Europe.
So it's like a relay race. Silver from the Americas to Europe.
Exactly.
Then what?
From Europe, it went to the Ottoman Empire and Persia, traded for their luxurious textiles and carpets. And finally, after this incredible journey,
Wow.
it reached India.
So we're talking about silver from the Americas ending up in Mughal India. This wasn't just a small-scale trade route, was it?
Absolutely not. European trading companies like the Dutch, English, and Portuguese were all competing fiercely to bring their silver to India.
And what were they so eager to get their hands on?
India had what everyone wanted. High-quality cotton textiles, spices like pepper and cloves that were coveted around the world,
Right.
and the ever-sought-after indigo dye.
Oh, yeah.
Silver was their currency to buy into this lucrative market.
That's incredible. It really paints a picture of just how central India was to the global economy at that time.
It does, and there's a quote from an Italian traveler,
Okay.
Giovanni Carreri, who was in India around 1690,
Mm-hmm.
that perfectly captures this.
Okay.
He said that all the gold and silver, which circulates throughout the world, at last centers here.
All the gold and silver centers here.
Yeah.
That's quite a statement.
It really underscores how India wasn't just a participant in the global economy.
Yeah.
It was a driving force. And this influx of silver wasn't just lining the pockets of a few merchants.
Right.
It had a massive impact on the entire Mughal economy.
This is what I find so fascinating. So how did this abundance of silver actually translate into economic power for the Mughal Empire?
This is where it gets really interesting. The Mughals used this silver influx to their advantage. They minted vast quantities of their silver currency, the rupiah.
Okay.
This wasn't just any currency. The silver rupee was inherently stable because of its silver backing,
Right.
and it was uniformly accepted across different regions.
You know, that reminds me of how crucial a stable and widely accepted currency is, even today.
Absolutely.
Our modern economy hinges on the stability of the dollar or the euro. It makes you wonder, how does a currency gain that kind of widespread trust and acceptance?
Right.
What did the Mughals understand about fiscal policy that allowed them to leverage silver in this way?
That's a great question. A stable currency, like the rupiah, is fundamental for economic growth.
Sure.
It facilitates trade, simplifies tax collection, and promotes investment. In the Mughal context, the silver rupiah did all of this and more. But to understand how they did it,
Okay.
we need to look deeper into the systems they established. And there's no better resource for that than the Islamic Akbari.
It's like the saying, money makes the world go round, or in this case, silver made the Mughal Empire go round. And you're right, the Islamic Akbari seems like a good place to dive into those systems. But before we do, what exactly is the Islamic Akbari, and why is it so valuable for understanding the Mughal Empire?
Think of the Islamic Akbari as a detailed window into the Mughal Empire's inner workings,
Okay.
compiled by Abu Fazl, Emperor Akbar's court historian. It's essentially an encyclopedia of Mughal administration, society, and critically, its economy.
And this wasn't just some quickly compiled document, was it?
Not at all. Abu Fazl was incredibly thorough. He spent years, I believe, meticulously cross-checking oral testimonies, comparing different accounts,
Wow.
and even writing out numbers as words alongside numerals to minimize errors. Can you imagine the dedication?
That's incredible. It really highlights the value they placed on accurate record keeping. It makes you wonder, what would they have chosen to document if they were creating a similar record today? But back to the Islamic Akbari,
Right.
it sounds incredibly comprehensive, but I imagine even a document this detailed has its limitations.
You're absolutely right. Every historical document has its blind spots. Remember, the Islamic Akbari represents a centralized perspective,
Right.
primarily reflecting Emperor Akbar's view as documented by his court.
So it's like trying to understand a company solely through its annual report.
Yeah.
You'll get the big picture, but miss the day-to-day realities of the employees. What are some of the things that might be missing from this top-down perspective? What doesn't the Islamic Akbari tell us?
That's a great analogy. One thing we miss is comprehensive information on prices and wages across the empire. The Islamic Akbari provides incredible detail about the fiscal workings of the empire, tax revenue, crop yields,
Right.
that sort of thing. But it's not as comprehensive when it comes to the everyday economic life of people in different regions.
So we're seeing a Mughal economic engine, but not necessarily how that engine impacted the lives of everyday people in various corners of the empire.
Precisely. Imagine having a beautifully detailed map with all the major cities and trade routes,
Okay.
but it lacks details about the smaller towns and villages. We can see the flow of goods along those routes, but we don't know the price of those goods in specific local markets or how much people earn for their labor.
It does make you wonder about those everyday experiences, doesn't it? Still, even with these limitations, the Aina-Akbari sounds like a remarkable achievement for its time. This level of centralized record-keeping, even if imperfect, must have been pretty revolutionary.
Absolutely. Think about the historical chronicles that came before it. They were often entirely focused on political events,
Right.
battles, successions, courtly intrigues.
Sure.
The Ain-Akbari signals a significant shift. It tells us that Akbar and the Mughals were interested in understanding their empire on a much deeper, more systemic level.
It's like they understood that effective rule involved more than just military strength and political maneuvering.
Yeah,
They needed a grasp of the economic and social fabric of their vast domain.
exactly. The Ain-Akbari reveals that the Mughal Empire's success wasn't just about conquering territories.
Right.
It was about integrating those territories into a sophisticated economic and administrative system.
And this sophisticated system, as we discussed earlier, was fueled in no small part by that incredible silver superhighway flowing into India.
Precisely.
Yeah.
The influx of silver provided the foundation upon which the Mughal Empire built its economic expansion and stability. And the Ain-Akbari helps us understand how they achieved this. But it also makes you wonder,
Wonder what? What happens when that flow of silver starts to change? Or how those everyday experiences we talked about, those prices, those wages might have shifted as the empire evolved.
those are fascinating questions. And they highlight the importance of considering multiple sources,
Right.
multiple perspectives when trying to understand any historical period.
That's so true. Just relying on a single document,
Yeah.
even one as thorough as the Aina-Akbari, would be like looking at a single star in the night sky. To really appreciate the vastness and complexity of it all, we need to consider the entire constellation of historical evidence available to us.
What a fantastic analogy. And it speaks to the beauty of historical inquiry. Each new piece of information, each new perspective
Right.
can illuminate the past in a new light.
And thinking about all these different sources and perspectives, that makes you wonder,
Yeah.
if we were tasked with creating an Aina-Akbari for the 21st century,
Okay.
what would we prioritize? What would our records say about U.S.?
It's a thought-provoking question, isn't it? Abul Fazl, back in his time, focused on what was paramount to the Mughal Empire then.
Right.
Things like revenue collection, military organization, and the nuances of social order.
Which are still relevant today.
Absolutely. But our world today is also shaped by forces and systems that would be unimaginable back then.
Right.
Technology, global interconnectedness on a scale they couldn't have fathomed,
Yeah.
entirely new economic realities.
Imagine trying to explain the internet or the concept of cryptocurrency to someone from the 16th century.
Right.
It makes you realize how much context matters when trying to document a society for future generations.
It really does. We'd have to document things that seem commonplace to us but would be revolutionary to future historians.
Like what?
Imagine trying to capture the sheer volume of data we generate every day, or the intricate workings of our global supply chains.
And how would you even begin to categorize something as abstract and ever-evolving as the internet in a document like the Aina-Akbari?
It's a fascinating challenge. Our 21st century Aina-Akbari would undoubtedly be digital,
Yeah.
constantly evolving to keep pace with our rapidly changing world. It would be a monumental task, but imagine the richness and nuance it could capture.
It would certainly give future historians a run for their money. But think about the insights they could glean from such a comprehensive record. We've gone from marveling at the Mughal Empire's silver wealth to contemplating the challenges of documenting our own complex economic systems. It's quite a journey.
It is. And it highlights the incredible power of studying history. It not only illuminates the past, but also helps us ask critical questions about the present and the future. It allows us to see ourselves in a new light, to understand our place within the grand tapestry of human civilization.
Beautifully put. And on that note, we've reached the end of our deep dive. We've journeyed through the Mughal Empire's silver-fueled rise, explored the remarkable Aina-Akbari, and even contemplated how we might document our own times for those who come after us.
It's been a pleasure.
Until our next deep dive, keep exploring, keep questioning, and remember, history is never truly in the past. It lives and breathes in the connections we make and the questions we dare to ask.
Okay, so are you ready to really explore the Mughal Empire?
Absolutely.
But not just the emperors and the battles that you usually hear about.
Right.
We're really going deep into 16th and 17th century India with you today. to uncover the daily lives of everyday people.
Yeah, it's about understanding the heartbeat of a society, not just the big events that kind of shake the ground.
Exactly. And the Ain Bari, this incredible document that you've given us, is like our key to unlocking that heartbeat. Because it's not just about emperors and wars. It dives into the details of professions and land management, even what people grew in their fields.
It's incredibly detailed. I mean, imagine a census, but one that records the salaries of imperial officials alongside how much cotton farmers produced in a year.
Yeah. It really gives us a glimpse into the mechanics of the empire. And that's what makes this deep dive so exciting. We're going beyond those grand historical narratives and getting into the nitty-gritty of how this society actually functioned. Like, one thing I find fascinating is this whole system of peasants and zamindars and the state. It's like this complex dance of power and economics.
And it's a dance that's often overlooked. You're right to focus on the zamindars, though, because they were more than just landlords. The academic text you provided argues that they were really the linchpin between the Mughal state and the peasantry. They were responsible for collecting taxes, maintaining order, even mobilizing labor for big projects.
So kind of like the middle managers of the Mughal Empire.
Yeah.
Except they had a lot more riding on their success.
Absolutely. Their role was crucial. Imagine the emperor trying to collect taxes from every single farmer across this vast empire. Impossible.
Yeah.
The zamindars provided the infrastructure for the Mughal state to function.
Okay, so that makes sense. But what's in it for the zamindars? I mean, besides the whole power and influence thing.
Well, they got a cut of the tax revenue, of course. Plus, they often had their own land holdings and could benefit from things like forced labor on their estates. But it wasn't all about exploitation.
Really? I was about to say, it sounds a bit one-sided so far.
It was a complex relationship. The zamindars were also responsible for the well-being of the people in their areas. They had to ensure stability and resolve disputes. A powerful zamindar could mean the difference between prosperity and hardship for the people that they governed.
So it wasn't just about squeezing every last rupee out of the peasants.
Not necessarily. The Ain Bari actually details how land revenue was assessed and collected. And it wasn't arbitrary. There were systems in place. Standardized rates based on things like land productivity and crop type. The Mughal state was very interested in making sure the system was fair and effective.
Why? What was so important about land revenue?
It was the backbone of the Mughal economy. Think about it, the magnificent palaces, the vast armies, the elaborate courtly life. All of it was funded by the taxes collected from the land.
So no land revenue, no Mughal empire as we know it.
Precisely. Which is why they went to great lengths to track it all. The Ain Bari itself is a testament to their meticulous record-keeping. They weren't just recording how much revenue was coming in, but also who owned what land, what crops were being grown, even things like irrigation systems.
Wow, talk about data collection. But it makes sense. They were trying to manage a huge, complex empire. So we've got the peasants working the land, the zamindars acting as these intermediaries, and the Mughal state at the top benefiting from this whole system. What about the people who weren't farmers? Were there other ways to make a living in Mughal India?
Absolutely. And the Ain Bari gives us a glimpse into those other lives, too. It talks about artisans, weavers, metalworkers, jewelers, who were essential to the Mughal economy. Cities like Agra and Lahore weren't just political centers. They were bustling hubs of craftsmanship.
It's like the Mughal Empire had its own Etsy shops, centuries before Etsy. But instead of like handmade soaps and quirky t-shirts, they were producing these exquisite textiles and jewelry.
And those goods weren't just being sold locally. The Mughal Empire was a major player in global trade, with networks stretching from the Middle East to Southeast Asia. This is where the merchants come in, the connectors, the deal makers.
So we've got farmers producing raw materials, artisans turning them into finished goods, and then these merchants making it all happen on a global scale. They must have been swimming in riches.
Many were incredibly wealthy and influential. The Ain Bari mentions their roles in financing ventures, not just trading goods. They were vital to the empire's economic engine.
This is all starting to feel very interconnected, like a well-oiled machine with each part playing a vital role.
That's a good way to put it. But remember, this wasn't some static system. People could move between these roles too. The academic text highlights that cities in particular offered opportunities for upward mobility. Someone could go from working the land to learning a trade, maybe even becoming a successful merchant with enough luck and skill.
So even back then, people were chasing their dreams of a better life in the big city.
It seems so. The sources don't offer individual stories, but they paint a picture of a society with some degree of fluidity. It wasn't easy to change your lot in life, but it wasn't impossible either.
Okay, so we've got this vibrant picture of farmers and artisans and merchants, this whole network of trade and opportunity. But there was another group mentioned in our source material that I'm really curious about. The forest dwellers. Were they part of this interconnected system, or were they living entirely different lives?
That's a question that challenges traditional narratives about the Mughal Empire. For a long time, historians focused on the cities, the courts, the grand events. But the Bhakti and our academic text urge us to look beyond those traditional narratives.
So the forest dwellers weren't just living in isolation, completely detached from the empire.
Not at all. They were integrated, though, in complex ways. Think about it. The forests were a source of valuable resources: timber, honey, medicinal herbs, things people in cities needed and relied upon.
So the forest dwellers were essential to the Mughal economy in their own right.
Precisely. And the Akbari mentions them engaging in trade with the rest of the empire. This wasn't always a relationship of equals, of course. There were power dynamics at play.
That's a good reminder that even in a society as seemingly prosperous as the Mughal Empire, not everyone benefited equally. Were there other ways in which power was distributed unevenly?
Absolutely. One aspect we haven't touched on yet is the role of caste. It's a complex topic, and the Akbari doesn't delve into the intricacies of the caste system, but it does provide clues about how caste influenced professions and social standing.
Right, because even today, certain occupations in India are still associated with specific castes. Was it like that in Mughal India too?
That's a question historians are still debating. Some argue that the Mughal period saw a blurring of those lines, especially in cities where the demand for skilled labor was high. Others argue that caste continued to exert a strong influence.
So it's not a clear-cut answer. But regardless, it's important to acknowledge that even with all this opportunity and interconnectedness, the Mughal Empire was still shaped by social hierarchies just like any other society.
You've hit on a crucial point, and it's something the academic text really emphasizes. To understand a society, we need to look beyond the surface, beyond the grand narratives, and examine the lives of all its people and the structures that bound them together.
It's like we're trying to understand a giant tapestry. You can appreciate the overall design, the grand scenes, but the real stories in the individual threads, the way they're woven together.
And those threads could be messy, even contradictory at times. That's the nature of any complex society, especially one as vast and diverse as the Mughal Empire.
And speaking of those intricate details, our sources also mention something called panchayats and village headmen. What were their roles in all this?
They were essential to local governance, particularly in rural areas. Think of panchayats as village councils, often made up of elders or influential figures. They handled disputes, maintained order, and even oversaw things like irrigation projects.
They were like the local authorities dealing with the everyday issues that might not reach the emperor's ears.
Exactly. They provided a system of governance that was rooted in local customs and traditions. The Mughal emperors couldn't be everywhere at once, so they relied on these local structures to maintain stability.
That makes sense. It's like a chain of responsibility from the emperor all the way down to the village level. But where did the village headmen fit in?
They were the crucial link between the panchayats and the larger Mughal administration. Imagine them as the point of contact, responsible for things like collecting taxes, enforcing laws, and communicating local needs to the higher authorities.
Talk about a demanding job. They had to answer to the villagers and the empire.
It required a delicate balancing act. And it highlights something crucial about the Mughal Empire. It wasn't just about top-down rule. The emperors understood the importance of local customs and institutions. They incorporated them, adapted them, and used them to govern this vast and diverse territory.
It's amazing how much we can learn from a document like the Akbari, even about something as seemingly mundane as local governance.
It's a reminder that history isn't just about emperors and battles. It's about the structures of everyday life, the systems that hold societies together, the way people lived, worked, and interacted with each other.
You've given us a lot to think about today. We've gone from farmers and artisans to global trade networks and village councils. And it's clear that the Mughal Empire, even with its grandeur and power, was ultimately built on the backs of its diverse people.
And understanding their stories, their struggles, their triumphs is essential to understanding the empire itself.
This deep dive has been incredible. It's like we've peeled back the layers of time and glimpsed the real heart of the Mughal Empire.
It's a glimpse into a world that, while vanished, still has much to teach us about power, society, and the human experience.
Thanks for joining us on this journey through the Mughal Empire. We'll see you next time for another fascinating exploration on the Deep Dive.